Song of the Fireflies by J.A. Redmerski. They say your first love sticks with you forever, and I can't argue with that. I met the girl who'd haunt my heart back when we were both kids, back when tree forts and mud pies were our whole world. Hers were legendary, the best in all of Georgia. Even now, 17 years later, I catch glimpses of her smile in every good thing. But Bray, her life was never simple. Mine wasn't either, if we're being honest. We had our similarities, sure, but the differences, those ran just as deep. Back then, I never imagined we could be more than friends, occasional friends with perks at best. She felt the same, and for a while we were right, but by the end, hell, the end hit us like a freight train. Turns out we were dead wrong. Looking back, I can trace every misstep, every bad call that led us here, hiding in the stockroom of a gas station with cops swarming outside. But let's rewind. 4th of July, 17 years ago, a 9-year-old's crush on an 8-year-old girl, mostly harmless, mostly. The first time I spotted Braille Bates darting across the field near Old Man Parsons' pond, I knew she'd be my favorite target. She wore this white sundress and flip-flops with tiny fabric flowers glued to the straps. Her dark hair was split into 2 perfect pigtails, each tied with purple ribbons. I was smitten. Okay, fine, I didn't know what love was, but I knew she was the prettiest thing I'd ever seen, so naturally I had to mess with her. "What's that all over your face?" I called as she passed by. She froze, arms crossed, glaring down at me where I sat on our picnic blanket. My mom barely glanced up from her conversation with Aunt Janice. Bray pressed her lips together. "There's nothing on my face." Yeah, there is." I jabbed a finger at her. "Right there, it's disgusting." Her hands flew to her cheeks, patting wildly. "What does it look like? Like something crawled on you and died?" She dropped her hands to her hips, chewing her lip. "You're full of it." "Nope, your whole face is messed up. Might want to see a doctor." Her flip-flop connected with my side hard. "Ow, what the hell?" I rubbed the spot, shooting a look at my mom, who just sighed like this was my fault. Bray leaned in, eyes narrowed. "If anyone's face is messed up, it's yours. You look like my dog's backside after he rolls in garbage." Mom's head whipped around, shooting me a death glare like I'd been the one to say it. Bray didn't stick around to see my reaction. She spun on her heel, chin high, and strutted off to catch up with her parents, leaving me grinning like an idiot. I stood there, my hips still aching from our last encounter, knowing full well that getting involved with Bray again would only bring more trouble. But the pain just made her more intriguing. As the field filled with people from Athens coming to watch the annual fireworks, I spotted Bray flipping across the grass with her friend. Every so often, she'd glance my way, flashing a smug grin. She'd won our last fight, and she wasn't about to let me forget it. Sitting next to my mom was getting old fast, especially when Bray was clearly having the time of her life. "Where are you off to, Elias?" Mom asked as I stood up. "Just over there," I said, nodding toward Bray. "Fine, but stay where I can see you." I barely held back an eye roll. Mom acted like the world was out to get me. "Kidnappers, scraped knees, even rain." Yeah, I muttered before heading off. I dodged through clusters of families sprawled on blankets and lawn chairs, coolers of drinks at their sides, until I was right in front of the girl who somehow fascinated and infuriated me at the same time. "You know, cartwheels in a dress aren't exactly subtle," I said. Bray's jaw dropped. Next to her, Lissa, pale with that cloud of white blonde curls, grinned up at me. I had a feeling she had a crush, not that it mattered. "Newsflash, I'm wearing shorts," Bray shot back. "And why were you staring?" "I wasn't staring, They both burst out laughing and my ears burned. Bray had only been in town a week, but she'd already taken over. Not by force exactly, she just had this way of making people fall in line. The other girls either worshipped her or steered clear. She wasn't cruel, but she didn't take crap from anyone. "Wanna go sit by the pond?" I asked. "The fireworks look insane reflecting off the water." Bray shrugged. "Sure, whatever." Lissa was already on her feet before Bray even finished answering. I'd always felt a little guilty about Lissa. Last year I'd started that dumb rumor about her being albino because of her pale hair and skin. It spread faster than I expected, and suddenly the whole school was calling her that. Then Bray showed up and shut it down on day one. No surprise, Lissa stuck to her like glue after that. Somehow, like none of it had ever happened, the insults, the fight, we ended up walking to the pond together. We stayed there for hours, sprawled on the grass, watching the sky light up. Mitchell showed up eventually, and the 4 of us just lay there, the explosions above us painting the night in bursts of red, blue, and gold. Even with Lissa and Mitchell hanging around, Bray and I acted like we were the only 2 people in the world. We cracked dumb jokes and teased strangers passing by. That night was perfect, and it wasn't even close to being over. Once the fireworks faded and the field plunged back into darkness, most folks had already cleared out. My mom tracked me down where I was sprawled out with Bray, Lissa, and Mitchell. "Time to go," she said, looming over us. Bray's head was resting against my shoulder, something I hadn't paid much attention to, but my mom sure did. The way she looked at us upside down from where she stood sent a chill down my spine. I pushed myself up from the grass and turned to face her. "Can't I stay a little longer?" "No, Elias, I've got an early shift tomorrow," she said, motioning for me to get moving. Dragged myself up annoyed. "Oh, come on, Ms. Klein," Mitchell chimed in, flashing his gap-toothed grin, his shaggy hair sticking to his shirt. "I'll walk him home." Mitchell was older, but I didn't need a babysitter. The offer just made me look like a kid in front of Bray, and that burned me up. I shot him a glare, and he winced like he knew he'd messed up. "Later," I muttered, grabbing the cooler from my mom to help carry the load. We trudged across the field toward our truck parked on the dirt road. Aunt Janice waved as her rattling Corsica sputtered off into the night. Back home, my mom crashed immediately. Running a hotel meant she barely had time to breathe. My dad lived in Savannah, and even though they'd split 3 years back, we still got along fine. Usually I spent summers with him, but this year his job had him stuck in Michigan. So for the first time since the divorce, I was stuck with Mom all season. Turned out to be a lucky break. If Dad hadn't been gone, Bray never would have shown up outside my window that night, tapping lightly on the glass. "You're seriously in bed already?" Bray teased, squinting up at me. I shoved the window open the rest of the way, letting the thick summer air roll in. "Nah, just hanging out. What are you doing here?" A mischievous smile tugged at her lips. "Wanna go for a swim?" "A swim? Yeah, or are you too scared to sneak out?" I swallowed hard. The truth, I was terrified of getting caught. Mom would tan my hide with that fly swatter of hers, but I wasn't about to admit that. "I'm not scared," I lied. "Then prove it," she dared, beckoning me with a flick of her hand. Game on. Backing down wasn't an option, not with Bray daring me like that. If I chickened out now, she'd tell everyone at school, and I'd never hear the end of it. My mom's warnings about dropping out echoed in my head, painting this ridiculous picture of me as some lonely old guy under a bridge, all because I couldn't handle a little adventure. Okay, maybe I was overreacting. But before Bray could tease me again, I swung my leg over the windowsill and dropped down, landing in a crouch like some action hero. Bray grabbed my hand, grinning, and yanked me toward the pasture. The whole way there, I couldn't shake the image of that fly swatter waiting for me at home. Bray was wild in a way I'd never seen before. The second we hit the edge of the pasture, she took off running, arms stretched toward the sky like she could catch the whole universe. Her laugh was contagious, and before I knew it, I was sprinting after her, breathless and grinning. We didn't even hesitate before leaping off the shaky dock, hitting the water with a splash that soaked us both. Flip-flops still on, shirt clinging to me, I splashed her every chance I got until she finally swam back, gasping. Then out of nowhere, she hit me with the question, "Ever kissed a girl?" I froze, kicking my feet in the water. No, you." She shoved her shoulder into mine, making a face. "You know, girls, gross." I laughed, but my brain was still catching up. Had I really just said that? Before I could overthink it, she added, "Never kissed a boy either." Silence settled between us, thick and weird. Fireworks crackled somewhere in the distance, and the pond buzzed with frogs and crickets. Finally, I blurted, "Why not?" She squinted at me. "Why not what? Why haven't you kissed a guy?" She smirked. "Why haven't you kissed a girl?" I shrugged. "Dunno, just haven't. Maybe you should." "Why?" "Dunno." We sat there, shoulders slumped, watching the ripples our feet made in the water. The night felt endless, full of things neither of us knew how to say. I brushed my lips against her cheek, just shy of the corner of her mouth. Her face flushed pink, and though I could feel the heat in my own cheeks, I didn't mind. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Before I could even think, Bray sprang up from the dock and bolted toward the open field. "Fireflies," she yelled, her voice ringing through the night. I stood, watching her silhouette shrink against the endless sky dotted with stars and flickering green-yellow lights. "Elias, hurry up." The wind carried her words straight to me, and something deep inside told me this moment would stay with me forever, even if I didn't understand why yet. I took off after her, the grass cool under my sneakers. "We should V." Grabbed a jar. She lunged at the fireflies, missing every time, while I managed to cup one gently between my palms. "You caught one, show me." Bray leaned in, peering through the gap in my fingers as the tiny glow pulsed softly. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "Just like you," I blurted out, surprising myself. She grinned but didn't tease me, just nudged me to let it go. "I don't want it to get hurt." I lifted my hands, but the firefly lingered, its delicate legs tickling my skin. A soft breath from me sent it darting into the dark. We spent hours chasing lights and sprawled in the grass, trading stories under the stars. She complained about her sister, Ryan, who apparently thought she was too good for everyone, while I confessed how lonely it got being an only child. "You're lucky," she said, and for once I almost believed her. Somewhere between jokes and quiet moments, we made a pact. "Promise we'll stay best friends," Bray said, her voice firm, "even if you turn into a troll and I become a total nightmare." I snorted. "Too late for you." She jabbed her elbow into my side. "And you're already halfway there." I agreed easily, because how could I not? As we lay there, her hands folded over her stomach, I had no clue what the future held with Braille Bates. At 9, I didn't know about heartbreak or how friendships could bend but not break. All I knew was that I'd never want to take back a single second with her. The next morning they found us still asleep in the dew-covered grass, the fireflies long gone but the promise lingering between us. The morning light brought chaos. 3 police officers, Mr. Parson, the property owner, and my panicked mother who was convinced I'd been abducted, stuffed in a duffel bag and dumped on some desolate road. Elias, thank God you're alive. She yanked me into a hug so tight I swear my ribs creaked. Then came the forehead kiss, mortifying in front of everyone before she crushed me again. Bray's parents stood nearby, her dad's voice sharp as broken glass. You mean to tell me they've been out here all night? My mom shifted instantly, pulling me close like a shield. Your daughter, she snapped, and I tensed knowing what was coming, has a way of leading my boy into trouble. He'd never do this on his own. Oh, come on, I groaned, tipping my head back against her. Mom, it's not. You're seriously pinning this on my kid. Bray's mom stepped forward, arms crossed. Absolutely, my mom shot back. Bray ducked behind her dad and guilt twisted in my gut. Before things escalated, I wrenched free. Jesus, Mom, her glare could have melted steel. Language, Elias, then with a pointed look at Bray's mom, he never talks like that. Enough, I left on my own. Bray had nothing to do with it. My voice cracked, but the words burned too much to swallow. Stand up for what's right, she'd always told me. Defend the underdog. Funny how those lessons backfired now. For a heartbeat, the air hung thick. Then my mom exhaled, the fight draining out of her. I'm sorry, she muttered to Bray's parents. I was terrified, that's no excuse. Bray's mom nodded, her anger softening. We get it, just glad they're okay. Her dad stayed silent, his jaw tight. I'd be paying for this, grounded till September, plus a memorable encounter with Dad's belt. Yet despite my vow never to repeat that night, I kept sneaking out for Bray. For years, never caught again either. And yeah, you're probably thinking, best friends forever, same classes, shifts at the burger barn, even crashing in the same twin bed. How'd we not end up together? Truth is, we did. Just not the way anyone expected. The summer I turned 22, I just moved into my first apartment when Bray showed up, determined to drag me out for my birthday. She had this tradition, no staying home, no quiet nights. It had to be loud, chaotic, and probably involve questionable decisions. Normally I was all for that, but the last time we went out together we ended up in handcuffs and not exactly a glowing recommendation. Bray leaned against my doorframe, grinning like she hadn't just reminded me of the disaster we barely survived. Come on, it won't be like last time, she said, kicking the door shut behind her. She flopped onto my couch, legs dangling over the armrest while I took a swig of my drink. You mean you won't get drugged and I won't end up in a fistfight with some creep? I smirked. Yeah, because that's totally predictable. She lunged forward, wrapping her arms around my neck. Her shampoo smelled like coconut and the faint hint of her perfume made my pulse jump. I won't touch a drink unless it's from you or Lissa, she promised, pressing a quick kiss to my cheek. It was innocent, but it still messed with my head. Best friend, sure, but my body didn't seem to care about labels. Fine, I sighed, giving in, but if you start a bar fight, I'm leaving you there. She threw her hands up, laughing. I swear I'll be good. If I'm not, you can punish me however you want. I nearly choked. Jesus, Bray, she just winked, stretching out like she owned the place. What, you know you love me? I rolled my eyes and headed to my room to change. Followed, which wasn't unusual, except this time something felt off. Elias. Her voice was quieter, now serious. I turned, catching the shift in her expression. Yeah, she hesitated, then exhaled. There's something I need to tell you. And just like that, the mood flipped. Whatever was coming, it wasn't just another joke. That intense, focused expression on Bray's face was rare. I'd only seen it a handful of times, and each moment had reshaped our complicated dynamic in ways I never saw coming. Like splashes of vivid paint on a blank canvas, those memories stood out starkly against the ordinary. The first time was when she confessed she'd slept with Michael Pearson, a gut punch I hadn't expected. Then came my own admission about Abigail Rutherford, which nearly shattered everything between us. Turns out, Abigail was Bray's personal nemesis, though I hadn't realized it until after the fact. Then there was the night she decided to practice on me, her first time, and for days afterward I couldn't shake the weight of that trust. And who could forget the bridge overpass, her daring me in that reckless way of hers? Every moment with her was unpredictable, electrifying. Now standing there with fresh boxers in hand, I braced myself for whatever new shade she was about to add to our story. She perched on the edge of my bed, dark hair spilling over her shoulders, her expression unreadable. What's going on? I asked, trying to sound casual. Her eyes flicked toward the closet before settling back on me. Madeline's going to be there tonight. I tensed. I thought I knew where this was headed, but Bray was harder to read than usual. And I know you're into her, she said, her voice tight. I don't trust her. The words came out strained, like she was holding back something bigger. I'm not into her, I countered. Sure, I wouldn't mind a night with her, but that wasn't the same as feelings. Bray fidgeted, her discomfort obvious. She's just wrong for you. Something about her rubs me the wrong way. The more she talked, the more she seemed to shrink into herself. Just take my word for it, okay? I crouched in front of her, forcing her to meet my eyes. Why don't you just say what you're really thinking? She blinked, caught off guard. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I mean. She stood abruptly, putting distance between us, arms crossed. No, I really don't. I followed, frustration rising. Cut the act, we've been doing this dance forever, it's time to stop. I moved behind her close enough to feel the tension radiating off her. Let's just give it a shot, Bray. She turned to me, her expression a mix of confusion, shock, and worry. Though the confusion didn't feel genuine, she knew exactly what I meant, even if she was pretending otherwise. Give what a shot? I gripped her arms lightly. Us being together. The room went dead silent, like my words had vacuumed out all the noise. She just stared at me, frozen for what felt like forever. You know how I felt since we were kids running through that field, I said. Every time I tried to get close, you shut me down. Can we stop pretending? Just let this happen. Her gaze dropped and she stepped back, sinking onto the edge of the bed, hands clenched between her knees. The silence was maddening. I crouched in front of her, resting my hands on her knees. Look at me, I said, softer now. Say something. Finally, she met my eyes, but all I saw was hesitation. I can't, she whispered. Why not? If you're not into me, just say it. I'll deal. It's not that, she said, shaking her head. Is it your dad? I know he's never been my biggest fan. Elias, no, that's not it. Then what? My voice cracked with frustration. We've been inseparable since we were kids, best friends, partners in crime. Hell, we've done everything but sleep together. And don't act like you don't get possessive when another girl gets too close. Are you calling me jealous? She snapped. Yeah, I am, I admitted, even though I knew it'd sting. You're the only one you're lying to, too blunt. She shoved me back and moved toward the door, but I caught her arm, spinning her around. It terrifies me, she burst out, her voice raw. You're the one thing in my life that's never changed, Elias. I ruin everything, every relationship I've had. What's my longest? I stayed quiet. 2 months, she said, holding up 2 fingers like an accusation. Michael, 3 weeks, Austin 2, Jack a month, Avery 2 damn days before I bolted, 2 days. This is ridiculous. But how does that involve us? I shot back, matching her intensity. We're different, I'm not like those other guys. If anyone could make it work, it's us. That's the problem, her voice cracked, tears welling in her eyes. You're nothing like them, you're the only one who matters to me. Her cheeks were wet, and in that moment everything clicked. Bray wasn't just scared, she was terrified. Terrified of losing me, terrified of crossing a line we couldn't uncross. It's my biggest fear, she admitted, staring at the ground. If we change things, if we mess with what we have, it'll all fall apart. The idea of losing you, it kills me. A shaky breath escaped her as I pulled her close, wrapping my arms around her. I pressed my lips to her hair, fighting my own emotions, because I got it. I'd known Bray forever, long enough to see past the tough exterior. Growing up, she was the girl everyone admired, bold, fearless, the kind who'd jump first and ask questions later. She once spent a week in juvie for spray painting the back of a grocery store, not because she was bad, but because rules never seemed to apply to her. But beneath all that bravado was something deeper. She never let people in, not friends, not boyfriends, not even her own family. The first time I saw her with her parents, it was like watching strangers. No I love yous, no curfews, no rules. Meanwhile, I had an 8 p.m. curfew until I was 15. It took years for me to understand why she was like this, why she pushed people away. But the truth was simple. I was the only person she ever let stay. She didn't know how to love because no one had ever shown her how. And that fear, it wasn't about us changing. It was about her finally having something to lose the moment anyone got too close. She'd shut down like an alarm had been tripped inside her. She wasn't damaged or traumatized, just wired differently, unable to process emotions the way most people do. Sure, she had her wild streaks and dramatic moments, but that's exactly why I adored her. Still, enough was enough. This can't go on, I said, watching her eyes glaze over. We're stuck in limbo, and neither of us is moving forward. Her tears stopped mid-fall, her whole body locking up. What does that mean? She whispered. I cupped her face, my thumb tracing the curve of her cheekbone, then I lied straight to her. I want more than this. A real relationship, someone who's all in, maybe even a family someday. Yeah, I know, boring stuff. She didn't blink, didn't breathe. I always thought that person could be you, but if you won't even try, then maybe we're just hurting each other. She took a sharp step back, her expression blank except for the storm in her eyes. So this is it? Her voice was eerily calm. All I've ever wanted is you, I said, my hands curling into fists at my sides. The words I love you burned in my throat, but I choked them back. If I said them now, she'd bolt. And as much as I feared that door swinging shut behind her, I knew I had to push. The irony, I would have waited a lifetime. No one else came close, not really. Casual flings, fine. But loving anyone but Bray, impossible. So yeah, I lied when I said I couldn't keep doing this. The truth was I'd have stayed in that messy, tangled friendship forever if it meant keeping her. But sometimes the only way to make someone see the truth is to force them to look at it. Breaking up with Bray was one of the hardest things I'd ever done, but I knew it was necessary. I couldn't let her hold on to us forever, shutting out everyone else because of what we once had. All I wanted was for her to find happiness, even if it wasn't with me. When I told her, she stood there, arms dropping to her sides before she finally turned to face me. The silence stretched between us, my chest tight with anticipation. Then just when I thought it was really over, she whispered, "Okay, I do want this, I want to try with you." That night after the party, things changed between us in a way I hadn't expected. It wasn't the moment I'd imagined for so long. As I looked into her eyes, I saw something shift, like she already knew this would change everything, and it did. Over the next few months, we drifted further apart until finally we called it quits. 2 months later, she packed up and left for South Carolina. Nothing was ever the same after that. Chapter 4. Bray. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, what a mess I was, and honestly, you're not wrong. Back then, I was a disaster. I loved Elias more than anything, and that terrified me. But before I start making excuses, let's get one thing straight. Elias might have painted me in a softer light, but the truth isn't always pretty. No sugarcoating, no half-truths. I was a wreck. No tragic backstory here, no abuse, no neglect. My parents cared in their own way, maybe not as much as they did for my sister Ryan, but they tried. Fancy gifts, a steady allowance, the occasional pat on the back, though every bit of praise felt forced like an obligation. I had my issues, sure. And yeah, my parents did try to help until they just stopped. A court-appointed shrink called it bipolar disorder after my brief stint in juvie. Me, I just called it life. We're all a little broken in our own ways, right? Not everything needs a clinical label. But here's the thing, I didn't leave because I stopped loving Elias. If anything, I left because I loved him too much. That scared me more than anything else in the world, and the only thing I've ever truly been afraid of. Him. Part of me thought if I ended things first, if I was the one to walk away from whatever we had, the pain wouldn't cut as deep as if he had left me. It was a desperate grab for control, or at least that's what I told myself during the long drive to South Carolina. Lissa, my best friend, convinced me to tag along when she moved to be near her brother. But the second my feet hit that unfamiliar pavement, I knew I'd screwed up. Instead of turning around, instead of swallowing my pride and begging Elias to forgive me, I dug my heels in deeper. Maybe I thought I deserved the misery, punishing myself for being so blind. Whatever the reason, I wound up stuck in a hollow relationship with some guy who meant nothing to me. Months passed and the truth hit harder each day. My life without Elias wasn't a life at all. He'd been my heartbeat since that afternoon by the lake, but I'd been too stubborn to admit it. By the time I finally did, too late. Mitchell, our old friend, dropped the bomb. Elias was happy in love with someone else. That's when I shut down, not the dramatic, attention-seeking kind of broken, but the quiet, suffocating kind where you're just going through the motions. No one noticed, of course. Elias would have, though. He always saw through me, but I couldn't bring myself to reach out. If he was happy, I wouldn't be the one to wreck that. So I ended things with the guy I didn't love, swore off relationships entirely, and then, well, let's just say I made some questionable choices. I wasn't looking for fun, I was searching for something to numb the ache, anything that might make me feel half as alive as Elias once had. None of it worked. And when the mess I'd made finally caught up with me, when the mask I'd glued on cracked wide open, there was only one place left to go, back to him. If he'd even let me through the door, if he could have me. I never expected my return home to bring so much more than I dreamed of, and a whole lot I never saw coming. Elias 2 months earlier, 4 years had passed without a word from Bray. Life moved on as it does. I met Aline at the local community college, gorgeous with dark hair, striking blue eyes, and that soft peach complexion. I cared about her deeply even, but it wasn't the same. No matter how much I tried to convince myself, that fire just wasn't there. 2 years in, I couldn't ignore the truth. What I felt for her would never match what I still carried for Bray. Then Mitchell dropped the bomb. Bray was engaged, living some love story in South Carolina. Part of me wished he'd kept his mouth shut. Ignorance would have been easier than knowing she was happy with someone else. Funny how the mind plays tricks. I started seeing Bray everywhere, in strangers, in songs, even in Aline's smile. Took me way too long to realize why she felt familiar. Pathetic, maybe. But love isn't just sunshine and heart flutters. Sometimes it's the ache that won't quit, the villain you can't outrun. Aline figured me out before I did. Women have this eerie radar for emotional bullshit. I'd mentioned Bray in passing, my childhood best friend, and that was all the evidence she needed. She wasn't just smart, she was ruthless in the best way. I wasn't hiding from her, I was hiding from myself. Then came April, the day everything shifted. Mitchell, now my roommate, thankfully sans the mullet, he'd upgraded to some trendy face-framing cut, was elbow deep in my kitchen cabinets at dawn. I stumbled in, half asleep, boxers clinging from last night's poor decisions. Jana, whoever she was, still snored in my tangled sheets. Dude, what the hell? I grabbed a water bottle, chugging like I'd crossed a desert. Mitchell wobbled on a chair by the stove, reaching into the abyss above the oven light. Looking for my stash. Your weed, up there. I rubbed my face. Man, you gotta quit that crap. He scoffed, voice muffled by the cabinet door. What crap? The weed? No, the meth. Jesus, Elias, I'm not on meth. What's your deal, man? I dropped into a chair at the kitchen table, arching my back in a long stretch before rubbing my tired eyes. You've been up for 3 nights straight. I could hear you tearing through boxes in your room until 3 a.m. My gaze swept across the spotless counters. Place hasn't looked this good since I moved in, and we both know I didn't do this. Mitchell finally emerged from the cabinet, his dark hair falling into his bloodshot eyes as he stepped off the chair. His jaw kept twitching and his pupils were blown wide. "Keep this between us," he muttered, but instead of sitting, he started pacing like a caged animal. "Look, I'm not gonna rat you out, but this is getting sketchy. Another month of this and you'll be trading handjobs for pills behind a gas station. Isn't just partying anymore, it's a full-blown spiral." Mitchell's expression went blank. "Whoa, that's harsh." I took a slow sip of water. "Is it?" I shook my head. "I'm no saint, but I wouldn't touch that garbage if you handed me a suitcase of cash. Remember what happened to Paul? That guy lost everything." Mitchell blew a raspberry and rolled his eyes. "Paul was shooting up in his bathtub. I'm not there yet." "Give it time," I shot back. Footsteps padded behind me and Mitchell's gaze flicked up. "So when's my turn?" he asked with a smirk. I pinched the bridge of my nose. "Come on, Mitch, don't be that guy." "Asshole," Jonna snapped from behind me. Her messy blonde ponytail swung as she moved, her golden skin glowing under the kitchen lights. She was all sharp angles, narrow wrists, collarbones you could balance a quarter on, but there was nothing fragile about the way she carried herself. She leaned over my chair, planting a kiss on my lips, and I realized she was only wearing an oversized tee and panties. Yeah, Mitchell was out of line, but she wasn't exactly helping. She strolled to the fridge, giving me a flash of bare legs before yanking it open. Hot, absolutely, but I was already wishing last night had never happened. "Whatever," Mitchell muttered, disappearing back into the cabinet. I pushed away from the table and headed for the shower. The water was just heating up when Jana slipped in behind me. Most girls were long gone by morning. They sure as hell didn't invite themselves into my bathroom. But when she dropped to her knees without a word, I wasn't about to stop her. Except nothing happened. No matter how deep she took me, no matter how hard I gripped her hair, my body refused to cooperate. The water turned lukewarm, then cold, and frustration coiled tight in my gut. Jana pulled back, uncertainty flickering in her eyes before she pressed against me. Her skin slick under the fading spray dart, her eyes gleamed with mischief as she leaned in. "I want both of you at the same time," she whispered before nipping playfully at my jaw. That caught me off guard, not that I hesitated long. Call it poor judgment or just thinking with the wrong head, but before I knew it, I was kneeling behind her on the couch while she worked on Mitchell in front of her. He didn't seem to have the same reservations I'd wrestled with earlier in the shower. Living with a roommate meant we both had our share of hookups, but threesomes, not exactly standard fare. Most women we brought home weren't as upfront about their fantasies as Jana. Honestly, that was probably for the best. Sharing a girl with another guy always left me distracted, too busy avoiding awkward collisions to really enjoy myself. In the moment, it didn't matter. Afterward, a creeping sense of regret every single time. Yet somehow that never stopped me from saying yes again. Once Jana left and Mitchell started his usual post-guest cleaning frenzy, I scrubbed off the day under a scalding shower. Then it was off to help my mom haul the last of her things to her new place. Bad credit had left her stuck in our crumbling old rental, so I'd co-signed a loan to get her a modest house across town. When I pulled up, her boyfriend James was already loading boxes into the truck. He clapped me on the shoulder with his usual enthusiasm. "How's work treating you?" he asked, launching into his routine praise about how good I was to my mom. I didn't need the pep talk. I liked the guy fine, but he was still in the overeager phase of winning her family over. Mom handed James another box. "Last trip," she announced before wrapping me in a hug that smelled like lavender and old books. "So, how's the new job?" "Better than I expected," I admitted. James emerged from the truck wiping his hands. Construction's honest work beats flipping burgers or staring at spreadsheets. He was shorter than Mom, his temples streaked with silver, but his easy grin made up for whatever he lacked in height. Not her usual type, but he treated her right. Then Mom's voice sharpened with nerves. "Be extra careful with the china cabinet, it was my mother's." James shot me a reassuring look. "We've got it handled." Inside, Mom hovered like a nervous shadow as we maneuvered the bulky cabinet through the door. Her knuckles were white, her breath held until we secured it in the truck and padded it with blankets. One wrong move, and decades of family history would have been scattered across the pavement. I stepped off the ramp and noticed my mom frozen in place, her gaze locked onto something down the road. Her face had gone pale, not just tired, but the kind of pale that made it seem like she'd seen something impossible. It took me a beat too long to follow her line of sight, and then I saw her. Bray was standing at the edge of the driveway watching me. My pulse hammered so hard I nearly lost my balance. I might be gasped, I wasn't sure. For a long moment neither of us moved. The urge to rush over, pull her close, and kiss her like I'd been waiting years for the chance nearly took over. But I caught myself just in time. Play it cool, I told myself. 4 years, 4 damn years without a word. She could have shown up just to say hi, to drop some casual update about her life, maybe a husband, a kid. The thought made my chest tighten, but I forced myself to stay steady, swallowing back the lump in my throat before finally exhaling. "Bray," I took a few steps forward. At first her smile was hesitant, uncertain, but as I closed the distance it grew warmer, brighter. "Hey," she said, her voice quiet. Her hands rested lightly in front of her, fingers loosely woven together. Her dark hair, still as soft as ever, framed her face, tucked behind her ears. She looked exactly like I remembered, delicate, breathtaking, those big blue eyes sparkling the way they always did when she smiled. It was funny how someone who looked so sweet could turn sharp as a knife the second she opened her mouth. But not today. Today she seemed unsure, like she was testing the ground between us. I glanced back at the moving van, then at my mom. "Go on," she said, waving me off. "James and I can handle the rest." My mom was one of the few people who knew how deep things had been with Bray Bates. She'd spent years nudging me to reach out to tell her how I felt. James, picking up on the tension, chimed in with a lopsided grin. "Don't worry about it, man, we've got this." Then Bray surprised me. "Why don't we all help?" she said, offering James a small smile before looking back at me. Slow. That was the unspoken agreement between us. No rushing, no assumptions, just feeling things out step by step. So for the next few hours we worked side by side, unloading the van, stealing glances, and pretending neither of us was counting the years after, hauling the last of the heavy furniture into the house. Bray and I climbed into my grey Dodge Charger. The silence between us was thick, neither of us speaking much during the move or even now alone in the car. The same unspoken questions hung in the air. Was she single? Did she have someone else? Was this just another goodbye? I drove us back to my apartment, where Mitchell nearly dropped his coffee when he saw her. "No way," he blurted, eyes wide as we stepped inside. "Bray Bates, what the hell are you doing here?" She flashed him a small smile. "Hey Mitch," she said, crossing the room to hug him. "Good to see you." "Damn right," he said, stepping back to look her over, brushing his shaggy hair out of his eyes. "Still looking like trouble, I see, but you didn't answer my question." I tossed my keys onto the coffee table. "Mitch, you mind giving us some space?" He didn't need convincing. "Say less," he said, throwing his hands up. "Privacy, got it, I'll be gone in 2 seconds. The moment the door clicked shut, the tension in the room thickened. "Sit down," I urged, guiding her toward the oversized armchair. She wore cut-off denim shorts and a simple white tank top, a delicate silver chain with a pink pendant resting against her collarbone. Her wrists were stacked with woven bracelets, some beaded, others braided in earthy tones. I sank onto the ottoman across from her, my hands clasped between my knees. Then she shattered. The tears came fast, her face crumpling as she fought to hold them back. But she lost the battle, pressing her palms to her eyes as her shoulders shook. I reached for her, trying to pull her close, but she gently pushed me away. "No, Elias," she choked out. "Just listen to me first, please." My chest ached, my own emotions clawing at me, but I kept them locked down. Instead, I rested my hands on her knees, my thumb brushing her skin. "Why are you crying?" I asked softly, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Seeing her like this was torture. Her sobs only deepened at the sound of my voice, and for a second I saw the girl I'd met years ago under the stars. "Bray," I murmured, "I'm right here, you know that." For a moment I wondered if she just needed comfort, if this was about some guy, some heartbreak I wasn't part of. But then she lifted her tear-streaked face, her voice breaking. "I've loved you my whole life," she whispered. "I messed up, Elias. Leaving you was the biggest mistake I ever made. And just like that, we both fell apart. I know you might never forgive me, but I had to see you. I needed to say this to your face." Her tears came fast now, her body tense beneath my touch. She swallowed hard before continuing. "I was terrified of losing you, Elias. I don't even recognize the person I became back then. I was reckless, irrational. God, I don't even have an excuse, but I was broken, and I know it's too late. Mitchell told me you moved on, and for months I stayed away because I didn't want to wreck whatever happiness you found." I cut her off gently. "There's no one else." The words made her freeze, her breath hitching. Her fingers trembled in her lap as I shifted closer, cradling her face. "Remember what I told you on my 22nd birthday?" Her blue eyes, shimmering with tears, locked onto mine. "I said it was always you." My grip tightened just enough to drive the point home. "No one else ever stood a chance, Bray. Not then, not now. I dated, I tried to move on, but every laugh, every touch just made me miss you more." I was so focused on getting the words out, words I'd practiced 1,000 times, that I didn't notice the shift in her crying. The raw grief had softened, replaced by something quieter, warmer, though fear still lingered at the edges. And then I realized my own cheeks were wet. "I love you, Bray, so damn much it hurts." My voice cracked, but before I could steady myself, she crashed into me, arms tight around my neck. I pulled her against me like she was oxygen, like we were two halves finally clicking back into place. Bray holding me like that, Elias didn't just mend the cracks, he made me new. Or maybe I was finally seeing us clearly for the first time, because this wasn't nostalgia, it was certainty. I wanted every messy, ordinary, extraordinary day with him, not as the girl who walked away, but as the one who stayed. His kiss erased every doubt, every wasted year, and when my fingers fumbled with the hem of his shirt, it wasn't just hunger. It was coming home. His hands were rough with urgency as he yanked my shirt over my head. In one swift motion, I locked my legs around his waist, and he lifted me effortlessly, carrying me down the hallway to his bedroom. The moment my back hit the mattress, his fingers worked fast, stripping away the last of my clothes before shedding his own. Every movement of his body was hypnotic. The way his muscles tightened as he climbed over me, the golden hue of his skin under the dim light. His mouth was everywhere, tracing my collarbone, nipping at my neck before finally crashing into mine with a hunger that left me breathless. My fingers tangled in his thick, dark waves, and when I wrapped my hand around him, his groan vibrated against my lips. "Elias, I need you now," I whispered, my voice shaking. "I've waited too damn long for this." This time it wasn't rushed or uncertain. It was raw, electric, the way it was always meant to be. His hips pressed against mine, his fingers interlacing with mine as he guided my grip. A sharp gasp tore from my throat as he pushed inside, inch by torturous inch, until I was completely filled. My back arched, my nails digging into his shoulders as he moved with slow, deliberate thrusts. "I missed this," he growled against my mouth, his tongue sliding against mine. "Missed you." His teeth grazed my lower lip, sending a shudder through me. The ache in his voice made my chest tighten. I hadn't realized how much I needed to hear those words until they were out in the open. "Never again," I choked out, my legs tightening around him. "I'm not going anywhere." His thrusts grew harder, deeper, as if he was trying to brand the promise into my skin. "Say it," he demanded, his voice rough. "Swear it." My vision blurred as I met his gaze. His eyes were just as wet as mine. The intensity in them was terrifying, exhilarating. "I swear on my life," I gasped. "I'm yours." He kissed me like it was the last time, his body moving with a desperate rhythm that left me trembling. When he finally came, his whole frame shuddered against me. I held him close, tasting the salt on his skin until his breathing steadied. And then, just when I thought it was over, his hands traced my hips, slow and reverent. As he started all over again, the entire day melted away as we lay wrapped in each other. The sheets knotted around us like vines. Silence stretched between us, comfortable and warm, his fingers tracing idle patterns through my hair while I listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. "You made a promise," he murmured against my temple. I lifted my head to meet his gaze. "I meant it," I whispered before closing the distance between us. His lips met mine, but something unspoken flickered behind his eyes. "I'm right here," I assured him, pressing closer. "Too many years wasted, Elias. I just wish I'd realized it sooner." A quiet laugh escaped him as he tucked a loose strand of hair behind my ear. "Still glad you nearly broke my ribs that night," he teased, brushing his lips against the bridge of my nose. "Only because you insulted me first," I shot back, grinning. He pulled me against him again, his breath warm against my hair. "Never stopped seeing you," he said softly, and the words settled deep in my chest. For the first time in years, everything felt right. Chapter 6, 17 years of missed chances, and now nothing could pull us apart. Those first weeks were everything I dreamed. Lazy mornings, stolen kisses, introducing her as mine. She didn't even flinch when we bumped into someone from my past, just arched a brow and kept walking. Then came Denny's. Jana appeared like a specter from another life, her bleach-blonde ponytail swinging as she leaned over our booth. "Elias Klein," she drawled, her raccoon-ringed eyes flicking between us. I set down my fork. "Jana, this is Bray, my girlfriend." Bray's smile was razor-sharp. "And you are?" she asked, stretching her arms across the table like a cat claiming its territory. Jana's grin turned brittle. "Just an old friend. There's a party Friday. You should come." Bray tilted her head, considering. "You wanna go?" she asked, and I knew that tone. Danger lurked beneath the casual question. Jana rolled her eyes. "Oh, come on," she huffed, hand on her hip. The air between them crackled, and I suddenly wished I'd picked a different diner. We're heading out for the weekend, tents, drinks, the whole deal. Alan's coming, so you know how that'll go. Jana shot me a quick look, and Bray didn't miss it. "We'll be there," Bray said, while I kept my mouth shut. She had this unspoken tension with Jana, and honestly, she didn't need backup. Women terrifying. Jana flashed a grin, and for a second my mind went places it shouldn't have. I winced, half expecting Bray to call me out on it. "Great, see you then," Jana said before walking off, leaving me under Bray's scrutiny. "You slept with her," Bray stated, stabbing her mashed potatoes. My face went rigid. She wasn't mad, just blunt, classic Bray. I exhaled a quiet laugh and picked up my fork. "Yeah, but that's all it was." "I know," she said, sipping her tea with a smirk. How I was baffled but didn't question her, because she was practically screaming it, Bray replied, pointing her fork at me. "No judgment, just keep her away from you." "We're good," I assured her. "She's more into Mitchell now, though I think it's the drugs, not him." Bray's eyebrow shot up. "Mitchell's dealing?" "Not exactly," I muttered, glancing around. "He got into meth last month. They've been hanging out a lot since." I trailed off, not wanting to mention the timing. "About 2 weeks now." "Why haven't I seen her before?" Bray had been crashing at my place for days before even telling her family she was back in Georgia. Not shocking, her parents weren't exactly waiting with open arms. "I asked Mitchell to keep their meetups elsewhere." "Because of me," Bray grinned. "Yeah," I admitted. She slid her hand under the table, squeezing my thigh. "Relax, I'm not gonna lose it over your past." Didn't expect you to live like a monk. Was this her way of softening the blow before she dropped her own bombshell? Part of me wondered, but she seemed genuine. Still, my mind raced. Who had she been with? Not that it changed anything, but curiosity gnawed at me. So who's Alan? She asked. My eyes darted around the diner, checking if anyone was eavesdropping. That guy's the local dealer, I muttered under my breath. Bray's eyebrows shot up as she stirred her coffee. And you're on a first-name basis with him because everyone in town knows who he is, I said, keeping my voice low. But don't get the wrong idea, I've only crossed paths with him a couple times. Crossed paths, huh? She smirked. You mean bought from? I shrugged. Just weed, nothing crazy. Good, she said, setting her spoon down with a clink. Because meth heads, no thanks, I'd hate to drag your ass to detox. Trust me, I'm not about that life, I said, but Mitchell, that's a different story. I've tried warning him, but he won't listen. Bray's expression turned serious. Elias, if he doesn't clean up soon, you gotta kick him out. Next thing you know, he'll torch your place or get you arrested by association. She took a sharp sip of her drink. My cousin's friend in Florida, total meth disaster. Cops raided his place before he could blow himself sky high, but he was cooking that poison in his microwave. Scary shit. She had a point. Mitchell was my boy, but this was getting dangerous. Bray didn't deserve to be caught in the crossfire. I'll talk to him tonight, I said. Give him a real chance, she added. If you boot him too fast, he'll just blame me. Spoiler alert, that's exactly what went down. Mitchell stumbled in late that night. No job meant who knows where he'd been, reeking of sweat and stale smoke. Mitch, I said, tossing the remote aside, we need to talk. His greasy hair clung to his forehead, and that same damn college shirt looked like it hadn't left his back in weeks. Lapsed onto the couch, legs sprawled like he owned the place. What's the emergency? You're the emergency, I said, leaning forward. You need help. When's the last time you slept more than a few hours? And don't lie, I know you got fired. At first, he played it cool, like I was overreacting. Then he had the nerve to yawn and reach for the remote. Hand it over. Yeah, I clenched my jaw. Not happening. Listen, I'll help you find rehab, drive you there, whatever, but this ends now. His laugh was dry. Rehab? Seriously? The way he said it, like I'd suggested a trip to the moon, made my stomach sink. This was gonna be harder than I thought. Mitchell whipped around on the couch, his body tensing as he shot upright, his face twisted with outrage. Rehab? Are you kidding me right now? I raised my hands, trying to keep things from escalating. I'm just looking out for you. If not rehab, then maybe. I don't need your damn help. He sprang to his feet, slashing the air with his hand. I'm not some meth head. I use it sometimes, that's all, and you, don't act like you're perfect. I never said I was, I shot back, keeping my voice steady. But Mitch sometimes looks a lot like every damn day. I stood to, my patience wearing thin. If you won't even try to quit, if you can't admit there's a problem, then you need to find somewhere else to stay. His eyes widened just as Bray walked in. Hey, babe, she said, oblivious as she kissed me lightly. Mitchell's glare burned into us. Oh, now it makes sense, he sneered. She waltzes back into town, moves in, and suddenly I'm the problem. His voice cracked. Really, man, you're choosing her over me, that's weak. I stepped forward, fists clenched. Bray blocked me, her hands pressing against my chest. Don't you talk about her like that, I growled. She's been my best friend longer than you have. Mitchell laughed, shaking his head like he knew something we didn't. Bray tightened her grip on me. Mitchell, she said firmly, this isn't about me. We're just scared for you. Meth ruins lives. You don't know a damn thing about me, he spat. But I know about you. Remember those calls from South Carolina? All those times you reached out to me, not him, to talk about Garrett. My nails dug into my palms. Bray went still. Mitchell's grin turned vicious. Yeah, she told me everything. Funny how she never mentioned it to you. Some best friend you turned out to be. I only reached out to get info about Elias. My fists clenched tighter than before, torn between wanting to punch him and needing to hear what else he'd say. Bray moved toward him, but I caught her wrist, yanking her back before she could get too close. That didn't stop her from yelling. You're a total jerk, she snapped. Don't you dare twist what happened into something it wasn't. Mitchell tipped his head back with a mocking laugh. Oh, please. You're just playing games, he sneered, but before he could finish, I was already shoving Bray aside and lunging at him. Elias, stop, she shouted behind me. You know he's not in his right mind. I kicked the coffee table out of the way, grabbing him by the collar and shoving him toward the door, his shoes scuffing against the carpet. Every muscle in my body screamed to swing at him, but Bray was right, this wasn't worth it. I can't believe you forgave her after everything. He spat, his breath reeking of stale cigarettes and something sharper. All those months of misery, Elias, all those nights I had to listen to you go on about her, even that dumb Firefly story from when you were kids. She's got you wrapped around her finger. I hurled him out the door. He landed hard on the pavement but kept shouting up at me, his greasy hair falling into his face. Unbelievable, I thought you had more self-respect, man. Your stuff will be outside by sundown, I growled. And if I ever see you near this place again, I swear to God. Whatever, he muttered, scrambling to his feet. Just give me my damn keys. Bray disappeared into the living room and returned with them. Mitchell reached out, but I snatched them first, shielding her behind me. Stay away from her, for good. I dropped the keys into his palm. Yeah, real classy, he muttered before stalking off to his car. The second the door closed, Bray exhaled. "I'm so sorry," she whispered, her fingers brushing mine. "I didn't think it'd go like that," I admitted, staring blankly at the wall. "He'll cool off eventually," she said softly. "He's just not himself right now." "I know." We spent the next hour boxing up Mitchell's things, mostly clothes, a stack of DVDs, and a beat-up barstool from some dive called Dickie's that he'd bought when the place shut down. We left it all by the door instead of the curb. As much as I wanted him gone, I wasn't about to let his stuff get ruined. 2 days passed, and Mitchell never returned for his things. Chapter 7. Bray. Elias struggled with the fallout from his fight with Mitchell during those first few days. It made sense, they'd known each other longer than we had. Deep down, Elias knew he wasn't to blame. Mitchell had chosen his own path. Slowly, Elias shifted from regret to indifference. He still had me, and that was enough. By Friday evening, we were debating whether to hit the river, knowing Mitchell would probably be there. "Let's go," I urged. "Don't let him steal our night." Elias pulled me closer, his lips brushing my forehead as I sat on his lap. "Fine," he murmured, hands tightening around my waist. "But we steer clear of him, got it?" I looped my arms around his neck, kissing him softly. "Trust me, I won't even notice he's there," I teased. Elias grinned, his fingers tracing the curve of my hip. "How'd we end up like this?" he asked, studying my face. "It was bound to happen," I whispered, my fingertips grazing the rough stubble along his jaw. The slight scratch against my skin sent a shiver down my spine. "Do you remember our first kiss?" he asked, his voice low. "Obviously," I said, smirking. "The night we met." He shook his head, hands sliding up my back. "No, I mean the real one." My breath hitched. A darker memory flickered at the edges of my mind, but I kept my expression calm. "Yeah," I said quietly, "I remember." Elias's gaze softened, oblivious to the storm inside me. "I've always wondered," he admitted. "That day when you asked me to kiss you, was it really just practice?" My fingers trembled against his neck, but I steadied them. That first kiss was everything to me, but the shadow it now carried, that was the part I couldn't face. "I needed the excuse," I confessed, forcing a smile. "I just wanted you." His lips met mine, slow and deliberate, and I melted into him. Later, as we packed the car for the river, I noticed something about Elias that surprised me, something intoxicating. Every time we were together, it was different. He shifted effortlessly between intensity and tenderness, like he was holding back just enough to keep me guessing. I'd been with other guys, but none compared. With Elias, it was never routine. He was deliberate, unpredictable, and utterly unforgettable. Every time I stepped inside, my pulse would race, wondering what Elias had in store for me. The anticipation alone sent shivers down my spine, sometimes exhilarating, sometimes terrifying, but always electrifying. For once, I didn't feel broken or out of place. With him, the shame that usually clung to me like a second skin began to fade. I could almost let my guard down completely. Almost. There was still that one jagged piece of myself I couldn't bring myself to reveal, the hunger that never quieted, the craving that twisted beneath every interaction. On the surface, I played the part of the sweet, unassuming girl next door. But before Elias, every encounter left me hollow, stained with regret. With him, it was different. I wanted every version of him in every way possible. And when I caught that familiar spark in his eyes, the same restless energy I knew too well, my thoughts spiraled. Were we two halves of the same reckless desire? Could he possibly burn as fiercely as I did? Even without answers, life felt like it had snapped into focus, like we'd stumbled into some sun-drenched dream we'd both been chasing. We had forever ahead of us, an endless stretch of days to unravel each other and the world. Then April 20th rolled in like a storm, and that forever shattered before we even saw it coming. The riverbank was alive with laughter and the crackle of bonfires when we arrived, the air thick with the scent of weed and damp earth. Summer hadn't officially claimed Georgia yet, but the crowd didn't care. Bodies dotted the shoreline, some familiar, most strangers. Tents crouched between the trees like shadows, spaced just far enough apart for whispered secrets. Elias and I barely made it 10 steps before a joint was pressed into our hands. We paused, sharing a drag before vanishing into the woods to claim our spot. "Still no sign of Mitchell," I muttered, dropping our cooler beside an oak. Elias wrestled with the tent poles, grinning. "Maybe the universe finally cut us a break." I snorted, but the knot in my stomach didn't loosen. Once the tent was up, we wandered back to the fires, where the river's rush nearly drowned out the tinny radio. A stranger passed Elias a joint. He took a deep pull before leaning in, smoke spilling from his lips into mine. Tears pricked at my eyes, stinging slightly, but I was too far gone to care. "Trust me, dude," a guy to our left chuckled, taking a long drag before exhaling smoke through his nose. "Marriage ruins everything. Stay single, way less hassle." The blonde beside him snatched the joint, rolling her eyes. "Says the king of failed marriages," she coughed, holding the smoke in. "2 ex-wives and a 6-year relationship down the drain. Put a ring on it and boom, relationship apocalypse." The group erupted in laughter, but Elias barely noticed. His arms tightened around me, his chin resting on my shoulder as we floated in our own hazy bubble. The chatter about botched weddings and medical dramas faded into the hum of the river and the muffled radio beats. Hours slipped by in a lazy blur. Most of our friends had either stumbled to their tents or splashed into the water, but Elias and I stayed tangled together. His lips brushed the nape of my neck, sending shivers down my back. "Swim or sleep," he murmured, his breath hot against my ear. I smirked, arching into him. "Why pick?" His teeth grazed my skin as I turned, nipping his earlobe. "Let's multitask." The water was cool, but Elias was relentless. Even when Mitchell cannonballed off a nearby rock, nearly giving me a heart attack, Elias didn't slow down. If anything, the shock only made him grip me tighter, his hands anchoring me as the current tugged at us. Underwater, everything felt slower, heavier, every movement deliberate. And when Jana's voice suddenly cut through the night, shouting about missing marshmallows, all I could do was laugh against his shoulder, breathless and dizzy. Some things were worth the interruption. "Just forget about him," Elias murmured, his gaze locked onto mine, his face so close I could feel his breath. He didn't blink, didn't look away, just held me there, drowning in his intensity. It drove me wild. Pressing myself against him, I kissed him hard, my hands gripping his shoulders as he met my hunger with his own. The water around us rippled with every movement, his touch possessive, his fingers pressing into my skin hard enough to leave marks. "Oh, perfect," Mitchell's voice cut through the moment. "My so-called best friend, the one who ditched me for a girl." Elias didn't flinch, but I sure did. Irritation flared, mixed with a flicker of unease. What if Mitchell saw too much? He already had enough reasons to be bitter. Then Jana splashed in nearby, thankfully keeping her distance. "Knock it off, Mitchell," she said, her voice sharp. I kept my eyes on Elias, refusing to look away. "You're gonna wreck the whole night, not just theirs." Swam off, leaving us alone, but the damage was done. The tension in Elias' jaw told me Mitchell's petty grudge had ruined more than just the mood. He pulled back abruptly, still wound tight, and wrapped his arms around me. "Sorry," he muttered against my hair. I kissed him lightly. "Why are you apologizing? He's the one being a jerk." I flicked water at his face, smirking. "We can finish this later, your way." For a second he almost laughed, but then his expression shifted, something darker, more curious. "My way," he echoed, studying me. I traced my fingers down his face, lingering on his lips. "Yeah," I said, softer now. "You know there are no limits with me, right?" The look in his eyes was electric, like he wanted to ask but didn't dare. We were still figuring each other out, towing the line between desire and hesitation. If only we'd known how pointless that caution was, it would have saved us a lot of restless nights. A sudden wave crashed over us, tearing us apart. I gasped, water stinging my eyes and throat. "What the hell?" Elias snarled, shoving his hair back. When I finally blinked the water away, his expression was pure fury. I swam back to Mitchell and wrapped myself around him from behind, my arms draped over his shoulders and my legs clinging to his waist. He was beaming with satisfaction after splashing us. "Let's just head back to the tent," I suggested, but he brushed me off. "You're pushing 30, dude," Elias cut in, glaring at Mitchell. "Aren't you a little too old for this kind of nonsense?" "Come on, let's go," I urged again. Mitchell just chuckled, floating on his back and spitting a stream of water into the air. Jana, bobbing beside him, dodged the spray and shot him a disgusted look. Without another word, Elias and I waded out of the water, putting as much distance between us and Mitchell as possible. "We can leave if you want," Elias offered, holding back a low branch so I could pass. His other hand rested gently on the small of my back. "No," I muttered. "I'm not letting him ruin this. It's like he's regressed to middle school." Elias sighed. "Like you said, it's the drugs talking. He's not the same guy right now." We walked hand in hand up the uneven trail toward our tent, but my flip-flop snapped halfway there. "Damn it," I grumbled, crouching to fiddle with the broken strap. Before I could fix it, Elias scooped me up, piggybacking me the rest of the way. My arms looped around his neck, his hands securing my legs. Back at the tent, sleep was impossible. We fumbled through an awkward moment of intimacy before giving up and deciding to hike to the bluffs instead. I swiped a pair of flip-flops from a sleeping girl in a nearby tent and we ventured deeper into the woods. Chapter 8, Bray, what if we get turned around? I asked, squeezing Elias' hand. We didn't exactly pack for a wilderness expedition. "We won't go far," he assured me. "I spotted a ridge earlier while we were swimming. Some people were already up there." He gestured ahead. "Jard and a few others took this path." I remembered seeing it too, though I wasn't sure how they'd reached it. After weaving through thick underbrush and dodging fallen branches, we finally broke into a clearing at the ridge's peak. Below us, the river shimmered under the moonlight, scattered reflections like tiny stars on the water. The remnants of a campfire smoldered nearby, the scent of burnt wood lingering in the air. Empty beer bottles littered the ground. Our friends drifted lazily on rafts far below, but the night had mostly quieted, the earlier energy fading into stillness. I settled onto the rocky ledge, pulling my knees close as the evening wind tangled through my hair. Closing my eyes, I tilted my face toward the stars, letting the quiet wrap around me. Elias dropped down beside me, resting his forearms on his knees. I almost chased you to Charleston, he admitted. My gaze flicked toward him as he stared at the dark water below. What stopped you? I asked. Mitch swore you were getting married. A sharp laugh escaped me before I could stop it. That idiot, I said, shaking my head, my fingers dug into my sleeves. You should have come anyway. Elias turned, his storm-gray eyes locking onto mine. The wind ruffled his dark hair, brushing against the faint stubble along his jaw. Yeah, he said softly, then looked away. But you could have called me, not him. There was no edge to his words, just quiet understanding. I know, I whispered. We both screwed up, he said after a beat. But you're here now, that's what matters. The silence stretched between us, thick with everything we hadn't said. Did you love her? I asked, already knowing the answer. Yeah, he said, and my stomach twisted. But not like you. I love plenty of people, my family, hell, even Mitch when he's not being a moron. But you, that's different. The knot in my chest loosened. Did you love him? Elias asked. No, I said, exhaling hard. The truth clawed its way up my throat. I think I just needed someone, anyone. My nails pressed into my palms. Every guy before you, even back in college, none of them stuck because none of them were you. I was too scared to wreck what we had. Elias stayed quiet, waiting. Lissa set me up with Garrett, I continued, my knee bouncing. Her brother's friend. Don't ask me why it lasted a year. I didn't love him, I just didn't want to be alone. The rest went unspoken, how I'd clung to him for comfort, for warmth, for the illusion of something real. The guilt sat heavy in my chest, but for the first time it felt like I could breathe. The words burned in my throat, desperate to escape, truths about Garrett and all the others pressing against my clenched jaw. I craved the release, the weight lifted, but fear held me back. Elias was my rock, the one person I trusted completely, yet that same trust terrified me. Losing him over this would destroy me, and I'd seen relationships crumble over smaller things. You're keeping something from me, he said, catching me off guard. My stomach twisted. You know, there's nothing you could say that would push me away, he continued, but I couldn't meet his gaze. The irony wasn't lost on me. Here was someone offering unconditional love, and all I could do was freeze. He wanted my secrets but refused to force them out, waiting instead for me to choose the moment. When I finally looked up, his warm smile almost broke me. For a heartbeat, I was ready. The fear melted, replaced by this wild, giddy courage, like the universe had handed me one perfect chance to be free. Then, just as fast, it vanished. The shutters slammed closed, and I watched the light in his eyes dim. Not anger, just quiet understanding. God, that made it worse. His hand cradled the back of my neck, pulling me in until his lips brushed my forehead. You know, I muttered after a beat, sleeping under the stars, beats that sound of a tent. Elias smirked, considering it, then nodded. Solid plan, he said, standing. I'll grab the blankets. He offered his hand, but I waved him off. I'll wait here unless you need backup. Nah, I got it, he said, kissing me quickly before vanishing into the trees. Alone on the ridge, the night air sharp against my skin, I finally breathed. The river curled through the valley below, silver under the moon, and for the first time in years I felt untethered, like the kid who still believed in endless summers. Then footsteps crackled behind me, too soon for Elias. Two shadows stepped into the clearing, and as moonlight hit them, I recognized Jana's sharp frame, her blonde hair almost glowing. Standing before me was a girl I didn't recognize, her jet-black hair cropped short, trailing behind Jana as she staggered in my direction. What's your problem? Jana's words were thick and uneven, barely coherent. She was wasted, maybe worse. Her friend, though, seemed steady, unaffected. Are you okay? I asked, eyeing Jana's disheveled state. Her bikini top was barely hanging on, straps loose, while her bare feet revealed a bloody toe. Fan-freaking-tastic, she slurred, flashing a sloppy grin. Wait, you're Elias' girl, right? Her finger wobbled in my direction before she turned to her friend. This is the one I mentioned. Jana swayed, nearly toppling over. I caught her elbow on instinct, but she jerked away. Back off, she snapped. I'm fine. Fine was the last thing she was. I let go, relieved. Yeah, I'm with Elias, I confirmed. Her smirk faltered as her eyelids drooped. He's good in bed, she announced, glancing at her friend who looked like she'd rather be anywhere else. My jaw tightened, but I kept my cool. Jana laughed, stumbling again. This time I didn't reach out. Part of me hoped she'd eat sand. They tag-teamed me, she added, her voice dreamy. Him and Mitchell, damn, her finger jabbed toward me. Bet you've done both right, living with them and all, like it was just casual gossip. Not even close, I said, my voice flat. The black-haired girl sighed. Let's just go back. Jana ignored her, swaying dangerously. Oh my God, she gasped, her breath reeking. We should all hook up. You in? She jabbed a finger at her friend who grimaced. Wait, is that an orgy? I took a step back. Hard pass. I think I'll pass on that, I said, my voice tight. Yeah, same, the dark-haired girl chimed in, eyeing Jana with concern. Seriously, Jana, you need to crash in your tent and sleep this off. Jana barely glanced at her, still locked onto me. Her eyelids drooped again, but her smirk stayed sharp. Whatever, probably for the best. Pretty sure I messed up when I hooked up with them not that long ago, but yeah, I might be carrying your boyfriend's kid. The wind stung my eyes as they flew open, my breath catching. Excuse me, the other girl shook her head, backing away. Nope, not getting involved in this mess, see you later. She disappeared down the path Elias had taken, leaving me alone with Jana, who was practically vibrating with smug satisfaction. She pressed a finger to her lips, stifling a laugh. Yep, 5 days late, she drawled, twirling a hand like it was no big deal. And I'm never late, so yeah, pretty sure I'm pregnant. My fist connected with her face before I could stop myself. Her head snapped back, but somehow she stayed upright. Instinct pure and raw. The second my knuckles throbbed, regret hit, but she just laughed, cupping her nose. For your sake, I growled, anger boiling up, you better be lying. I turned and stormed toward the trees, but my vision was clouded with rage, my thoughts spiraling, Elias torn between us, him choosing her, their future flashing in my head like some sick movie. I barely registered the direction I was going until the ground dropped away in front of me. A ravine. I'd taken a wrong turn. Jana's voice slithered up behind me, laced with venom. Or what, you'll do nothing except play weekend dad, screw you. I whirled around. Move. I shoved past her, but her fingers clamped around my arm. Let go, I snarled, then white pain exploded in my temple, the world tilted. My heel caught on a rock, and I was falling before I could stand up. My fingers brushed the stinging spot on my cheek where she'd struck me. The shock of it pulsed through me like electricity. I launched myself forward, my body coiled tight with rage, close enough to smell her breath. My fists trembled at my sides, nails biting into my palms, but I couldn't swing. Not if there was a chance she carried a child. My mind flashed to tiny hands, fragile bones. The fury burned hotter because of it. She'd wrecked everything Elias and I built, every late-night conversation and shared sacrifice. Yet when I turned to leave, her fingers twisted into my hair like claws, yanking me backward. Her screams were guttural, senseless, as I fought to break free. With one desperate shove, I sent her reeling. Time stretched thin as she wobbled, missing the oak trunk, her boot catching on a root, then vanished over the cliff's edge. The sickening impact far below turned my blood to ice. Even the crickets went silent. Elias, the ridge was empty when I returned, just our rumpled blankets and the fading light. Bray, I kicked at a pinecone, figuring she'd wandered off to relieve herself. But the quiet pressed in too thick. At the cliffside, I squinted into the shadows, my pulse hammering. No way she'd fall. No way. I cupped my hands around my mouth, her name bouncing off the canyon walls. Nothing. The trail back had been clear, no footprints veering into the underbrush, no snapped branches. My throat tightened. I paced the tree line, scanning for a glint of her jacket, a footprint in the mud. The alternative wasn't an option. She wouldn't just disappear. I was about to take a different trail through the forest when the crunch of leaves made me freeze. Without waiting to see who it was, I bolted blindly into the trees. A low branch whipped across my face, but I kept running until I nearly collided with Bray. Jesus, where the hell were you? I gasped, reaching for her. But something wasn't right. She stood rigid, her head bowed. Bray. Her hands trembled in mine, her whole body shaking. When I lifted her chin, her eyes were hollow, tears streaking through the dirt on her cheeks. Leaves tangled in her hair, her lips split and bleeding. She looked wrecked, like she'd been through hell. Talk to me, I demanded, shaking her. What's wrong? A choked sob broke free. It was me, she wailed. Elias, Jana, her voice shattered. Spit it out, my pulse roared in my ears. She fell, Bray screamed, collapsing against me, right off the edge. For a second the words didn't land, then ice flooded my veins. I gripped her shoulders, forcing her to meet my gaze. Show me. She hesitated, trembling, before leading me to the ravine. The drop wasn't far, maybe 50 feet, but the sight below turned my stomach. Jana lay motionless on the rocks. Bray crumpled, her cries raw against my chest. I held her tighter, my voice steady despite the storm inside. We have to go down there, now. Bray, can you help me? I kept my voice steady, locking eyes with her until the panic in them faded. My thumb brushed away the tears streaking her cheeks. She gave a slow nod, her breath ragged. We'll handle this, okay, let's move. The descent into the ravine took forever, 30 agonizing minutes of slipping on loose gravel, our hands scraped raw from catching ourselves. When we finally reached Jana, I didn't need to check for a pulse. The stillness of her body screamed the truth. Jana's gone. The thought looped in my skull, relentless. For a solid minute the world blurred, the trees, the rocks, even Bray beside me felt like props in some twisted play. Jana's wide, unseeing eyes reflected the moonlight, her head cradled by a dark stain spreading across the stone. Bray swayed next to me, her breathing shallow. One more shock and she'd shatter. I yanked her against my chest, her ribs heaving against mine. Stay with me, I ordered, my voice rough. We will fix this, got it. We stood there frozen by Jana's body until my mom's voice echoed in my head. Do what's right, Elias, always. The weight of it cracked me. I sobbed into Bray's hair, clinging to her like she was the only real thing left. Then I gripped her shoulders, forcing her to meet my eyes. Look at me and swear this was an accident. She collapsed to her knees, dragging me down with her. It was, she wailed, fists pounding her thighs. I just shoved her off me. She lost her balance and her words dissolved into retching, her body convulsing as she vomited onto the damp ground. I held her hair back, my other arm bracing her shaking frame. Between heaves she gasped, I didn't mean, but the rest was lost to another wave of sickness. When she finally slumped against me spent, I cradled her, rocking us both as the night swallowed our silence. I can't go to prison, she whispered, her voice cracking. They'll lock me up, Elias. How do I prove it was an accident? They'll call it murder. Her body tensed against me as her breathing grew ragged. Please don't let them take me away. Tears streamed down her face. I pulled her closer, murmuring, just tell them what happened. The truth has to count for something. But even as I said it, doubt gnawed at me. No, she choked out. They won't believe me. Everyone knows you were with her. Mitchell knows, and I'm just the new girl. They'll think I had a reason. Hesitated, her fingers shaking violently. Elias, there's more. My stomach dropped. What is it? She told me she thought she might be pregnant. Her voice was barely audible. With your baby, I stiffened. That's insane, I snapped, though my pulse betrayed me. I was careful. It's way too soon for her to even know. My mind raced. What if no? She was messing with you, that's all. It doesn't matter now, she cried. She's dead and I was the last one there. They'll say I did it on purpose. They'll destroy me. Ails dug into my skin as she clung to me, desperate. I made a decision then, the kind my mom would have called the hard right over the easy wrong. We're leaving, I said, yanking her up. Confusion flickered in her eyes, then understanding. We moved in silence, scrambling through the trees, my grip on her hand unbreakable. Fear kept me from letting go. At the ridge, I snatched our blankets and finally spoke. Listen, when we get back, we act like nothing's wrong if anyone sees us, but leaving now. She cut in, voice thin. Won't that look suspicious? I exhaled sharply. She was right. Bray, if they find her while we're still here, I hesitated. I don't trust that you won't fall apart. We can't risk it. She swallowed hard, nodding. The weight of the night pressed down on us, heavier than the dark. I stared at the distant ridge, my mind blank. No solution came to me. Nothing could fix this mess. A sinking feeling told me things would only spiral downward unless she surrendered. Unless I convinced her to do what was right. Frustration boiled over as I shoved away from her, hurling the blankets aside with a growl. Damn it, I yelled, clenching my fists at my sides before storming toward the cliff's edge. My fingers tangled in my hair as I glared up at the starless sky, my chest tight. Then Bray's arm circled my waist from behind, her cheek warm against my skin. I won't turn myself in, she murmured like she'd read my thoughts. Elias, I feel it. This is the end for us. I'm terrified of losing you, of being locked away. Haven't we suffered enough separation already? Her words twisted inside me. I gripped her hands where they rested against me, swallowing hard. If you want to walk away, she whispered, I get it. You shouldn't throw your life away for my mistakes, but just know, I'm not leaving you. I cut in, turning to face her. My voice was rough but sure. We're in this together. Always have been, always will be. I pressed a fierce kiss to her forehead. We slipped out of camp quietly, avoiding suspicion. Only one person questioned us. Bray faked illness effortlessly, her exhausted appearance selling the lie. By dawn, we reached my apartment, but the familiar sights felt hollow. The sunrise lacked its usual warmth, the wind chimes across the hall silent and dull. No birds sang, even the walls seemed grayer, the air heavier. The safety of home was gone, replaced by a creeping dread. Running would draw attention, but staying was just as dangerous. Mitchell's vendetta, our abrupt departure, none of it looked good. The evidence was stacking up. Still, we had to try. Maybe, just maybe, they wouldn't find Jana's body yet. Maybe we still had time. There was no other choice. This was our only path forward. Bodies don't stay hidden forever, and since we hadn't even tried to conceal it, I knew discovery was inevitable, sooner rather than later. Chapter 10, Elias. The drive to Savannah took 4 hours, the hum of the engine the only sound between us. Every so often, one of us would voice another uncertainty, another what if, and the weight of it would press down until silence swallowed us again. The mess we'd made kept growing, each question spawning 3 more with no answers in sight. By the time we pulled into the parking lot of a rundown motel, the kind that didn't ask for id and turned a blind eye to cash payments, we'd talked ourselves into exhaustion, at least for the moment. Standing at the front desk, I realized I was already thinking like a fugitive. Fake names, cash only, no contact with home. The paranoia had set in even though we weren't even wanted yet. For all we knew, Jana's body was still lying there undiscovered. Bray collapsed onto the bed with a sigh. I could eat, she muttered. I'll grab something, I said. There's a burger place down the road. She reached for me, her fingers grazing the stubble on my jaw. I kissed her knuckles, then leaned in to press my lips to hers. Love you, she whispered, her smile tired but real. Love you too, I said, grabbing my keys, but I didn't stop for food. Instead, I drove straight to my dad's house just 10 minutes away. The porch light was on when I pulled up and he threw the door open before I could knock. Elias, he pulled me into a bear hug, clapping me on the back. Hell of a surprise. He was the only person I trusted more than Bray. Where my mother preached caution, my dad had always understood that sometimes the wrong thing was the right thing to do. I got more than just his dark hair and blue eyes, I got his way of seeing the world. He handed me a beer as I sank into his worn-out couch. Didn't know you were coming to town, he said, adjusting his glasses. Last-minute plans, I lied. He grinned. Well, I ain't complaining. We both took a sip of beer at the same moment, then sat in silence. Dad, I messed up, I blurted out. There was no hesitation, not just because I trusted him, but because every minute away from Bray at that motel felt like an eternity. My dad froze mid-sip, his brow lifting as he slowly lowered the bottle. How bad are we talking? The worst. The beer hit the coffee table with a thud. The warmth in his eyes vanished, replaced by that familiar protective intensity, the look that said he'd move heaven and earth if I needed him to. Start from the beginning. You remember Braille, right? A flicker of amusement crossed his face. How could I forget? That kid had your mom's fire and a vocabulary that make a sailor blush. He chuckled, shaking his head. She's the reason you got grounded that summer I was up in Michigan. You two were always thick as thieves. His words hit harder than he realized. That casual comparison, Bonnie and Clyde, was way too close to the truth. He smirked, tipping his bottle toward me. Oh, I knew exactly how you felt about her. You did. Kid, you were gone the second she walked into the room. Didn't take a genius to see it. He leaned back, his voice softening. Used to look at your mom the same way. I swallowed hard. Last night, something happened. I can't get into it, but it wasn't on purpose. His stare sharpened. Who's not on purpose? Are we talking about yours or hers? Bray's. You sure about that? He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, the weight of the question hanging between us. Because this isn't just about what you want to believe, it's about what's true, and that line, it's the only thing standing between doing what's legal and what's right. I didn't hesitate. I know it was an accident. She wouldn't lie to me. Yeah, she's reckless sometimes, but not like this. He exhaled, nodding once. Then he stood, his faded camo shirt wrinkled from the chair. Listen, son, as your dad, I gotta say this. Don't set yourself on fire to keep someone else warm. The words landed heavy, but his grip on my shoulder was firmer than ever. Be lying to myself if I told you not to follow what you believe in, he said, meeting my eyes with a heavy look. What can I do to help? I pushed up from the couch, abandoning my half-finished beer, and pulled him into a tight embrace. Part of me wondered if this was goodbye, if the next time I saw him, it would be through the cold barrier of a prison visitation room. When I walked away that day, he slipped me some cash to keep us afloat, but more than that, he gave me the kind of advice that sticks. He urged me to convince Bray to surrender before things got worse. Is that really what's holding you back? He asked. Or are you just afraid it's already too late? Yeah, I lied. We're past the point of no return. But my dad wasn't fooled. He saw right through me, and I knew it. The truth was, we still had a choice. We could have walked away, done the right thing. But after everything, I wasn't about to lose Bray again, and she wasn't letting me go either. That decision had been made long before we left the ridge that night. Back at the motel, I tossed a greasy bag of burgers and fries onto the bed. We ate without speaking, the quiet between us stretching like an unspoken agreement. The TV droned in the background, both of us half expecting to see our faces flash across the screen during the nightly news. But for those first few days, from Savannah down to Daytona, luck held. Bray's phone stayed silent, except for one call from her sister, Ryan, which she let ring out. My mom, though, she blew up my phone. After the third frantic voicemail, I broke my own rule and answered, telling her I was just on a trip and not to worry. She didn't buy it, but she let it slide. My boss at Rixey Construction only called twice before giving up. I knew my job was gone. The only reason I hadn't ditched our phones sooner was my mom. The idea of her panicking kept me from thinking straight. But today I finally snapped. I shoved both phones into a fast food bag with our cold fries and chucked it in the trash. Bray gave me a look, but she didn't argue. By the time we hit West Palm Beach, we were slipping into dangerous comfort. The sun was warmer here, the days slower. We're burning through cash, I said, stepping out of the shower with a towel around my waist. If I touch my bank account, they'll track us in a heartbeat. That was the whole reason I'd taken my dad's money in the first place. We barely had time to grab cash before rushing out of Athens, leaving me with just a couple $100 in my wallet. Bray sidled up to me, her fingers slipping beneath the towel around my waist as she pulled me closer. How much do we have left? She murmured. I told her it was barely enough for gas unless we found somewhere to ditch the car for a while. Her lips brushed mine, light and teasing. Then let's ditch it, she said, though her mind was clearly elsewhere. Some things never changed between us. No matter what chaos followed, we always found time for each other. She was as insatiable as I was, not that I'd ever call her out on it, not when I had zero complaints. All this driving's getting old anyway, she added, nipping at my lip. My hand slid down, fingers tracing the damp lace of her panties. She gasped when I found her, her breath hitching as I teased her. So what's the plan? She managed between shallow breaths. I didn't answer, just kissed her hard, pushing her back onto the bed. Some questions didn't need answers. Chapter 11, fear still clung to us no matter how hard we tried to shake it. Elias and I weren't stupid. We knew we couldn't live like that forever. So we did the next best thing. We drowned it out. Parties, drinks, whatever we could get our hands on. We weren't exactly rolling in cash, but luck was on our side. Free drinks, shared joints, strangers eager to keep the night going. Florida's nightlife swallowed us whole. One club led to another, one bad decision paving the way for the next. The bass pounded through the speakers and I grabbed Elias' wrist, dragging him onto the dance floor. "That's our song," I yelled over the music. He rolled his eyes but followed anyway. "Since when?" He shouted back, but he was already moving, all sharp hips and effortless rhythm. Dancing had never been his thing, but lately, he was learning to keep UPI swayed my body in rhythm, turning so my back pressed against him as I lifted my arms and draped them around his neck. His hips moved against me from behind, his hands gripping my thighs. "Since Matt's party, right," he murmured. The music pulsed faster and his movements matched the beat effortlessly. My breath hitched. This guy could move. I spun back around to face him, our bodies swaying together in perfect sync. "Oh, I remember," he said, his lips brushing my ear. "But if I recall, after we danced in front of everyone, you walked out with Dane Weatherby." "Dane was just a friend," I shot back, because he really was nothing more than a guy who needed someone to listen that night. "But you and me, we had the whole place watching. We owned that dance floor." Elias smirked, his hands sliding to my hips, fingers spread wide as he pulled me closer. "Yeah, he was definitely getting lucky tonight." "Guess we did," he said, just before yanking me sideways to avoid a drunk couple stumbling through the crowd. "Whoa, my bad," the guy slurred, towering over us with a buzz cut and a sheepish grin. He steadied a giggling strawberry blonde, her low-cut top threatening to spill as she playfully collapsed against him. "I think I've had one too many," she giggled, lifting her drink before taking another sip. Elias kept an arm around my waist, waving them off. "No worries." We started toward the bar, but the couple followed, the guy leaning in. "Haven't seen you two here before. You must be a regular then," I said, letting Elias tug me along. To recognize every face in a place this packed. For a split second, I wondered if he'd seen me on some sketchy list, but no, just my usual paranoia. "We're here every weekend," the girl chimed in, her grin never fading. Finally reaching the bar, Elias lifted me onto a stool before sitting beside me. "I'm Anthony," the guy said, reeking of cheap cologne. "This is Christina." I opened my mouth to respond, but Elias cut in smoothly. "I'm John, and this is my fiancée, Julia." "Fiancée?" That snapped my attention back. I barely registered the fake name, too caught off guard. "You live nearby?" Anthony asked, propping himself against the bar while Christina clung to him like a life raft. "Nope, we're from Indiana," Elias cut in. I shot him a sideways glance and he gave me those puppy dog eyes like my bad love. Fine, he was right, I'd almost blurted out Georgia along with our real names. This whole life of fake ids, sketchy motels and endless roads still didn't sit right with me, but having Elias beside me made it bearable. "How long you sticking around?" Anthony asked, sliding onto the stool next to Christina. His fingers lingered under the hem of her floral skirt and I caught the hemp bracelets coiled around his wrist, just like mine, though I wore mine on both arms. Different stories, I guessed. Christina flagged down the bartender with a tipsy wave. "Just a couple days," Elias said. "Then we're out." Anthony grinned, tossing cash on the bar for Christina's drink. "I've got a place nearby, always scouting for cool people to bring back. You two should swing by." Christina nearly toppled off her stool, sloshing her drink everywhere. She giggled, clumsily righting the bottle. Anthony sighed, plucking it from her grip. "Yeah, you're done," he said, though his smile never wavered. "Jerk," she slurred, swatting at him. Elias tensed beside me. "Appreciate the offer, but we're good." Anthony shrugged. "Suit yourselves. I'll be here another hour if you change your mind." He hauled Christina toward the exit, her legs wobbling like a newborn deer's. Once they vanished into the crowd, I nudged Elias. "A beach house sounds better than that roach motel." He flagged the bartender for 2 beers, considering it. "Maybe." I could see the wheels turning. We were running low on cash, and a free place to crash wasn't the worst idea. We drank, danced, and by the time we stumbled out, the buzz had Elias whispering things that made my face heat up. But he sobered up just enough to drive, only to spot Anthony and Christina loitering by the parking lot. "Fancy meeting you here," Anthony called like it was fate. "John and Julia, right?" Anthony called out as he approached us. That was the fake name I'd completely blanked on. We met him halfway across the parking lot. Behind us, Christina had slumped against a car tire, her knees pulled to her chest, oblivious to how her skirt had ridden up. The neon lights from the club reflected off the pavement around her. "Hey man," Elias said with a casual nod. "Thought you'd already taken off." "Would've," Anthony replied, running a hand through his hair, "but I lost my damn keys." "No way," Elias said. "Maybe someone turned them in inside," I suggested, glancing back at the club entrance. "Checked already. Even had a guy try the old wire hanger trick, no luck. Guess I'm calling a locksmith or sucking it up and getting a cab." Elias shot me a look and I knew exactly what he was thinking. "We could give you a ride," he offered. I smiled, feeling the night finally tilting in my favor. "Help me up," Christina whined, waving a limp hand. I hauled her to her feet, instantly regretting it as her full weight sagged against me. She smelled like cheap vodka and sweat. "Nah, don't wanna inconvenience you," Anthony said. "We're staying at a motel nearby," Elias countered. "Not exactly in a rush to get back." Anthony shrugged. Well, you two can crash at my place if you want. Elias hesitated, glancing at me for confirmation. Sounds good, I said, shifting Christina's dead weight. Anthony finally took pity and scooped her up like a sack of potatoes. Then it's settled, Anthony declared, arms spread like he'd just brokered a peace treaty. Where's your car? End of the row, Elias said. As we walked, Elias suddenly snapped his fingers. Our room's only paid through tomorrow, no way we're up by checkout. Just grab your stuff, Anthony said. Unless you've got a whole storage unit back there, you can leave it at my place. Elias chuckled. Everything fits in the trunk. We swung by the motel first, tossing our bags in the car before heading to Anthony's. I made sure to stash my purse in the trunk, better safe than sorry. Christina was already snoring against Anthony's shoulder, her makeup smeared like a bad watercolor painting. The night was turning out better than expected, though I couldn't shake the feeling I'd just signed up for more than I bargained for. Anthony steered us back onto the highway, and the drive stretched longer than I'd anticipated. He'd said the beach house was close to the club, but the miles kept rolling by in silence. The road grew darker, emptier, and my unease deepened with every passing mile. Sometimes instincts scream louder than reason. Chapter 12. Elias. Anthony leaned forward, his fingers brushing Bray's bracelets. My grip tightened on the wheel. You make those? He asked, trying to separate the strands with his fingers. Bray jerked her hand away. No, bought them, she muttered, tension sharp in her voice. The air in the car thickened. I shot him a look and he retreated with a half-hearted grin. My bad, he said, raising his hands. Didn't mean to overstep. But the damage was done. The guy had shifted from friendly to unsettling in seconds, and suddenly I wasn't keen on seeing his beach house anymore. How much longer? I asked, catching his reflection in the rearview. Almost there, he said, but the minutes dragged, and when the next exit loomed, I signaled without waiting for his input. Time to bail. Wrong turn, Anthony snapped. Then came the metallic click, a gun pressed to Bray's temple. My blood turned to ice. Stay on the freeway, he ordered, voice low and dangerous. I swerved back at the last second, my pulse hammering. Elias, Bray whispered, terror threading her voice. Anthony smirked. Elias, thought you were John. What's it matter? I bit out, my knuckles bone white on the wheel. What's your game? His laugh was cold. Figure it out. Christina slumped against the door, oblivious. Listen, I said, forcing calm. I've got money, take it, just don't hurt her. Bray sat frozen, lips trembling. Every cell in me burned to rip him apart. Pull over right there, Anthony ordered, jerking his chin toward the shoulder of the road. My hands tightened on the wheel, but I forced myself to stay calm. Every muscle in my body was tense, but I had to think clearly. Maybe he just wanted to rob us and disappear into the trees. But if I got even a hint that he was about to pull the trigger, I'd make my move. No way I'd let this scumbag hurt Bray without a fight. The car rolled to a stop and I shifted into park, my pulse hammering in my ears. For a second, hope flared when headlights appeared behind us, but the semi just roared past, rocking the car with its wake. Empty your pockets, Anthony snapped. Wallet, phone, whatever, toss it all on the dash. I scoffed as I complied. Let me guess, no summer home in the Hamptons. He barked a laugh. Hell no, and that ride in the lot, not mine either. His gaze barely flicked to Bray before snapping back to me. You two, everything now. For a split second, I considered lunging for the gun while he was distracted, but it was too risky. One wrong move and Bray could be gone. My mouth was bone dry, my skin slick with sweat. All I could think about was getting that gun away from her, and then making Anthony regret every choice that led him here. The rage burned so hot I could barely see straight. Out now, he growled, jabbing the barrel toward the door. My stomach dropped. Was he planning to drive off with her? Take the damn car, I said, hands up, just let her go. Get out. The cold metal pressed against the back of my skull. At least it wasn't on Bray anymore. Slowly, I pushed the door open and stepped onto the gravel, hands raised high. In the distance, another set of headlights glowed, too far to help. My gaze darted between the road and Bray, still frozen in her seat. Across the freeway, cars blurred past, oblivious. Let her out, I pleaded, backing onto the grass. Just let her walk away. Then movement. Christina stirred in the backseat, lifting her head from the window. She blinked, dragging her hands down her face like she was shaking off a dream, until she saw Anthony, gun raised, standing over me. Anthony, her voice cracked. What the hell? No, stop. Shut it. He shouted, never taking his eyes off me. Get your girl out now. I don't need two people yapping at me the whole damn trip, Anthony snapped. Before I could think, I yanked Bray's door open and dragged her out, my grip tight on her arm. The headlights of an oncoming car blinded us as I shoved Bray behind me, shielding her with my body. Anthony leaned out the window, gun leveled at my chest. Don't even try it, he warned. Just like before, our chance for help vanished down the highway at 70 miles per hour, taillights shrinking into nothing. Bray trembled against my back, her nails biting into my sides. Appreciate the lift, Anthony shouted before slamming the gas, Christina's furious screams fading as they disappeared. I stared at the empty road, fists clenched. God damn it, I swung at nothing, wishing it was Anthony's face. Then I turned. Bray stood frozen, hands pressed to her eyes, shoulders shaking. The rage drained out of me. Hey, come here, I murmured, reaching for her. She jerked away. Back off, her voice cracked as she stumbled into the overgrown grass, tears streaking her face. Just go away. She wasn't angry at me, not really, not after having a gun pressed to her skull. She collapsed onto the ground, arms wrapped around herself like she was fighting off hypothermia. I knelt in front of her, my palms resting on her knees. Elias, she whispered, her eyes glinting with tears in the dim light. What are we even doing? I sank down beside her, lacing our fingers together. We can turn around, Bray, just say the word. She shook her head hard. Neither of us had answers. This wasn't about Anthony, he was just a distraction, a temporary problem in the middle of something far worse. Getting stranded on some back road without phones or cash, that was nothing compared to what waited for us if we went back. I don't want to stop, she said finally, lifting her chin. We keep moving, then we move. I pulled her into my lap, arms tight around her. No car, no money, no damn shoes, just us. She knotted her fingers in mine, holding on like I was the only solid thing left. We can't call for help. What now? The ocean's close, I said. Maybe 10 minutes to that last exit we passed. We should backtrack to the gas station we passed earlier. I can call my dad from there. I've got some savings and will need cash to keep moving. It's a risk, but we don't have a choice. She twisted toward me, her expression tight. No, she said firmly. We can't drag our families into this. You know, they might already realize why we left. We can't take that chance. I'm not going back. The fear in her eyes was different this time. Back on the ridge, she'd been scared, but this was something deeper, like she'd already accepted that prison was inevitable, no matter what we did. I could tell there was no convincing her to turn around. She'd keep running, even if it made everything worse. And I'd stay with her because that's what you do when you love someone, even when it's reckless. I've got a plan, I said. What? Her voice wavered. I stood, pulling her up with me. Trust me, I said, leading her along the highway shoulder. By the time we reached the Florida coast, we were drained. Hiding out on a beach wasn't exactly how I'd pictured us catching a break, but here we were, praying the cops wouldn't spot us. This feels too risky, Bray muttered as we neared the back of a beachfront hotel. What if someone sees us? Just act like we're supposed to be here. The sand was deserted, the hotel quiet except for a few guests on their balconies. We slipped inside, took the elevator up, then back down, just long enough to pick a room number. Bray gave me a questioning look but didn't argue. We passed the pool, an outdoor shower, then followed a wooden walkway to the beach. Stretching out on the sand, Bray curled against me. It didn't last. A security guard's flashlight cut through the dark. You two can't be here. I sat up, squinting, just getting some air. We're in room 340 here on vacation. He swung the light toward us. Let's see your key. I patted my pockets, feigning frustration. Must have dropped it. Bray jumped in. I'll check by the pool, she said, already stepping away. I'll be right back, she said, already sprinting barefoot across the deep sand toward the hotel. Hurry, I called after her, watching her disappear into the darkness. My mind raced. How were we going to talk our way out of this? Running was the obvious choice. He was just a rent-a-cop, not some relentless cop who'd chase us halfway across the state. But even a short pursuit was too much risk. The last thing we needed was more eyes on us. What we really needed was a quiet night to figure out our next move because, let's be honest, we were fresh out of ideas. No cash, no wheels, just the clothes we were wearing and each other. And for the first time, I wasn't sure that was enough. Even if we dodged this security guard, what then? I couldn't bring myself to tell Bray I thought we should turn back. She was dead set on pushing forward. No way she'd accept defeat now. But something about her lately, it wasn't just recklessness. It was like she was running on pure impulse, no logic left. My own fear had always been tempered by reason, but hers, it felt wild, untethered. And for the first time, I wondered if I was making things worse by sticking with her. I kept up the act with the guard, forcing a relaxed smile. Where in Missouri you from? He asked, sweeping his flashlight across the sand like he expected to find a stash of contraband. Springfield, I lied smoothly. We come down every year. Grunted, adjusting his belt over his soft middle. The beam of his light wobbled as his arm jiggled. How long you staying? Leaving tomorrow, I said. Got here Wednesday. I tilted my head, playing dumb. Didn't see you around last night. We were out here pretty late. Had a couple days off, he said, and I almost smirked at how easily he bought it. But you shouldn't be out here after dark and no sleeping on the beach. Wouldn't dream of it, I said, nodding toward the hotel. That's what the room's for. Then I saw her, a shadow slipping past the pool deck, something slung over her shoulder. Bray was back, and whatever she was carrying, it wasn't good. As she approached, her footsteps kicking up sand behind her, I noticed the mesh beach bag in her hand, translucent, stuffed with a towel and a few other random things. Where on earth had she found that? I forced a nervous smile at the security guard and shoved my hands into my pockets. Surprised no one swiped it, she said, slightly out of breath as she stopped beside me. She rummaged inside and pulled out a keycard with the hotel's logo. Glad you asked, could have lost the whole thing by the pool. The guard shined his flashlight on the card, then gave us another skeptical once-over. My confidence ticked up a little, the silence stretched thick with tension until he finally muttered, just watch yourselves and don't forget what I said about sleeping out here. Got it, I said with a nod. The second he was far enough away, Bray and I exhaled in unison, tracking his shadow until it vanished around the hotel. For now, at least, we were safe. We dropped back onto the sand, staring at the dark water. So seriously, where'd you get the bag? Poolside miracle, she said with a laugh. After the night we've had, we deserved a break. Right on cue, voices cut through the quiet. That's her, a girl called out. Even if the beach hadn't been empty, we'd have known they meant us. Bray and I exchanged a glance before standing just as two girls and a guy covered in tattoos closed in. There it is, the blonde snapped, jabbing a finger at the bag. That's mine. And that's how we met Tate Roth, half hero, half wildcard. Chapter 13. Bray. I scooped the bag up and handed it over. My bad, I said, just needed it for a sec. The blonde, her hair a waterfall of gold down to her waist, snatched it and started rifling through it like I'd robbed a bank. The brunette beside her just stared, silent. Borrowing, the blonde spat, eyes sharp as knives. Try stealing. I took a step forward, but Elias blocked me. We didn't steal it, I hissed. We were desperate. She wasn't wrong, but that didn't mean I'd take the insult lying down. We're sorry, Elias cut in, playing peacekeeper. Bray found it by the pool. Security was already breathing down our necks. The tattooed guy watched, amused, a quiet smirk in his hazel eyes. I could tell Tate found the whole situation entertaining. Keep your hands off my stuff. Jen barely got the words out before he nudged her back with a firm arm. Come on, it's obvious, he said, feigning authority. These two are roughing it on the beach. His grin widened as he glanced at me, then Elias. Question is, why homeless, stranded, or just looking to cross sand hookup off the bucket list? Tate, let's bail before I knock her teeth out, Jen snapped. I shoved past Elias, closing the distance between us. Go ahead and try, I shot back, my voice low. Before things escalated, we were both pulled apart, Elias gripping my arms, Tate steadying Jen. Chill out, he murmured, then leaned in, his breath warm against her ear. Save that energy for me, yeah. I jerked free but stayed put, seething. Elias grabbed my hand, tugging me away. At the last second, I scooped up my flip-flops from the sand. Hold up, Tate called after us. No hard feelings, seriously, what's your deal? Maybe we can help. Appreciate it, but we're good, Elias said, already walking. Someone already helped us by stealing our car an hour ago. Tate's eyebrows shot up. No way, you're telling me some jackass actually boosted your ride? Yep, Elias said flatly. So trust isn't exactly our strong suit right now. Help them. Jen shrieked from behind. Are you insane? They stole from me. She yanked her friend's arm, storming off toward the hotel. Dickhead, she spat, flipping Tate off. He just chuckled, waving her away. She'll get over it, he said, turning back to us. So where you guys from? His gaze flicked to me. Bray, right. Elias and I exchanged a look, no point pretending now. Yeah, Bray, and I'm Elias. Tate Roth, he said, shaking Elias' hand. We're from Indiana, Elias added quickly. Smart move, stick to the story. Indiana, huh? Tate mused. What brings you to Florida? Beating the summer rush. We stayed silent. Tate was tall, his sun-bleached hair messy in a way that somehow worked. Tattoos coiled down one arm, more on his calves. He had the same lean but strong build as Elias, the kind that looked good without trying too hard. He came off as friendly, maybe even a little too charming. The kind of guy you'd trust right away, despite the confident smirk and the rough-edged friends around him. Why don't you come up to our room? Tate suggested, flashing an easy grin. No funny business, just hanging out. Elias tightened his grip on my hand. We're good, he said flatly. Tate shrugged. Suit yourselves, but out here it's just you, the sand fleas, and a security guard who patrols every hour like clockwork. The offer was tempting, even after the mess with Anthony and Christina, but Elias wasn't eager to test whether Florida had more Anthonys lurking around. Give us a second, I asked, holding up a finger. Take your time, Tate said, lighting a cigarette with a casual flick of his lighter. I tugged Elias aside, lowering my voice. We should go. Not happening, Elias shot back. That guy had a gun on you tonight and I just stood there. We're not rolling the dice again. And what's the alternative? I hissed. You couldn't have stopped him, Elias. None of that was on you. I let them in the car, he muttered. We both did, I corrected. How were we supposed to know he'd pull? He seemed normal, like this guy. Elias jerked his chin toward Tate. What are the odds we get screwed over twice in one night? We've got nothing left to take. Something worse could happen, Elias insisted. I rolled my eyes. Like what? There's two girls and one guy. I could handle either of them. Tate exhaled a plume of smoke, raising two fingers. Actually, there's 5 of us. My brother and his latest fling are upstairs, but sure, you could probably take Jen or Grace, though Jen's scrappy. She won't go down without a fight. Elias, I pleaded, squeezing his hands. We've got nowhere else. He let out a long breath, finally relenting. Minutes later, we stepped into a 5th-floor suite that felt more like a cramped apartment. Inside, 2 strangers glanced up, a blonde with short hair and hollow eyes, her freckles stark under the dim light, and a younger guy who looked like Tate's clone, right down to the hazel eyes. Something about the girl unsettled me. Before she even spoke, the other 2 quickly lost interest in us, but Jen kept her icy stare locked on us as we moved through the room. Grace, meanwhile, flashed me a warm smile that made me feel instantly at ease. There was something about her, maybe the way she carried herself with quiet kindness, that drew me in right away. Jen, on the other hand, shot Tate a look that could melt steel before snapping, "Get the hell away from me," and slapping his neck when he leaned in to kiss her temple. I braced for an explosion, but Tate just grinned and kissed her again like it was nothing. Clearly, we weren't the only ones with relationship drama in this room. Jen turned back to Grace, whispering something while Tate introduced the rest of the group. "This is my little brother, Caleb," he said, nodding toward the guy lounging on the floor. Then he gestured to the blonde perched behind him, her legs draped over his shoulders. "That's Johanna, and you've already met Jen and Grace." Jen ignored us completely, but Tate nudged her. "Come on, Jen, manners." There was something playful in his tone, like he enjoyed riling her up, and maybe she secretly did too, despite the death glares. Tate waved us toward the scattered seating. "Make yourselves at home. We're only crashing here tonight, heading back to Miami in the morning." I settled onto Elias' lap near the window, the ocean breeze drifting in as Tate grabbed beers from the mini fridge. He tossed two our way, and Elias popped mine open before handing it over. Tate sprawled on the couch next to Jen, his legs taking up half the floor. She scowled when his shoulder brushed against her but stayed focused on Grace, both of them scrolling through something on her phone. Then came the question we'd been dreading. "So if your car got stolen," Tate said, taking a swig, "how are you getting back to Indiana?" My stomach tightened. Elias took a slow sip before answering, his voice casual. "We're not just seeing where the road takes us." Tate raised an eyebrow. "On foot." Elias shrugged. "For now, I suppose." Elias stayed quiet, letting the silence stretch until Tate picked up on the unspoken cue. "No worries," he said, shrugging. "Too much info too fast, right?" He glanced at Caleb. "Why don't you handle this?" Caleb shifted away from Johanna's seat and pulled a crumpled plastic bag from his back pocket. He settled back between her legs, fingers deftly working the weed into a joint. For a second, I just watched him, still caught off guard by how much he resembled Tate. Same sandy hair, same lean frame, though Tate had a couple more inches on him. Caleb's only visible tattoo was a delicate Asian woman on his forearm, her figure entwined with what might have been waves or wind, hard to tell from where I sat. He and Johanna barely spoke, eyes glued to the movie playing on the TV, though Caleb kept glancing up while rolling. I'd assumed Johanna was his girlfriend, but then I remembered Tate's earlier comment on the beach, Caleb's current lay. The dynamic got even murkier when Grace abandoned Jen on the couch and wandered over, slipping between Caleb's legs just as he finished the joint. His arms looped around her waist while Johanna leaned in, hands resting on his shoulders. My brain immediately conjured up a dozen messy scenarios. Then Caleb's gaze locked onto mine. I jerked my head away, twisting sideways onto Elias' lap and burying my face against his shoulder. The sharp click of a lighter cut through the air, followed by the heavy, skunky scent of what Tate had proudly dubbed top-shelf fire. "Someone hit the bathroom fan," Tate muttered, exhaling a thick cloud. "That alarm's gonna scream any second." Nobody moved, either too comfortable or too far from the bathroom, so I slid off Elias and took care of it. On my way back, I snagged a washcloth from the rack and, balancing on the edge of the bed, stretched up to smother the smoke detector. "Smart move," Tate said, offering the joint to Jen. She didn't even look at him, just reached back blindly to pluck it from his fingers. Elias shifted beneath me. "You all Miami locals?" Tate blew out another slow stream of smoke, arms slung over the couch. "Me, Caleb, and Jen are those two." He nodded at Johanna and Grace. "They'd get eaten alive down there." Grace tilted her head, palms braced on Caleb's knees. "And why's that?" Her voice was soft, almost melodic, nothing like Jen's sharp edges. Jen, meanwhile, hadn't glanced up from her phone. Tate grinned. "You're way too damn white, sweetheart." Johanna blinked. "White like literally." Her tone was pure curiosity the moment she spoke. I pegged her as the stereotypical airhead type. "Nope," Tate replied with an eye roll. "Pale like a ghost. Don't get me wrong, Grace, that porcelain skin could stop traffic, but you know what I'm saying." Jen spun around and drove her fist into Tate's chest with enough force to make him stumble back, his sneakers lifting off the carpet. He chuckled, rubbing the spot. "What the hell was that for?" Jen snapped. "I'm sitting right here." Tate fought back a grin but failed miserably. "Relax, would you?" He reached for her arm, but she jerked away. "Keep talking like that and I'll knock you into next week." Okay, that escalated fast. He didn't strike me as the violent type. Jen clearly had that title locked down, but the edge in his voice made me pause. Still grinning, Tate turned back to us. "We just got back from a road trip to Norfolk to grab my brother." He gestured at Caleb. "Just me and Jen on the way up. Didn't expect a full car on the return." Then he pointed at Grace and Johanna. "These two tagalongs are Caleb's friends. Wanted a break from Virginia, had space in the Jeep, you can connect the dots." "Why not just fly?" I asked. Tate and Caleb exchanged a look before Elias cut in, "Because airport security frowns on smuggling." Tate's lips twitched, fighting a smile. Chapter 14. Elias. Tate froze mid-grin, beer bottle dangling, and jabbed a finger at me. "You're not a Fed, are you?" Like he didn't already know the answer. "Not even close," I said, shaking my head. His arm dropped, smile returning. Grace, perched between Caleb's legs, leaned forward, her backside brushing against him as she passed the joint our way. Bray took it from her fingers, inhaling deeply. Caleb seized the moment to swat Grace's thigh before she settled back, earning a sly smirk from her. Their dynamic was confusing, no real emotion, just undeniable chemistry. By the third round, the room was hazy with smoke and laughter. Bray and I were blending in faster than expected. Maybe it was the weed, but even Jen's sharp edges softened slightly. She tossed a rare, genuine remark Bray's way, easing the tension. Tate, though, remained on her blacklist. He eventually gave up, zoning out on the couch. Time blurred, and I caught Grace and Bray deep in conversation, their laughter blending into the hum of the room. At some point, Bray and I had slid from the chair to the floor, leaning against the wall with our shoulders touching. Grace settled beside Bray, and the two of them chatted endlessly while I spaced out like Tate, my eyes glazed over at the TV screen. I wasn't totally out of it, but my thoughts drifted so far that whatever was playing might as well have been static. The actors' mouths moved silently, their words lost in the hum of the room. Then Caleb's voice cut through the fog, calling Grace's name, and when his eyes locked onto mine with that sharp, calculating look, I snapped back to attention. What was that about? I had no idea why he was sizing me up like prey, but when Grace stood to join him, it clicked. He saw me as competition. Weird, considering I'd barely spoken to her. Bray had done all the talking while I just leaned back, eyes closed, ignoring the whole thing. Bray eventually stretched out, resting her head in my lap, and I stayed like that until Jen and Tate's bickering jolted me awake. "I'm done," Jen snapped, shoving Tate's arm away when he tried to pull her closer. "Sleep out here." Tate just grinned, trailing after her toward the bedroom. "Go ahead and get comfortable," he teased. "I'll be right behind you." Jen spun around and cracked him across the face so hard I winced. Bray jerked upright as Tate's smile stayed plastered on, though his jaw clenched under the reddening mark. He caught Jen's wrists and she snarled, "Back off." He released her, and for a tense moment they just stood there, locked in a silent battle of wills before Jen finally stormed off, slamming the door behind her. Only Bray and I seemed bothered by the scene. Tate rolled his shoulders, yawning like nothing had happened. "Crash wherever," he said casually before heading in after Jen. The door hadn't even shut before the shouting started. "Get out," Jen's voice carried through the wall. "I told you to take your damn clothes off," Tate shot back. A sharp slap echoed, followed by Tate's furious roar, "You wanna hit me? Try it again." My stomach twisted. Across the room, Caleb lounged between Johanna and Grace, fingers tangled in Grace's hair while his other hand traced idle circles on Johanna's knee. Another loud smack, then a crash, the floor vibrating under us. I was on my feet before I even realized I'd moved. It was pure instinct. Jen should have kept quiet ages ago, but hearing whatever was happening behind that door made my stomach twist. "Don't even think about it," Caleb said flatly, barely looking up. My eyes flicked to him, then back to the door. Something violent was definitely going down in there. Bray appeared beside me and I hadn't even noticed her move. "Why the hell shouldn't I?" I snapped, my gaze darting between Caleb and the door. He just shrugged like I wasn't worth the effort and leaned back into Johanna. "It's not what it sounds like," Grace cut in, her voice light. "Sure as hell sounds like it," I muttered. Bray squeezed my hand, her fingers trembling. "Stay out of it, okay, please." She was nervous, we were outnumbered. Grace tilted her head, smirking as Caleb's hand slid under her shirt. "Tate would never hurt Jen," she said, then added with a laugh, "but he's the one you should worry about." The noise behind the door shifted, grunts turned to gasps, the rhythmic thud of the bedframe against the wall. Realization hit me like a punch. The heat of their messed-up dynamic coiled low in my gut, and Caleb's hands on Grace didn't help. Later, when the room was dark and the TV off, he took both Grace and Johanna on the unfolded couch like it was nothing. Bray didn't even flinch. That's when it clicked, she'd seen this before. She climbed onto me, her teeth grazing my lip as she pressed down, her hips rolling against mine. Every sound in the room, every moan, every creak only made it worse. I was wound so tight I could barely think. "Ride me," I growled against her mouth, my hands gripping her face. She rocked harder and I yanked at her shorts. "Take them off." My fingers found her already soaked and I nearly lost it. No way was I stopping now, not with her, not like this. His fingers traced between her thighs and she arched back with a sharp inhale, eyes fluttering shut. "Lose these," he murmured, tugging at her waistband, and she obeyed instantly. Kicking free of his own clothes, he pulled her onto his lap, her heat pressing against him as she rocked slowly. The friction was maddening. He gripped her hips, fingertips pressing into bone, and groaned. "Tell me how much you need this," she breathed, lips brushing his ear. His hand slid beneath her shirt, palms skimming her ribs before cupping her breasts. "More than air," he growled, and then her mouth was on his, teasing, denying. The ache between his legs burned white-hot until he couldn't hold back. He surged up, filling her completely. She rose above him, riding him with slow, deliberate rolls of her hips, each movement drawing a ragged sound from his throat. Just as pleasure threatened to consume him, he wrenched her off, flipping her onto her back. Kneeling between her thighs, he dragged his tongue up her inner leg, savoring the way she trembled. When his mouth found her, she gasped, fingers twisting in the sheets. He knew her tells, the hitch in her breath, the way her muscles locked, and doubled down, relentless. Her thighs clamped around his ears as she shattered, a broken cry escaping her lips. Collapsed against him afterward, her heartbeat thundered against his chest. He kissed her eyelids, her temple, the corner of her mouth, each touch featherlight. "Stay," she whispered, tangling her legs with his. The room smelled like salt and sweat, the only sound their slowing breaths. Outside, a car door slammed, a reminder of the world beyond this moment. He tucked her hair behind her ear, memorizing the flush still staining her cheeks, her fingers wrapped around me, warm and sure. And even as I felt her guiding me back inside, I couldn't tear my eyes away from hers. "You don't have to," I murmured, but she silenced me with a kiss, soft and lingering. My body burned for release, but more than anything, I wanted her to know this wasn't just about me. I'd gladly spend hours making her unravel without asking for a thing in return, but the way she looked at me told me she felt the same. She tugged off her shirt, letting her bra fall away before pressing her bare skin against mine. My hand found its way between her thighs, tracing slow circles until she finally sank onto me with a sigh. My head tipped back against the floor, a groan escaping my lips. "Jesus. We wasted 17 years not doing this," she whispered, moving above me with deliberate grace, her breath hot against my skin. I met her rhythm, hands gripping her hips as I buried myself deeper. Tilting her chin up, I traced the line of her throat with my tongue before claiming her mouth again. "Then we'll make the next 17 count," I growled, nipping at her lower lip before kissing her hard. Moments later, I pulled away, every muscle tensing as pleasure surged through me. My vision blurred, my body shuddering as we worked together, her touch pushing me over the edge. When the waves finally ebbed, she curled against my chest, her heartbeat steady under my palm. I tangled my fingers in her hair as we drifted off, tangled together. By the time we reached Miami, the car was packed to the brim. Tate and Jen claimed the front, while Bray and I squeezed into the back with Caleb, Grace, and Johanna. And let me tell you, Bray's ass was definitely not as soft as I'd always joked. Those hips didn't lie. As for Tate and Jen, total mysteries. After their blow-up at the hotel, you'd think they'd still be frosty, but nope. By morning, they were glued to each other, whispering and laughing like nothing had happened. Then there was Liam, Tate's roommate, a walking red flag with a mohawk and a smirk that screamed trouble. Unlike your typical tech guy who charms women with lines about coding, Liam had a different kind of expertise. He made Caleb look like an amateur, and of course when we walked into their apartment, he was already busy proving that reputation on the couch. Classy, the blonde girl's eyes widened in panic as she squirmed beneath Liam, but he pinned her down effortlessly. "Stay still," he growled, his movements rough and relentless. "Liam, people are right here," she hissed, her voice tight with frustration. He barely glanced around. "And they'll survive, I'm almost done," she jerked beneath him. "Seriously, Liam, that's the point," he shot back unfazed. He paused suddenly, scanning the room. "Anyone got a problem with this?" Jen didn't hesitate. "Hell yes, I do." She shoved past us and stormed into the kitchen. The rest of us exchanged uneasy glances, some looked away, others followed Jen. Caleb settled into the recliner with Grace, while Johanna stayed frozen in place. Liam smirked down at the girl. "Happy now?" "Not even close," she muttered, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Then let me finish," he said, rolling his eyes. With a resigned sigh, she dug her nails into his shoulders, and the rest of us hurried out before things escalated again. In the kitchen, Bray broke the tension. "Look, I don't mean to overstep, but doesn't he have a bedroom for that?" Jen slammed a water bottle onto the counter. "Disgusting. Why do you put up with it, Tate?" Tate rummaged through the fridge, pulling out cold cuts and mustard. "I'll talk to him," he said, though he sounded more tired than annoyed. "He's complicated." He shot me a look before adding, "And yeah, he's got a room, but Liam doesn't exactly follow rules." Jen scoffed. "Complicated, try walking disaster." She snatched her water and left without another word. Tate spread mustard on bread, his movements methodical. "He's moving back to Phoenix soon. Love the guy, but I won't miss the chaos." Bray hesitated. "Does Jen live here too?" Tate chuckled. "Nah, we tried that once, didn't last. She hates my mess, and I draw the line at shared bathroom time, not romantic." He pointed the mustard bottle for emphasis. "Anyway, party tonight, killer underground band, Liam's brother's the bassist. You in?" "Another party?" I had a feeling this was just the beginning. "Yeah, sounds good," I said, and Bray nodded. Miami wasn't turning out to be what I expected after catching Liam's brother's gig. We crashed for just one night in a cramped two-bedroom apartment, sprawled across beanbags and whatever furniture we could find. The following afternoon, Tate took Caleb to meet some sketchy guy while the rest of us waited in the Jeep, engine idling as Caleb disappeared inside to handle his business, drugs he'd smuggled back from Norfolk. The new crew was fun, but Caleb, he put me on edge. Sure, the dealing was part of it, but there was something else. Something cold in the way he barely spoke to anyone except Johanna or Grace, occasionally Tate. He wasn't the type to let strangers in maybe ever, but as long as he kept his distance, I wasn't complaining. For the first time since Jana died, Bray and I could finally exhale. Tate's crew had our backs, Grace and Jen lent Bray clothes, and Tate tossed me some of his extras when he noticed I was running low. We always had wheels, always had a place to crash, whether it was some borrowed beach house, a cheap motel room Tate paid for, or a hidden stretch of sand where no one would hassle us. Life felt lighter, almost too easy. Maybe that's why I didn't clock the shifts in Bray right away. Then came the beach house. It was ridiculous, all sleek marble floors, designer furniture, and a dock that looked like it belonged on a yacht brochure. No way this belonged to Tate's usual crowd. Turned out it was Jen's parents' place, and with them off in the Bahamas, we turned it into our personal playground. Music thumped from the ceiling speakers, drinks in hand, Bray and I lounged on the couch while Tate and Jen danced to Pony like they were in a damn rom-com. That night I realized I didn't know Bray at all, and it wrecked me. Chapter 15. Elias. The apartment was packed. Every couch, chair, and even the kitchen counters were taken. I swapped my cocktail for a beer, squeezing past bodies until I spotted Caleb perched near the sink, a bottle of Jack Daniels wedged between his knees. Johanna slumped against him, her usual glassy-eyed stare making it impossible to tell if she was drunk or just Johanna. "Got a question for you," Caleb said, his voice cutting through the noise. That caught me off guard. He'd never bothered with small talk before. I popped the cap off my beer, eyeing him. "Shoot." He shifted the whiskey bottle, deliberate. "Why no cops when your ride got jacked?" I took a slow sip. "Who says I didn't? Overheard you and your girl talking." Quiet. Caleb paid attention. I'd pegged him as the type who couldn't care less about anyone else's drama. "Wouldn't have helped," I lied, the words thin even to me. His grin was razor-sharp, first time I'd seen him crack one. "Let me guess," he drawled. "Either you boosted it first, you're running from something, or the whole story's bullshit." The guy had a point and it pissed me off. "Relax," he added, hands up. "Not my circus, just don't drag us into it. I've got enough felonies to keep me warm at night." Funny how crooks spot each other. I couldn't promise him a damn thing, not with the mess we were in, but he wasn't wrong. Caleb had his own skeletons. Drug dealing beat manslaughter any day. "Nothing to sweat," I said, pushing off the counter. "Hope you're right," he called after me. The kitchen felt suffocating. Caleb's questions clung like smoke, twisting my thoughts. Were their warrants out yet? Had they found Jana? I needed answers. Shoving through the crowd, I scanned for Jen, the weight of it all pressing harder with every step. I needed to check something online, so I asked if there was a computer I could use. She pointed me toward her dad's home office, and I shut myself inside, the door clicking softly behind me. The room smelled like old books and coffee. The leather chair creaked as I settled in, rolling closer to the sleek monitor. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, hesitating before typing in our names along with Georgia, then stopping short. This wasn't my computer, probably not the best idea. I deleted the search and pulled up a local news site instead, my pulse quickening as results loaded. But I couldn't bring myself to click. Things with Bray had been perfect lately, easy in a way I didn't want to ruin. If I dug too deep, I might lose the way her eyes lit up when she laughed, the warmth of her hand in mine. Not yet. I wiped the search history and powered off the monitor, leaving the room swallowed in shadows again. Back in the living room, the bass from Pony thumped against the walls. Tate and Jen practically fused together near the speakers. No sign of Bray. I wandered past the sunroom's glass doors and spotted her outside with Grace, their voices too low to hear over the music. Grinning, I slipped outside, the salt air sharp against my skin. The dark groaned under the tide, waves lapping in the distance. I crept closer, ready to startle her, until Grace's voice cut through the quiet. "God, I just can't imagine." Bray's reply was tense. "Grace, stop. Elias can't know." My stomach dropped. Grace nodded, then reached for Bray's wrist, fiddling with the stack of woven bracelets there. "Is that why you wear so many?" Before I could move, Bray's head snapped up. She'd seen me. She flinched away from Grace's touch, hastily adjusting the bracelets on her wrist. I crossed the short distance between us, the tension thick enough to choke on. "Hey," she said, forcing a smile as she turned in her chair. I bent down, brushing my lips against hers in a quick, distracted kiss. My eyes flicked to Grace, silently willing her to leave, but she stayed rooted in place. Bray's bracelets caught the light, and suddenly they felt like a betrayal, not hers but theirs. The air between us crackled with unspoken words. She had to know I'd overheard something I wasn't supposed to. The silence stretched, suffocating, made worse by Grace's presence. "What are you hiding from me?" I finally demanded. Bray turned her face away. Grace shifted uncomfortably, then blurted, "I should go find Caleb," before bolting across the patterned brick path. The music from inside cut off abruptly as the sliding door slammed shut behind her. I dragged the empty chair closer, sitting knee-to-knee with Bray. She had her legs curled to the side, bare feet tucked under her, refusing to meet my eyes. I took her hands in mine, turning them over, my thumbs tracing the soft skin of her palms. "Tell me," I said, my voice low. She shook her head. "I can't, Elias." My grip tightened. Yes, you can. I searched her face, but all I found was anguish. Deep down, I already knew, but denial clawed at me. When I slid my thumbs beneath the bracelets, my stomach dropped. The world stopped. I couldn't speak, couldn't breathe. She still wouldn't look at me. Then in one sharp movement, she yanked free, bolting from the chair. Bray, I chased her across the yard, past the dock, toward the jagged shoreline. Stop running. I caught her arm, spinning her around. Her hair whipped wildly as she fought against me, tears streaking her face. Let me go, she screamed, shoving at my chest. I held on tighter. Not until you talk to me. Her sobs tore through the night, raw and desperate, but I refused to let her go. Tell me why, I demanded, my voice cracking under the weight of emotion. With a shuddering breath, Bray collapsed onto the beach, her knees sinking into the cool sand. I released my grip just in time to avoid tumbling down with her. Her anguished sobs cut through the salty air as she curled into herself, face hidden against her legs. I lowered myself beside her, grains of sand sticking to my jeans. My hands hovered uselessly, every attempt to reach her, to speak comfort, met only with that terrible, unbroken silence. This shattered version of Bray bore no resemblance to the vibrant woman I'd known since childhood, the one who dragged me into every reckless adventure with that infectious laugh. My love for her hadn't wavered, not through all her struggles, but the sight of those faded scars tracing her wrists and the raw grief trembling through her. This was territory I'd never imagined. She finally lifted her gaze toward the blackened waves, moonlight catching the tears on her lashes. Please, I whispered, but the ocean swallowed my words whole. The Bray before me now existed in some private torment, reliving memories I couldn't begin to decipher. Blood pattered onto the hardwood in slow, deliberate drops, each one louder than the last, as if my failing body had decided to amplify the soundtrack of my demise. That persistent whisper in my mind, the one that had nudged me toward this edge for years, finally got its victory. Elias was gone, really gone. My parents, we exchanged stiff pleasantries at holidays, nothing more. They'd checked out of my life years ago, and honestly, I'd stopped trying to bridge that gap. Even Lissa, sweet as she was, preferred her friendship's surface level. She'd hand you tissues for your tears but never ask why they fell. And then there was Georgia. I'd walked away from Elias, from our sun-drenched porch and his stupid, perfect peach cobbler, because loving me would have ruined him. The incense on my nightstand coiled thick in the air, barely masking the sharper scent beneath it. Funny how blood smells like pennies and regret. Outside, the storm clouds couldn't even muster proper rain, just a half-hearted drizzle that evaporated before hitting the ground. Then Lissa's laughter echoed down the hallway, sudden and bright. My fingers twitched against the armrest. The idea of her finding me like this, of that laughter turning to screams, it sent a jolt through me so violent I nearly reconsidered. Nearly. Her footsteps faded as she moved down the hall, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I shut my eyes, but the memories clawed at me, vivid and relentless. They played behind my eyelids like a cruel film I couldn't escape. The weight of them pressed against my temples, sharp as shattered glass. I could still feel the spring rain, cool drops hitting my skin as I sprinted through the field with Elias. We were 13, reckless and convinced we owned the world. The only things that mattered were avoiding trouble and sneaking out to Mr. Parsons' pond. That day we raced toward the water, laughing as we crashed into it, sending spray everywhere. Elias ducked under, grabbing my knees like always, and I kicked wildly, half screaming, half laughing until my sides hurt. Surfaced, pushing his soaked hair back, grinning. I wish we could stay here forever, I said. He flicked water at me. Who says we can't? I snorted. Us school parents, they'd lose it if we just lived in a pond. Elias floated on his back, arms spread like he was soaking up the sun. Hey, I started, suddenly serious. You know Braden Harris, I think he likes me. Elias sat up fast, giving me a look. I wanna learn how to kiss, I blurted. Like properly, I don't wanna mess it up. His expression darkened. You don't need to be worrying about that. Come on, I whined, splashing him. You kissed Mitchell's sister, right? His face twisted. No, gross. Then who? I demanded, wobbling in the water. None of your business, he shot back, scrunching his nose. Kiss and tell not happening. I rolled my eyes. You suck. He looked genuinely offended, which only made me laugh harder. Grinning, I pushed further. You suck, Big Harry. A tidal wave of pond water hit me square in the face. I gasped, choking, rubbing my stinging eyes with wet hands. Elias, I swear, he just smirked. No, you don't. I bit my lip, glaring, but the anger dissolved into laughter. Some things never changed. Fine, maybe I don't actually hate you, I said, rolling my eyes for emphasis, but if you bail on helping me practice and I embarrass myself in front of everyone, I swear I'll make you regret it. I tilted my chin up, flashing a smug grin. You're impossible, Bray, seriously, you know that, right? The hesitation in his voice told me I'd already won. Come on, please, I dragged out the word, laying it on thick. Elias sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. All right, I'll try, but it's gonna be weird, you know, you're my best friend. I couldn't help but grin. Oh, stop acting like it's some huge deal. Be grateful I asked you and not Mitchell or Lissa. We both burst out laughing. Yeah, that would have been nasty, he admitted. Elias stepped closer, his hands cupping my damp cheeks. I squeezed my eyes shut, puckering my lips like some cartoon character. "No, not like that," he corrected, chuckling. "Just relax, don't overthink it." I did as he said, and when the moment felt right, his lips met mine, soft at first, then deeper. A shiver ran through me, warmth pooling low in my stomach, unfamiliar but thrilling. It was like the fluttery feeling I got when he'd absent-mindedly run his fingers through my hair, only 10 times stronger. When we pulled apart, there was a second of quiet before we both erupted into splashing chaos. "Jerk," I shrieked as he tackled me, dunking me under the water. I came up coughing, spitting out pond water while he swam away, laughing. "You still suck, Elias Klein," I yelled after him. "And that's why you won't fess up about kissing Mitchell's sister, because you were terrible at it." He hauled himself onto the dock, water dripping from his hair as he turned back to me. "You're wrong, Bray," he shot back, grinning. "Oh yeah," I challenged. "Yeah," he said. "I never kissed her like that because you were my first." The memory hit me like a punch. My chest tightened, and before I could stop it, a scream tore from my throat. My fist slammed against the arms of the chair, tears blurring my vision. The razor on the table taunted me, a sharp contrast to the hazy room spinning around me. The curtains swayed, blending into the walls, while the ticking of clocks echoed like a drumbeat. Then footsteps. Lissa's pausing just outside the door. The relentless ticking of the hallway clock pounded in my skull like a hammer, each second dragging louder than the last. My arms felt like lead weights, useless at my sides as the edges of my vision blurred into darkness. I'd always imagined death would creep in slowly, the mind slipping away before the body gave out, but I never got to test that theory. The door crashed open and Lissa's scream shattered the haze. "Brant, oh my God, Brant," her hands clamped over my wrists, sticky with blood. "Call 911 now." Her voice should have been deafening, but it barely reached me, muffled as if I were already underwater. Chapter 16. Braille. The silence had stretched too long, thick as the salt-heavy air between us. I was ready to walk away if she needed space, but then she spoke, her voice raw. "I messed up." Her eyes stayed fixed on the churning waves. "What do you mean?" I asked, though the cold dread in my gut already knew. "The way I did it," she whispered. "The cuts, the place, the timing, all wrong." My throat locked. Hearing her say it out loud hit harder than seeing the scars ever had. I couldn't look at her. Anger, guilt, something jagged and unnameable twisted inside me. She wiped her nose with the back of her hand. "Lissa found me. If she hadn't, why, Bray." I turned to her, my voice cracking. "Tell me the truth. Was it me? Just say it." The pause was answer enough. She exhaled shakily. "Remember when I said I was scared things would change between us? That was bullshit, a half-truth." My chest tightened. "I've been broken for a long time," she continued, fingers digging into the sand. "You saw the highs, the lows, how I latched onto you like a lifeline, but I didn't know, not back then. I just thought that was how everyone felt." The wind carried her words away, leaving only the weight of what she couldn't say. "Who even thinks about stuff like that when they're a kid?" She shook her head, her expression heavy with regret, like she'd been wrestling with this guilt for years. "But I latched onto you because you were the only one who actually wanted me around, who made an effort to be there." A quiet laugh escaped her, catching me off guard. "Did you know Lissa was terrified of me?" Her gaze flicked to me for just a second before drifting back to the waves. "I had no clue, not until my 15th birthday. My grandma gave me that ceramic music box with my name carved into it, and Lissa dropped it right in front of me. Total accident, but the way she looked at me, like I was about to lose it on her." Another soft laugh. "Ridiculous, right? But that's when she admitted she'd always been scared of me. The other girls at school, they all thought I was unhinged." The warmth in her voice faded, replaced by something darker. "Nobody actually wanted me around," she said, the hurt raw in her words. "I never realized it, not until Lissa told me. Everyone else just whispered behind my back. Lissa stuck around, sure, but she kept her distance from my mess. Can't blame her." I shifted closer, our shoulders brushing, but I stayed quiet. This felt like something she'd needed to say for years. "When I was 16, my mom found me on my bedroom floor, scratching at my wrists. Wasn't trying to die, didn't even break skin. It's hard to explain." Her fist clenched, jaw tight. "There was just this storm inside me, like I was going to burst if I didn't let it out. It wasn't pain, it was chaos." Her eyes met mine for a fleeting second before she moved on. "All those gymnastics trips with my mom, total lie. I was seeing a therapist. She didn't want anyone to know." "Neither did I." Finally, Bray turned fully toward me, her gaze sharp, unwavering. "You were the only person who ever made me feel like I wasn't broken. Even though you had no idea what was really going on. Everyone else, my parents, friends, they loved me, but I wore them out, always sneaking out, always causing trouble." Bray took a shaky breath before continuing. "The cops picked me up more than once, ended up in juvie a few times until the system just stopped bothering with me." Her voice cracked as she turned her face away, but I saw the tear before she could hide it. My thumb brushed it away before it could fall. "Keep going," I said softly. "I need to understand." Growing up, I'd always sensed her home life was rough, the way her parents barely looked at her, how her sister got all the attention while Bray was treated like an afterthought. but I never realized how deep it went until now. She swallowed hard, fighting back the flood of emotions threatening to spill over. One night I heard my dad tell my mom he was done with me, called me a rebellious screw-up who deserved whatever happened. After that, I stopped mattering. They didn't care if I came home or disappeared. And I spiraled. Some days I felt invincible, like I could take on the world. Other days I couldn't even move, just stared at the ceiling, wishing everything would collapse. Her eyes locked onto mine, raw and unguarded. "You were part of it, Elias," she admitted, finally answering the question I'd been too afraid to ask. My chest tightened. When Lissa convinced me to see a therapist after we moved to Charleston, I actually believed her. No one had ever pushed me to get help before, not like that. My parents, they just went through the motions. But Lissa, she held my hands, looked me dead in the eye, and made me think maybe this time someone actually gives a damn, so I said yes. She trailed off, gaze fixed on the waves. The breeze tangled her hair, strands catching on her lips. I shifted closer, gently tucking them behind her ear, but she didn't look at me. Lost in the past, she needed a second to breathe. "I refused the meds," she finally murmured. "Taking them meant admitting I was broken, meant my parents were right. So I faked it, every pill, every session, pretended until even I almost believed it." In South Carolina, I got swept up in Lissa's insistence that I needed help, so I took the meds some therapist she pushed me to see prescribed. She hesitated before adding, "Biggest mistake of my life." "Why?" "Because those pills are what pushed me over the edge." I just gaped at her, desperate for an explanation. "That so-called doctor was a fraud," she muttered. "Had to be." After Lissa found me bleeding out in a chair, I woke up in a hospital with my parents and two clipboard-wielding women staring down at me like I was some kind of problem to solve. They locked me up. My parents ditched me there and went back to Georgia. Lissa showed up once, then vanished. That's when I realized she was no different. She cared, but she was tired of dealing with me, just wanted to pass me off to someone else. I rested my hands on her knees. The state kept me for 2 weeks before deciding I wasn't a threat anymore. I told them the truth, that I'd never actually tried to end things before those pills. Sure, I'd thought about it a lot, but I never acted until after the meds messed with my head. They just shrugged, gave me a new prescription and said, "Hope we don't see you back here, Miss Bates," she said, mocking some bureaucrat's voice. Then they kicked me out. 3 more months with Lissa, who barely looked at me by then, and I was done. Done with her, done with that whole place. She met my eyes and a shiver ran down my spine. I was done running from the one person I knew loved me, so I came back to you. The ocean murmured behind us, waves lapping at the sand. Laughter and music drifted from the beach house in the distance, but it felt worlds away. The breeze moved softly between us like it was giving us space. Bray sat cross-legged, hands folded, tears dried but still glistening on her lashes. She wanted to look at me but couldn't, not after laying everything bare. I took her hands, turned them over, and traced the scars beneath her bracelets with my thumb. Then I pressed my lips to each wrist before setting her hands back in her lap, holding them tight. "Before I say what I need to say," I started, "you have to tell me how any of this was my fault." Her brow furrowed, she shook her head, confusion flashing in her eyes. "Elias," she whispered, shaking her head, "none of this was ever your fault." I stayed silent, not trusting myself to speak. The air between us felt heavy as she continued in a voice barely above a murmur. "2 days before it happened, I got off the phone with Mitchell. He mentioned you were falling for a line, and that's when it hit me. I'd lost you for good. You were my anchor, and without you, everything spiraled. Even when her fingers twitched as if remembering the cold metal. "I thought about our first time meeting, that stupid argument over pizza toppings that turned into our first kiss. You were there in my thoughts, but this wasn't about you." My grip tightened around her trembling hands. "And it wasn't about you either," I said firmly. "You get that, don't you?" She gave a small nod, but her gaze dropped to her lap like she was searching for words in the folds of her jeans. Suddenly, frustration boiled over. "I'm furious," I snapped, and her head jerked up. "Lissa knew. Lissa got the truth, but me. You just told me I was the only one who ever really saw you, the only one who cared enough to stick around, and then you shut me out completely." My voice cracked, raw with the betrayal I'd bottled up for months. Her breath hitched when I didn't let go, forcing her to meet my glare. "You knew I loved you more than anyone ever could, so why the hell didn't you trust me with this?" The accusation hung between us, sharp enough to make her flinch. Tears welled in her eyes, but I pressed on. "You pushed me away every damn time I tried to reach you." "Why?" "Because I was scared," she burst out, wrenching her hands free. "You looked at me like I hung the stars, Elias. How was I supposed to ruin that? The truth was ugly, I was a mess, and I couldn't stand the thought of you seeing me like that." Her voice broke. "You loved the version of me that cursed like a sailor and dragged you into trouble, the one who made life unpredictable. What if the real me wasn't enough?" I caught her chin, forcing her to hold my gaze. 17 years, Bray, 17 years of your smart mouth and reckless stunts and mood swings that could give a guy whiplash, and I signed up for every second of it. You think I didn't know exactly who you were?" A rough laugh escaped me. "Hell, the chaos was half the fun. You never had to be perfect, you just had to be you." A tear slipped down her cheek, but this time she didn't look away. After 17 years of making you the center of my world, do you really think anything could scare me away or make me judge you? A faint smile flickered in her eyes before I released her hands and stood, brushing the sand from my jeans. No more hiding, no more lies, it all comes out now. I took a few restless steps, then turned back to face her. Remember Lissa's birthday party when we crashed at her place? I was 15, and while you were asleep, I touched your boob. Her breath hitched, eyes widening as I grinned shamelessly. You absolute creep. Guilty, I admitted, shoving my hands in my pockets. Still am, always will be, and no, I don't regret it. She rolled her eyes, but her smile grew despite herself. I tilted my head considering, then snapped my fingers. Want another confession? Senior year, that idiot you were supposed to go to prom with, what was his name? Yeah, well, he cancelled because I threatened him. Her smile vanished. What? Yep. Couldn't stand the thought of him near you. Mitchell stood guard while I cornered him in the bathroom, told him if he didn't back off I'd make sure he regretted it. She stared, stunned. That's insane. Would have done it again too, still think I'm the worst. I already knew the answer, but I needed her to see the ugly parts. Taking her hands, I pulled her up. After you left, I spiraled, did coke for a year. Twice, when I couldn't find any, I smoked crack straight off a soda can. Her face went pale like I'd struck her. Holding my fingers an inch apart, I muttered, I was this close to losing everything. That's why I pushed Mitchell so hard to quit meth. I saw myself in him. Bray exhaled slowly, toes sinking deeper into the sand. Then she met my gaze. Did you ever? Did I what? Go that far? I shook my head. The moment that really snapped me out of it was when some random guy I barely knew took me to a dealer's place. The guy offered me top-shelf cocaine, no strings attached except one. He wanted to get on his knees for me right then and there. I almost said yes. At least I wouldn't be the one on my knees, right? But before I could answer, the guy I came with stepped in and took the deal instead. 2 minutes later, I was just standing there watching it happen, and it hit me. That could have been me trading my dignity for a high. And then, out of nowhere, I pictured you. Bray's grip tightened around my hands, her expression shifting between sympathy and something darker. I remembered us as kids, splashing around in that lake. Just the thought of you seeing me like that made me sick. Didn't matter that I thought you were taken, hell yeah, that pissed me off, but even if you were gone forever, I still wanted to be better for me, and because I knew you'd hate what I was becoming. That was the last time I touched anything harder than weed, and even that's rare now. I cut her off before she could speak. Would you have walked away if I'd said yes, if I'd gone through with it? Part of me already knew the answer, but the shame still gnawed at me. For the first time, I really got what she'd endured all those years. I didn't agree with her choices, but I understood them. Bray's voice was quiet but firm. No, there's nothing you could do to make me leave. Even though we'd said it before, this time it felt different, heavier, like a promise carved in stone. She kissed me, then pulled back with a smirk. Now it's my turn. I wasn't ready for what came next. I thought we'd laid everything bare already. What else could there be? Bray let go of my hands and took a step back. Okay, here's the thing, she said, exhaling hard. I really, really like sex. I blinked. And this is bad because... It was almost funny telling your boyfriend you're into him like it's some kind of confession, but the way she said it, there was more coming. I could feel it, laughter caught in my throat as I braced for the hardest confession. Here's the thing, I admitted, my voice barely steady. I've had my share of partners. My stomach twisted, imagining his reaction: disgust, rejection, the inevitable walkaway, but Elias just shrugged like we were discussing the weather. Same here, honestly, did you play it safe? His casual tone threw me, not the admission, the total lack of judgment. Mostly, I stammered. Couple slip-ups when things got intense. Dumb, I know. But I got tested after clean bill of health. He tapped his chin like he was solving a math problem before nodding. Me too. His calm should have reassured me, but guilt clawed at my ribs. At first it was just trying to feel something, I blurted, fingers digging into my scalp. Then it wasn't about that anymore. Elias tilted his head. What changed? The confession burned my tongue. There was this couple, a threesome, and my vision blurred. God, I liked it. Shame turned my skin to lead. I couldn't meet his eyes. That's when I knew I was broken. I'm sorry, Elias, so sorry. Why? His voice held zero condemnation. When I finally looked up, he was smirking. Bray, Mitchell and Jana, not my first rodeo. A flash of Jana's corpse-pale skin against dark stone made me flinch. I know, I muttered. She told me. Then what's eating you? Seriously, my laugh cracked. You're fine dating the town bicycle. Elias rolled his eyes hard. Double standards much. Newsflash, it's not the dark ages. You want 10 partners or 10,000, that's your business. Unless, his grip tightened, you're hiding an affair. No, then we're golden. He traced the scars under my bracelets, voice softening. Love you, Bray, but swear to me no more reckless shit. His thumbs pressed into my pulse points. This time you live. The weight lifted so fast I almost choked. 17 years wasted on shame, and all along the only person who mattered never cared about my past. Just my future. The thought of you hurting yourself terrifies me, he said, gripping my wrists tighter as he spoke. I can't imagine this world without you. Look at me and promise you won't ever go down that road again. I won't, I said firmly. It was a one-time thing, just a bad reaction to the meds. But it happened, he countered, his voice tense. You've had those thoughts before, Bray. That's what scares me, knowing that darkness was there at all. My jaw set as I met his eyes. I mean it, that part of me is gone now. For a long moment he just studied me, searching for the truth in my words. Then, without warning, he pulled me into a kiss so tender it made my knees wobble. My hands tangled in his hair as he lifted me, his grip firm around my waist. When we finally broke apart, I whispered his name against his lips. Yeah, you said it should have been you, I murmured. He leaned back, brow furrowed. I brushed a kiss to the bridge of his nose. Earlier, when you were ranting about my ex, you said you were pissed it wasn't you. A slow grin spread across his face. Guess I did say that. So why don't we, I blurted, cheeks burning, make it official? His eyebrows shot up. Are you proposing to me? I squirmed out of his arms and planted my feet in the sand, suddenly hyper-aware of every grain under my toes. I mean, yeah, unless you have a better idea. He shrugged, grinning. After 17 years, we're basically stuck anyway, might as well make it legal. I gaped at him, arms crossing over my chest. Wow, that might be the least romantic proposal in history. Elias just flashed that stupid perfect smile, right, poetic as hell. I shoved him hard, sending him sprawling backward into the sand. He was still laughing as I stormed off, flipping him off over my shoulder. Where are you going? He called after me. To tell everyone you're terrible in bed, I shouted back. Before I could take another step, he tackled me into the grass, his laughter ringing in my ears. He grinned down at me, still straddling my waist. For the record, I'm definitely not packing a 2-inch situation here, he joked, squeezing my wrists playfully as he pinned them against the grass. The blades prickled against my skin as he leaned in, his lips brushing mine before pulling back just enough to study my expression. So what do you say? Wanna spend forever with me and my allegedly tiny problem? I couldn't help laughing. It wasn't some grand romantic gesture, but it fit us perfectly. Yeah, all right, I agreed, tugging him down for another kiss. We might have stayed tangled up like that forever if Grace hadn't come barreling across the beach, her wild grin visible even from a distance. You guys, get inside right now, this is insane. The scene in the beach house was chaos. People were packed shoulder to shoulder around Tate and Caleb, who were throwing punches like it was some back alley brawl. Tate's knuckles cracked against Caleb's cheekbone, sending him stumbling into the crowd. Caleb recovered fast though, swinging back hard enough to make Tate duck. For a second it looked almost choreographed, Tate locking his arms around Caleb's middle, Caleb twisting free and yanking Tate into a brutal knee strike. The sound alone made me wince. Elias tugged me back as the fight surged closer, his grip tight on my hand. Next to me, Jen barely blinked, just kept cheering like this was normal weekend entertainment. They're like this every time they drink, she explained, shrugging. Tate, stop playing around and finish him. The room roared when Tate finally landed the knockout blow, a vicious uppercut that sent Caleb sprawling. Tate threw his arms up, basking in the cheers, while Jen practically climbed him in celebration. Elias nudged me, nodding toward the kitchen where someone had already started passing around fresh beers. Told you this trip would be interesting, he said, grinning like he'd won a bet. Tate and Caleb had always operated without limits. When Tate extended a hand to help Caleb up, their brief scuffle dissolved into laughter and a quick embrace before blending back into the party. Caleb brushed past us without a glance, slipping between Grace and Johanna as they vanished toward the kitchen. Tate approached with Jen beside him, and I shot him a bewildered look. Blame Caleb, he said with a shrug. Is he wasted? I asked. Tate chuckled. Maybe, but he'd pick a fight stone cold sober too. He clapped Elias on the shoulder while Jen passed him her spare beer. After a sip, he winced slightly at the taste. We're hitting a hidden cove down the shore tomorrow, he announced. Staying a couple days, you two still in? Elias and I shared a silent check-in before nodding. Count me in, Elias said. Tate's grin widened as he wagged the bottle at us. One of these days you'll have to spill whatever's going on with you too. Jen smirked and my stomach knotted until she added, they've got a bet riding on it. Tate thinks you pulled a heist. Caleb's convinced it's something darker. The air left my lungs in a rush, but Elias squeezed my hand, laughing too loudly as if it were a joke. Tate joined in, giving Elias another back thump before dragging Jen into the crowd. Later, with the house quiet and most guests gone, Elias and I stole away to the upstairs bathroom. The tub's claw feet gleamed under the dimmed lights as we sank into the steaming water. Moonlight streaked through the window, painting the porcelain in shades of silver. Leaning against Elias, I closed my eyes as his fingers worked through my hair, lingering even after the suds were gone. The AC hummed faintly below, the only sound besides our breathing. I almost drifted off against Elias' chest, his touch soothing me, but the moment I closed my eyes, Jana's face flashed in my mind. Elias, I murmured, my voice hollow as I gazed at the window. Even if I walk away from this without consequences, I don't think I'll ever stop blaming myself for what happened to her. Water dripped from his arm as he reached beneath the surface of the tub, pulling my hand gently against my chest. He rested his head against mine, his breath warm against my cheek. I get it, he said quietly. I won't tell you not to feel guilty even though it was an accident, but I'm not going anywhere, ever. My fingers brushed along his jaw rough with stubble as I stared past him at the ocean, the memory of Jana on the cliffside that night replaying in my mind. If she had been carrying your child, I whispered, what would you have done? His chest expanded against my back before he answered. I'd have been there for the kid, he said, helped raise them, but you'd still be the one I come home to. His fingers intertwined with mine, squeezing gently. I didn't reply. He already knew his words were exactly what I needed. For the first time in hours, Jana's face faded, replaced by the vast night sky, countless stars scattered like salt, the crescent moon hovering just above the water. No matter how beautiful the sky looked elsewhere, it never compared to the view from Mr. Parsons' field back home. If you could go back to any moment and stay there forever, I asked, when would it be? He hesitated. If I could undo things, sure I would, but staying in the past, that's harder. What would you undo? The night on the ridge, he answered immediately, his arm tightening around me. But if you had to pick a time to relive forever, what would it be? He was silent for so long I almost thought he wouldn't answer. Then softly, our childhood, from the day we met until life got complicated. I finished for him, his chin brushed against my cheek as he gave a slow nod. Yeah, he admitted, I'd pick our childhood in a heartbeat. Same, I said, but, he added, his voice softer now, being with you like this, even with everything going on, it's different. If I had to choose between then and now, I think I'd take this version of us. My throat tightened as I lifted his hand from the water, pressing a kiss to his damp knuckles. What about you? He asked, and I wished he hadn't. I hesitated. He pulled me closer, his arms wrapping around me. I already know your answer, and it's okay, but when this is over, when we're finally free, you won't feel that way anymore. Maybe, I murmured, though I wasn't convinced. Chapter 18. Bray Tate's beach hideout was the spot for the night, but we didn't end up staying. Elias went way overboard with the whiskey, and by the time I realized he might actually be in trouble, he was slumped over, barely conscious. Since I was the only one sober enough to function, Tate tossed me the keys to his Jeep, and suddenly I was the designated driver for a car full of wasted idiots and a fiancée who couldn't stop puking. Navigating Florida backroads in a Jeep Sahara with a bunch of drunks screaming in the backseat was bad enough, but Elias groaning between heaves made it 10 times worse. Tate was too far gone to care, sprawled across the seat like a starfish. I white-knuckled the wheel the whole drive, praying we didn't get pulled over. 2 emergency stops later, we finally made it to a hotel in St. Pete. The front desk clerk took one look at us, reeking of booze, sand in our hair, and nearly turned us away. But when she saw Elias pale and sweating, she caved. I got us a separate room, charged it to Tate's card, and hauled Elias into the bathroom. By the time I had him cleaned up and in bed, he was finally done throwing up. The next 12 hours were a blur of sleep, interrupted only when Tate stumbled in to grab his credit card and extend our stay. By sunset, we were back on the beach, Elias insisting it wasn't the whiskey that wrecked him. Had to be those sketchy burritos, he groaned. I've handled way more liquor than that before, I smirked. Or maybe you're just trying to justify drinking again tonight. He shot me a look, not even close. Maybe I'll take it easy on the drinks tonight, he said, rubbing his temples like he could already feel tomorrow's hangover. Smart move, I replied, leaning into him as we strolled along the shoreline. Jen had packed half her wardrobe in the Jeep and tossed me a spare bikini. Elias wasn't in the mood for swimming, but Tate still offered him an extra pair of board shorts just in case. That kind of thing was starting to get under Elias' skin. Big time, Tate covering meals, gas, even my drinks like we were some charity case. I tried to explain that it wasn't about pride right now. Between Anthony and Christina burning through our cash and Elias' frozen bank account, we were lucky Tate was willing to help. Elias nearly called his dad to wire money one last time, but I shut that down fast, too risky. Honestly, I couldn't tell if Tate was rich or just reckless with credit. Either way, he didn't flinch when the check came. Caleb chipped in for beers and snacks, but most of the time, Tate's wallet was the one taking the hit. The only exceptions were crashing at friends' places, free lodging at least. As the sun dipped lower, Tate convinced everyone to hike back to that secluded stretch of beach over an hour from our hotel. We'd already checked out and my bladder was not on board with the plan. I ducked into a diner restroom only to find every stall occupied. Leaning against the sink, I fought the urge to fidget until finally a toilet flushed. Out walked a girl with a sun-bleached braid, flashing me a polite smile. I returned it, but let's be real, I was just waiting for her to move so I could claim that stall. Later, I spotted her again on the beach, lounging with a guy whose tattoo sleeve looked like something out of a gallery. Even from a distance, the ink was jaw-dropping. Holy crap, Johanna muttered beside me. You see that guy? I blinked. Since when did Johanna comment on random guys, especially with Caleb right there chatting up Tate? Then again, their whole dynamic was a mystery I had zero interest in solving. If she wasn't stressing, neither was I. Which one? I asked, playing dumb. No way was I letting Elias think I'd been staring. Sure, the guy was easy on the eyes, but he wasn't even in the same league as Elias. Nobody was. Just then Tate and Caleb wandered back, sand clinging to their flip-flops. Hey, Tate called out from behind us, we should get moving soon. Johanna brushed sand off her swimsuit as she stood. If we brought some new faces along this time, she suggested. Tate glanced at Caleb, who just shrugged. Not a bad idea, Tate agreed. The rest of us got to our feet, scanning the nearly empty beach, still too early in the season for crowds. To our right, a middle-aged couple lounged under an umbrella, the woman in a loud floral one-piece and a hat big enough to shade a small car. A wiry older man jogged past, his skin leathery from years in the sun, moving with more energy than guys half his age. Closer to the water, a young family had set up camp with chairs and a cooler. The only real options were the blonde in the red bikini and her tattooed boyfriend. I saw her earlier near the restrooms, I said, nodding toward them. Let's ask. Tate was staring a little too hard and Jen smacked his arm in warning. He clutched his bicep like she'd wounded him, but she just rolled her eyes. Honestly, I was relieved. The last thing we needed was another pointless argument ruining the vibe. We wandered over and Tate kicked things off with his usual charm. You guys local? I plopped down beside the girl, pulling Elias with me, half expecting them to tell us to back off. Instead, they just smiled. Galveston, the guy said. Raleigh, the girl added. Indiana, I offered. Tate, still playing damage control, wrapped an arm around Jen. I'm Tate, this is Jen, he said, then rattled off the rest of our names. Bray, I cut in. And this is Elias. No point in fake names anymore. The girl, Cameron, wiped sand from her hands and introduced herself and her fiancé, Andrew. She had an easy warmth about her, while Andrew's grin showed off deep dimples. Elias shook their hands and Tate launched into his pitch. We're hitting up a private beach spot about half an hour from here. A total lie. If he'd said the real drive time, they'd have bylaid. Great place, totally secluded. You in? Cameron and Andrew exchanged a look, some silent debate before Andrew shrugged. Yeah, we'll follow you. Tate grinned. Awesome. They grabbed their stuff, trailing us to the parking lot. They seemed chill, Elias murmured as I climbed into his lap in the backseat. The Jeep's suspension was non-existent and my head kept bumping the roof with every pothole. Did you check out their tattoos? Yeah, that artwork was insane, Tate said from behind the wheel, glancing at Jen in the passenger seat. Makes me wanna book another session. Jen barely looked up from painting her toenails, her feet resting on the dashboard. I had no idea how she managed to keep the turquoise polish steady in the bouncing Jeep. By the time we arrived, the sky had gone dark. Probably shouldn't have told them it was only half an hour away, Grace muttered beside me, half perched on Caleb's lap, her hip jostling mine with every bump. Tate shrugged. Yeah, my bad. The last stretch of road was barely paved, just cracked asphalt and loose gravel, sending the Jeep lurching like a wild horse. My skull rattled with every pothole. The headlights flickered over the uneven ground until we finally rolled into a wide clearing of sand and scattered rocks. Cameron and Andrew pulled up beside us in their sleek black classic car and killed the engine. Hope they're not too mad, Tate added before hopping out. The rest of us followed, stretching stiff limbs. Elias came up behind me, fingers working into the knots in my neck. I exhaled, leaning into it. Another minute in that Jeep and I might be lost it. He pressed a kiss to my shoulder in response. Tate hauled the cooler from the back and dropped it with a thud. Plenty of drinks, he announced, flipping it open and tossing a Corona to Andrew. Elias and I wandered over to Cameron as Tate handed her a bottle. Thanks, she said, cracking it open. Grab a blanket if you've got one, Tate suggested. Jen sauntered over in her barely there white bikini, tossing her hair like she had something to prove. Not that she was outright rude, just sizing Cameron up. Oh, and don't worry about tunes, Tate added, slapping the Jeep's side. Got the sound system locked down. Andrew popped his trunk and pulled out a blanket. Where'd my shorts go? Cameron called, digging through the backseat. Right here, Andrew said, flinging them her way. She caught them midair. No way I'm swimming in that black water at night, she muttered, tugging them over her red bikini bottoms. Same, I admitted. The ocean at night always gave me the creeps. She grinned at me over the car roof before shutting the door. You been here before? Tate and the others were already trekking toward the beach, arms loaded with supplies. As usual, he'd left the Jeep doors wide open, music blaring, some mix of Dax and his various bands, courtesy of Tate and Caleb's shared playlist. The bass thumped against the quiet desert air. The previous evening, we'd blasted Pantera through the speakers, and the night before that, it was classic Snoop Dogg tracks. Music was our universal language, no genres off limits. We were here last night too, I explained, but Elias went overboard with the drinks before sunset, ended up hugging the toilet, so I had to haul us back to the hotel before things got messy. Elias shot me a glare, clearly mortified. Cameron and Andrew trailed behind us as we made our way to the shoreline, where Tate was already arranging logs into a makeshift fire pit. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed a match onto the pile, the lighter fluid igniting instantly. Flames licked at the branches, casting flickering shadows across the sand. Elias and I settled onto our towels beside Cameron and Andrew while Tate's group sprawled across a massive beach blanket. That's when I caught Johanna, subtle as a sledgehammer, ogling Andrew. The audacity of it made my skin crawl. There she was, perched next to Caleb, the guy she'd been sneaking around with for who knows how long, yet her entire posture screamed, "Look at me." She tilted her head just so, letting her blonde waves cascade over one shoulder in a poor imitation of Cameron's effortless style. The way she adjusted her barely there bikini like she was hoping Andrew would notice was downright pathetic. Tate broke the tension with a loud, "Damn, those tattoos are insane." Cameron shifted away from Andrew, stretching her arm up to give everyone a clear view of the intricate ink winding down her ribs. "No kidding," I muttered, already itching to get one myself. I scooted closer across the sand, drawn in by the artistry. Andrew grinned, pulling Cameron onto his lap. "Check this out," he said, lying back as she settled against him. Their tattoos aligned perfectly, his half a windswept woman in a sheer gown, arms outstretched toward the figure inked along Cameron's side. The detail was breathtaking, every line fluid and deliberate. For a second I imagined Elias and me in their place, our own skin telling a story like that. Then I caught Elias' expression, somewhere between intrigued and terrified. My grin widened. He knew exactly where my mind was going. He should have known what was running through my mind. I was seconds away from dragging him to the nearest tattoo parlor. "That is incredible," I said, glancing between Cameron and Andrew. "Who are they supposed to be?" "Orpheus and Eurydice," Andrew replied, "from the Greek myth. A love story that ends in heartbreak," Cameron added, leaning into Andrew's embrace. Tate flicked his lighter and took a drag from his cigarette. "Well, you two don't look like a tragedy to me," he said. I finally stepped back, shaking my head. "It's stunning," I admitted, settling between Elias' legs again, "though I bet it felt like getting stabbed with a hot poker." Cameron laughed. "Oh, it hurt, but every second was worth it." The fire crackled as we fell into easy conversation, mostly about nothing important. Cameron and I clicked instantly, even before the drinks made her extra chatty. Normally, Grace would have been my partner in crime, but she was too wrapped up in Caleb tonight. At one point, I got so comfortable with Cameron that I nearly let it slip we were from Georgia. Elias caught me just in time, steering the talk toward concerts we'd seen. "Maroon 5 puts on an insane show," I said. Cameron's face lit up. "Right, I saw them with my best friend Nat. They sound even better live than on their album." I drained the last of my beer. "So you're from North Carolina?" She shifted in the sand, crossing her legs. "Originally, but Andrew and I aren't really settled anywhere now." Tate exhaled a slow stream of smoke. "Texas, not exactly," Cameron said. The firelight caught her bright blue eyes just right, making them glow. "We're more on the move." "Like full-time road trippers?" I asked. She shrugged. "Just us in the car," Johanna piped up, and Andrew's expression darkened. He'd noticed her staring all night and wasn't thrilled. Ignoring her, he turned back to us. "We play music together." Johanna leaned in, her voice dripping with fake enthusiasm. "Wait, like, are you guys in a band or something?" Andrew met her gaze, cool and deliberate. "Something like that," he said, leaving it at that. Caleb, lounging between Grace and Johanna without a care, finally chimed in. "What kind of music?" Andrew sipped his beer and shrugged. "Mostly classic rock, some blues, maybe a little folk rock." "Seriously, you have to play something for us," I said, feeling the buzz from my drink. Cameron turned to him, her eyes lighting up. "You totally could, your guitar's right in the car." Andrew hesitated, not really feeling it tonight. "Oh, come on," Cameron teased, nudging him. "Just one song." Tate grinned. "Dude, if you've got a guitar and skills, this is the moment." With a sigh, probably more for Cameron than anyone else, Andrew pushed himself up and headed to his car. He returned with a worn acoustic, settling back beside Cameron. "You're singing with me," he said, nudging her. She laughed, shaking her head. "No way, I'm already 3 drinks in." She kissed him quickly, then scooted over next to me and Elias, clearly dodging the request. Andrew strummed a few chords, thinking, "All right, what should I play?" "Whatever you want, man," Tate said, leaning back. After a pause, Andrew launched into Ain't No Sunshine, his voice rich and smooth. I knew the song, my mom used to play it all the time, but hearing it live like this was something else. The guy had serious talent. I leaned against Elias, swaying with the music, letting it sink into my bones. Even Elias, usually so reserved, was nodding along, completely at ease. When the last note faded, Tate grinned. "Damn, dude, you weren't kidding." He lit a joint, passing it around. "Play another one," I said, settling back into Elias' arms. Andrew obliged, running through a few more songs by the fire. Cameron eventually caved and joined him on one, their voices blending perfectly. They were good, like should be playing at a bar good. Tate disappeared for a minute, then returned with a stack of red cups, a bottle of Seagrams, and some Sprite. Jen started mixing drinks, handing them out. "Don't worry about driving," Tate told Andrew. "This spot's off the radar." Andrew took a cup, and after some back and forth, Cameron did too, though she'd passed on the joint earlier. Somehow, between the drinks and the late-night haze, Cameron and I ended up deep in the most random conversation. Tampon brands, then shampoo, then whether pineapple belongs on pizza. The night had taken a weird turn, but in the best way. She eyed my bracelets with curiosity, but I kept my distance, remembering how Grace had pried the other night at the beach. Elias was the only one I trusted with that part of my life. No one else here needed to know. The Jeep speakers blasted music into the night as Cameron tugged at Andrew's sleeve. "I gotta pee," she said. He took her drink and set it in the sand. "Yeah, me too," he admitted. Tate gestured lazily with his cigarette toward the dunes. "Go that way, less broken glass to deal with." Andrew helped Cameron up and they disappeared into the dark. Elias stood, stretching. "Be right back," he said, glancing at me. "You need to go." I shook my head and he wandered off toward the trucks. Grace left Caleb's side and slumped against me, her voice low. "You see Johanna," she murmured. I followed her gaze to where Johanna was tracing Caleb's arm, her expression blank, like she was floating somewhere else. It was hard to tell if she was high or just lost in her own world. "Hard to miss," I muttered. "Does Caleb even care?" Grace snorted, lifting her head. "Not really. He pulled me aside earlier and said he wants her gone." "Shocking," I deadpanned. She rolled her eyes. "There's something off about her." "That's putting it lightly. How long's she been around?" "Couple months. She moved into my building." Caleb stood abruptly, digging through his pockets, probably just an excuse to escape Johanna's clinginess. "Why doesn't he just tell her it's over?" Grace sighed. "She's from Virginia. He's a jerk, but he won't ditch her this far from home. I told him to buy her a bus ticket back to Norfolk. And," she stretched out on the sand, propping herself up, "he said he might." I raised an eyebrow. "So why are you with him? Not exactly Prince Charming." Grace grinned, swinging her legs. "Not looking for a prince, just a good time. Got out of a mess a while back, not rushing into anything serious." "Fair enough, not my style, but I got it." Then she leaned in, voice dropping. "So what Elias say about your wrists?" I tucked my hands between my knees, my fingers idly tracing the bracelets on my wrist. Talking about this wasn't easy, but Grace mattered to me and I wanted her to know that. "He wasn't happy, obviously," I admitted. "But we're good. Elias gets me." Grace gave a thin smile, her eyes flicking to my wrists before she slumped deeper into herself. "I've never told anyone this," she said, staring into the distance, "but I had an older brother. Jacob served 2 tours in Iraq." She glanced at me, then away. 6 weeks after he came home, he shot himself." Her voice was steady, but her gaze was fixed on the dark horizon like she was watching a memory play out. My stomach twisted. I shifted in the sand to face her fully. "Jesus, Grace, I don't even know what to say." She nodded, her smile brittle. "Yeah, fucked up covers it. He was struggling for years, we just didn't see it." Her hand waved vaguely. "I mean, we knew he wasn't the same when he came back, withdrawn, angry, but we never thought he'd." Her voice cracked, and for a second the weight of it all pressed down on her. "Some people don't get second chances." She pointed at me, her smile softening. "You did, don't waste it." The silence stretched between us, heavy and uncomfortable. I wanted to say something, anything, but words felt hollow. Grace broke the tension by pushing to her feet, brushing sand off her hands before yanking at her bikini bottoms. Jen suits are not made for this much ass," she muttered as the fabric snapped back into place. I snorted. "Tell me about it." Nearby, Tate and Jen were tangled together on a blanket. Jen practically fused to him. Johanna sat alone, twisting a strand of hair around her finger, looking bored. Caleb moved between the cups, dropping something into each one. "What's that?" I asked as he reached us. He smirked, tossing a small pill into my cup, then Elias. "Just a little party upgrade, harmless, I promise." Grace grabbed her cup from the sand. "Don't skip me." "Wouldn't dream of it," Caleb said, dropping one into hers last. I hesitated and he rolled his eyes. "Relax, it's nothing crazy." His grin was rare. Usually he was all quiet intensity. But tonight, mischief looked good on him. Grace moved closer, her voice low and teasing. "Honestly, this stuff might make you and Elias try things you never even imagined." She flashed a mischievous smile before grabbing Caleb's outstretched hand, letting him pull her up. Her words, mixed with the haze already clouding my mind, made me gulp down another swig from my cup without hesitation. Elias reappeared from the shadows just as Cameron and Andrew wandered back from their own break. I didn't mention Caleb's little stunt, not because I was keeping it a secret, but because my brain was too scrambled to care. Between the alcohol and the 3 joints I'd smoked, my common sense had checked out hours ago. At that moment, nothing felt wrong. If Caleb said it was harmless, who was I to argue? He and Grace were doing it, and he'd even dosed his own brother. Looking back, I know how reckless it was, how stupid. But mistakes happen, right? Some just leave deeper scars than others. Chapter 19, Elias. I remembered stepping away to take a leak. I remembered the sharp sting as my bare foot caught on a hidden rock, slicing the edge of my pinky toe on the way back to the fire. I remembered settling next to Bray, sipping my drink, laughing too loud at something stupid. Then without warning, reality warped. 1 second, Bray was sprawled beside me, tracing constellations with her finger, marveling at how the stars pulsed like neon. The next, I was ankle-deep in the ocean. No idea how I got there. I turned, squinting at the dying bonfire, its glow barely clinging to life. Then I was perched on a jagged boulder, waves licking at my shoes. The water hissed, urging me to move. It looked like ink. The fire was gone now, just a wisp of smoke curling into the night. I held my hands up, studying the lines like they were roads on some alien map. My pulse pounded in my skull, relentless. Sand gritted between my teeth, sharp as shards of glass, until it wasn't. The panic faded as fast as it came. Silence. Emptiness. Bray, the others gone. Only the distant thump of Dak's rigs. Night is the notion, bled through the dark. Someone sang along, off-key and unseen. But when I turned, there was no one. Just me, the rock, and the black water whispering secrets I couldn't understand. Time warped in strange ways. Then Jesus, Tate, Jen's voice echoed, though I couldn't spot her. This is insane. I'm seeing colors, man, like full-on reading rainbow vibes. She started belting out the theme song, off-key and laughing, before everything went black. I woke up on the beach the next morning, head pounding. The last thing I remembered was cheap gin and a haze of smoke, but my body screamed that something stronger had been in the mix. Anger simmered under my skin. Movement caught my eye, Bray rushing to Cameron's side as she doubled over, retching into the sand. Then chaos erupted. Get off him, Jen shrieked, voice raw. Andrew had Tate pinned, fists flying. Andrew. Cameron tried to yell, but it came out a wheeze. She swayed, barely standing. Tate staggered back, blocking hits. What's your problem? He shouted, but Andrew didn't stop. A solid punch sent Tate sprawling. Caleb lunged, tackling Andrew. They rolled, sand flying, until Andrew flipped them and slammed Caleb down, hands around his throat. 3 brutal punches landed before Tate yanked him off. Enough, Tate barked, but Andrew spun and decked him square in the jaw. Tate's eyes darkened. You drugged us. Andrew roared. Cameron lurched toward them, unsteady, but Caleb charged again, knocking her down in the crossfire. I didn't think, I just moved. Jen's words from last night echoed. Tate brought the stuff. Move. I shoved Cameron aside, partly to protect her, partly to get to Tate. He deserved this. Bray pulled Cameron back as I swung at Caleb. The fight blurred fists, blood, the metallic taste of it in my mouth. Andrew went for Tate. I kept Caleb busy. By the end, we were all bruised, split lips and throbbing knuckles. Enough. Tate locked Caleb in a grip from behind, panting. Caleb still strained toward me, rage undimmed. The beach was silent except for our ragged breathing. Tate had pushed things too far and I was done. Sure, I'd made the right call, but I'd also aligned myself with the very people who'd left Bray and me stranded before. Unless Andrew and Cameron suddenly decided to become our personal chauffeurs, we were right back to square one, hitchhiking through life. But something told me they weren't exactly in the mood to play taxi. The way Andrew glared at me, murder simmering behind his eyes, said it all. And honestly, I couldn't blame him. I'd been in his position, hell, I was in his position. We followed him over to Bray, who was kneeling beside Cameron as she lay sprawled next to a foul-smelling puddle seeping into the sand. Damn it, Andrew muttered, glancing at Bray. Can you grab a water bottle from the cooler in my trunk? Bray didn't hesitate, bolting off toward the car. Andrew shifted Cameron onto his lap, gently pushing her hair back from her face. They slipped something in our drinks, he said, voice tight. I'm gonna end that bastard. Cameron groaned, her words slurring. Swear to God, Andrew, don't. Their conversation veered off into something about another girl, something unrelated to the mess we were in. Didn't matter to me as long as Bray wasn't part of it. I crouched beside Andrew. We had no idea, man, I swear. He exhaled sharply. I believe you. Bray returned with the water and Andrew took it, splashing some into his palm before dabbing Cameron's forehead. Tate chose that moment to slink over. Look, dude, my bad, he said. Didn't think you'd care. Everyone got a little something in their cup, no harm meant. Andrew's reaction was instant. He set Cameron down carefully, spun and decked Tate again. Andrew, stop, Cameron cried. Caleb and I lunged, pulling them apart. After a tense moment, Andrew finally shrugged me off, helping Cameron up. We're leaving, he snapped. They snatched their guitar and blanket, storming toward their car. I turned to Bray. Come on, worst case, we walk. She squeezed my hand and we trudged after them, scooping up our scattered belongings along the way. Andrew was slamming their gear into the trunk when we caught up. He braced his arms against the roof, dropping his head between them. God damn it, he roared, punching the car. Cameron, wisely staying quiet, slipped inside and shut the door. Just as we passed, Andrew muttered, need a ride. Bray and I exchanged a glance before climbing into the back. Thanks, I said, but neither acknowledged it. Bray rested her head on my shoulder the whole drive, though the silence between us felt heavier than before. Maybe she was pissed. Maybe I deserved it. She stayed silent the whole ride. Andrew left us at the hotel entrance, and just like that, they were gone from our lives. Back to square one, no wheels, no cash, no safety net. Bray slumped onto one of those sun-faded yellow parking blocks, elbows on her knees, face buried in her hands. I lowered myself beside her. Tate crossed a line back there. Bray, I couldn't just stand by. Her head snapped up. Tate had nothing to do with it. Her voice cracked. She interlaced her fingers, arms dangling between her knees as she stared at the scattered cars in the lot. It was Caleb. Tate was too wrapped up in Jen to even notice what Caleb slipped into the drinks. My stomach dropped. Wait, how do you even know that? What I really meant was you knew and didn't say anything, but denial hit me first. No way Bray would keep that from me. She still wouldn't meet my eyes. I saw him do it, she admitted, like the words burned her throat. He went around, dropping something in every cup. I shot to my feet. The anger built slow, then all at once. You knew and just kept quiet. Betrayal twisted inside me sharp enough that I almost walked away right then. Instead, I paced, fists clenched. I messed up, Elias. I wasn't thinking. You think. My hands fell to my sides in disbelief. Bray, you should have told me. Jesus, I did time for this exact crap. Or did that slip your mind too? Tears streaked her face, but I didn't reach for her. Not this time. I can't undo it, she choked out. And I can't make you believe me when I say it didn't seem like a big deal then. I was wasted out of my head. I screwed up. She shoved off the barrier, arms flinging wide. Bad call, yeah, first one, hell no, you know that. Damn right it wasn't, I cut in. 2 weeks ago a girl died because of you and you wanted to run. That wasn't just a mistake, it was a choice. Her mouth fell open. Your choice too, she spat, shoving me hard enough to stumble me back. You were right there with me, don't you dare pin this all on me. I caught her by the arms. Stop yelling, I shouted, then forced my voice lower. Just breathe, you're right, I'm not blameless either, that was low. Her shoulders sagged, breath ragged like the fight had drained out of her all at once. Added detail, the distant hum of a highway, unnoticed until the silence between them stretches. A plastic bag drifts across the empty lot, catching on Bray's shoe before swirling away. She clung to me, her voice trembling. What happens next? I held her close, feeling the weight of her fear. We have to go home, there's no other choice. Her cheek pressed against me. I can't stop thinking about what might happen, she whispered. I don't know if I can face it. I get it, I murmured, tightening my grip. But we can't stay like this, no money, no plan. Maybe it's not too late to fix things. On the surface, I sounded calm, but inside, I was unraveling. Bray was slipping further away, making choices that didn't make sense. No matter how much I loved her, I couldn't save her alone. A cold dread settled in my chest, something I couldn't shake. Just then, headlights cut through the dark. Tate's Jeep rolled up. Bray stepped back but kept her fingers locked with mine. I was done with fights. Tate jumped out, engine still running. Relax, he said before I could speak. I'm not here to throw punches. Came to give you a ride. Honestly, figured you'd already be halfway to Mexico with those tattoo artists by now. Bray and I exchanged a look. Wait, you're not mad? I asked. Tate shrugged. You had every right to be pissed. We screwed up keeping you in the dark. If roles were reversed, I'd have lost it too. I glanced past him at Caleb, slouched in the backseat. Then why take the fall for him? Tate's grin faded. He exhaled sharply. Because he's family. Kid's got a record, some mess in Miami. One more strike and he's locked up for years. He lit a cigarette, the glow sharp in the dark. I'll set him straight. He's pushing his luck again. As smoke curled between us, I made my decision. Georgia, we were going back, and this time I wouldn't let her run. Our eyes locked for a long moment before I turned to Tate. Listen, I appreciate you coming after us, but we should head back home. Bray's fingers squeezed mine, and at first I thought she was silently backing me up, until I saw the desperate look in her eyes. She wasn't agreeing at all. I pushed past it. And let's be honest, I added, your brother's lost it. I can't trust him now. Truth was, I never really trusted Caleb to begin with, but after last night, whatever shred of faith I had vanished. The worst part, Bray wasn't much better. She knew what he'd done and stayed quiet, just like him. I tried justifying it. She wasn't on parole, she didn't spike anyone's drink, but who was I fooling? She was just as guilty. The only difference, I loved her. Tate shrugged. Caleb won't be an issue. I already chewed him out on the drive here. Yeah, he's a mess sometimes, but he listens to me, and trust me, I'll put him on his ass if I have to. Elias, Bray's voice was barely a whisper. Let's just go with them, please. I knew she wasn't scared of them. She was terrified of going home, of facing what we'd left behind. My mind was set. We were returning to Georgia no matter what Tate promised. But then Bray dropped my hand and stepped back, her expression shifting. That look, pleading hollow, told me everything. If I left, she wouldn't follow, she'd stay, and I couldn't force her. Protecting her was all I wanted. I'd already decided to stay, but I needed answers first. Why do you even care where we go? I asked. Tate exhaled a cloud of smoke, grinning. We like having you around. He flicked ash off his cigarette. I've got a week left of vacation before I'm back at work. Had a ton of time saved up, figured I'd use it road tripping through Florida. Getting paid to party, hell yeah. I blinked. Tate, the guy who never seemed to take anything seriously, had a real job with vacation days. Suddenly, I felt about 2 inches tall. Here I was, no job, no place to live, stranded in a parking lot with nothing. Meanwhile, this guy had his life together enough to bank weeks off, and I'd been working since I was 16. Life wasn't fair. I pitched in with my mom's expenses almost every month, covering groceries and utilities. But right now I felt just as worthless as the jerk who swiped my ride. Tate kept talking. Man, I figured it'd just be me, Jen, and my brother. Now with Airhead McGee and Grace the human sunshine in the mix, I swear I'm about to snap. Like Jen pounding on me weekly and Caleb screwing everything up wasn't enough. You two, total sanity savers. Bray blinked. She actually hits you. Her voice was thick with skepticism. Tate tipped his head back and laughed, flicking his cigarette butt across the lot. Nah, I let her. We've got this weird dynamic. She pretends she hates it. I pretend I don't love it. Works for us. He shrugged. So what's the move? Head home or stick around one more week to keep me from losing it before I'm back in that soul-crushing monkey suit? Bray's brow furrowed. You wear a suit for work. I was just as thrown as she was. Tate flashed a grin. Yep, tragic right. Jen rolled down the Jeep's window and hollered, babe, let's go, the gas light's on. Tate turned back to us with this look, less puppy dog, more troublemaker. Bray seemed to be holding her breath. Fine, I said, and their faces lit up. But listen, talk to Caleb. I get his family, but if he pulls that crap again and Bray or I are caught in it, I won't ask before I lay him out. Tate nodded. Deal. We shook on it and hit the road to Panama City. Chapter 20. Elias. Panama City changed everything. Just when I thought things couldn't sink lower, the floor kept dropping. We'd been there 4 days, and Tate's 1 week left of vacation had mysteriously stretched. It started Sunday night with a phone call. We were crashing at Adam's place, some guy Caleb knew from college. Funny, since I never pegged Caleb for the college type. Turns out he got kicked out after that Miami incident Tate mentioned, the one that landed him in lockup. Adam's house was miles from the shore, which was a relief. I was over the ocean, over sand in my shoes. I missed home. Even with Bray beside me, I ached for summer nights by the river, the lakes back south, my mom's Friday chicken dinners. I missed kicking back in a buddy's yard with a cold beer, cicadas and frogs droning in the background like nature's white noise, and the fireflies. God, the fireflies. What I longed for most was the simplicity of my old routine, clocking in at work, returning to my own apartment, and unwinding with mindless TV. My biggest concern back then was Mitchell, and even he was manageable. But this mess, there was no fixing it. Sitting on Adam's back porch in Panama City, I tuned out Tate's tense phone argument and let my mind drift to my old life. Every damn day I replayed that night by the river, wondering how different things could have been. Bray's return had felt like fate, like everything finally falling into place until it all crumbled. Part of me resented her for it, even though I knew that wasn't fair. Guilt gnawed at me because hell, I'd played my part in this disaster too. But here's the ugly truth. Bray wasn't just wrecking her own life, she was dragging me down with her. I'd tried reasoning with her, begging her to turn back, but she fought me every step of the way. Standing there beside Jana's body, watching Bray unravel, I'd made the worst call of my life. Running was a mistake. I knew it then, and I sure as hell knew it now. Tate's voice snapped me back. I'll handle it, he growled into his phone, pacing like a caged animal. Just back off, Caleb, all right, this is on me. He ended the call with a muttered curse, gripping his phone so tight I thought it might shatter. For a second I expected him to hurl it across the porch. Instead he slumped into a chair, the metal screeching under his weight. Why, I asked, why keep cleaning up his messes? Tate dragged a hand down his face. Then he hit me with the real question, and why are you still covering for her? The words froze me. Not because of how he said it, his tone was flat, almost tired, but because he'd said it at all. The truth hung there, sharp as broken glass. Tate seemed to know more about Bray and me than I'd expected. Maybe I'm crossing a line here, he continued, or maybe I'm way off base, but I'll say it anyway. He pointed at me. You'd move heaven and earth for her, wouldn't you? Yeah, I would, I admitted. But the real question is, how far is too far? I turned my head, letting the question hang in the air before looking back at him. Probably as far as you'd go for Caleb. Tate nodded, sinking deeper into the chair, his legs stretched out and his hands folded over his stomach. Then you've already got your answer, so why are you two really on the run? Who says we're running? A slow grin spread across Tate's face as he shook his head. Come on, it's written all over you. Yeah, your car and stuff got jacked, but you never filed a police report. And neither of you has called home to Indiana. No, hey mom, just checking in, or yeah man, we're crashing with these wild brothers, but we're still breathing. He chuckled, then jabbed a finger in my direction. You're not living on the streets, you're both too clean for that. So what's the deal, Elias, or better yet, what's her deal? I shifted my gaze to a flickering porch light across the street. Tate sat forward, elbows on his knees, hands dangling. No offense, but your girl, fiancée, whatever, she's unpredictable. Don't get me wrong, she seems great, but she's got a storm inside her. My fists clenched, but I held back. Deep down, I knew he wasn't entirely wrong. Tate leaned back again, lacing his fingers behind his head. Sometimes good people do messed up things, usually for love, but here's the real question, are those things actually bad or just what had to be done? The more time I spent with Tate, the more he caught me off guard. How did someone who partied so hard still have his life together? Then it hit me, we weren't so different. You don't have to go to Texas, he said. Honestly, it's probably for the best. Adam might let you crash here till I get back. Then almost as an afterthought, he added, whatever you're hiding for her by now, you're just as deep in it as she is. I blinked, staring right through him. Just moments ago, I'd been ready to confront Bray, to drag her back home if I had to, but now, the anger was gone. Tate had his own mess with Caleb, and suddenly I didn't feel so alone. I wasn't alone in making reckless choices for someone I loved. Maybe I twisted Tate's words into some kind of twisted justification, something to ease the guilt gnawing at me over what I'd done and what I was still doing. I never pressed Tate for details about why Caleb had dragged us all to Corpus Christi. It felt hypocritical, considering how tight-lipped I'd been about Bray and me. But that night, leaving Tate at the table, I had a new resolve. I knew what we were doing was wrong, but I couldn't let Bray face prison. Tate was right, she wouldn't survive it. So I made up my mind to use our time away to find a way out, something beyond just running. This wasn't just chaos anymore, it had direction. Later, after Tate and Caleb's shouting match in the guest room, the only thing they agreed on was sending Johanna and Grace back to Norfolk. Whole house heard it, Tate's voice sharp with frustration, Caleb's defensive snarl. Damn it, Caleb, how many times do I have to clean up your messes? $8 grand, what did you even do with it? Actually, scratch that, I don't want to know. A loud thud echoed down the hall, probably Tate's fist hitting the wall. Adam, lounging on the couch with his hipster glasses and perpetual coffee mug, muttered, hope he doesn't wreck my place. We're leaving in the morning, Tate snapped. I'm paying this off and then I'm seriously done. This wipes out my savings, Caleb. Nobody forced you to step in, Caleb shot back. Oh yeah, who else is left? Genius, Dad's tapped out. Kyle, if he finds out I helped you, he'll kick my ass. Ever lies on his side now. Face it, I'm all you've got. A pause, then Tate's tone softened just a fraction. Call Mom, it's been a year. She'd let you come home, get away from this mess. Maybe even Sarah would. Don't, Caleb cut in, voice tight. Silence. Then quieter, send Johanna and Grace home. Corpus Christi is no place for them. Caleb scoffed. What about your little entourage out there? I'll figure that out, Tate said. Worry about your own disaster. Grace and Bray exchanged a glance across the room, shoulders slumping. Caleb exhaled. Fine, I'll take them to the bus station tonight. It was painfully obvious Bray was putting on a brave face to mask her devastation. Seeing her like that twisted my gut, knowing the person she'd grown closest to besides me was walking away and I couldn't stop it. After half an hour of Tate storming through the house and yard searching for his keys, the moment came. Grace pressed a torn magazine scrap into Bray's palm. Call me when you're back in Indiana, she murmured. Maybe we can figure something out. Their hug lingered, arms locked like neither wanted to let go. Bray's voice cracked when she promised to call with her new number. Watching them, I remembered how rare real connections were for Bray. Before Grace, there'd only been Lissa, and we both knew how that friendship really turned out. The unfairness of it burned. If they'd met anywhere else at any other time, maybe this wouldn't feel so final. But when that door clicked shut behind Grace, I knew. Later, Adam emerged from the shower, towels slung over his shoulders. Caleb gets the couch tonight, he announced, then smirked at us. Office fold-out's yours. Just maybe don't breathe too deep on those sheets. Relief washed over me, sharing that den couch had been its own special torture. The house settled into uneasy quiet, Tate brooding on the porch, Jen tiptoeing around his anger for once. Part of me admired their messy, volatile bond, but right then all I wanted was Bray. I tugged her hand. Let's get some air. Her smile hit me like sunlight, pure and warm enough to melt my lingering frustration. We wandered past dim streetlights until the baseball field materialized, chalk lines glowing under twin lamps, the whole place empty except for our shadows stretching across the infield. We found an open gate near the baseball field and wandered onto the diamond, our shoes kicking up dust as we crossed the pitcher's mound before settling onto the outfield grass. I still can't believe Grace is gone, I muttered. Bray stretched out beside me, her eyes fixed on the overcast sky where not a single star peeked through. I sat with my knees bent, absently plucking at the grass and twisting the blades between my fingers. Yeah, Bray replied, her voice heavy, but at least we've got each other. A small grin tugged at my lips as the wind scattered the shredded grass from my hands. Tate's furious about whatever Caleb pulled, I said. She exhaled sharply. No kidding, he's ready to explode. The quiet stretched between us, thick and uneasy. I tugged at another patch of grass near my sneaker. Elias, yeah, why did you really bring me out here? I hesitated, my thoughts tangled. Her fingers brushed my arm, gentle but insistent. When I met her gaze, she searched my face. Elias, she pressed, patient but firm. I'm going to be your witness, I finally said. She bolted upright, her expression blank for a split second before hardening. What the hell does that mean? She knew. I'll say I was there when it happened, I continued. No one can prove otherwise. I'll tell the cops, the court, anyone who asks that I saw everything, that it was just an accident. Her head shook violently. No, she snapped, her voice steel. I won't let you. You don't get to decide, I shot back. It's happening. She spun away, arms locked across her chest. Bray, she whipped around, eyes blazing. I said no, are you insane? Her hands dropped to her sides, fists clenched. What if they make you take a polygraph or grill us separately, because they will, and one of us cracks? One wrong word, Elias, one tiny inconsistency and it's over, they'll tear us apart. I stood, closing the distance between us. We'll get our story straight while we're still with Tate. Keep it simple, no extra details, just the basics. Not a chance. She turned away again, shoulders rigid. We can't run forever, I said, my voice low. The longer we hide, the worse it gets. She didn't answer, didn't even look at me. Her head dropped forward, arms wrapped tight around herself. Fine, I said, then I'll say it was me. Her whole body went still. Slowly, she turned back to face me, her expression frozen in disbelief. I'd never seen her look so completely shattered. Her hands shot out suddenly, shoving me with enough force to make me stumble but not fall. Then she gripped my shoulders, shaking me hard. Never say that again, Elias, do you hear me? Never. Her voice was sharp, edged with fury. I met her wild gaze, keeping my expression steady. Someone had to stay calm, and right now it had to be me. I reached for her face, but she knocked my hands away. I can't believe you'd even suggest that, she snapped. Which part? I asked. That I said it or that I meant it? She turned away, pacing like a caged animal. You won't let me take the fall for you, but you'll drag me down with you instead. I didn't flinch. There's not much difference, Braille. Her laugh was bitter. So this is just some twisted test. What's the point, Elias? She fell silent, her frustration giving way to something heavier. Maybe she didn't even know what she was asking. Hell, I wasn't entirely sure myself. Had I just accused her? The thought twisted in my gut. Without another word, I pulled her close, pressing a kiss to her hair. You're not lying for me and you're not going down for me. That's final. Then why am I even here? Voice was quiet, already knowing her answer before she spoke. Maybe you shouldn't be, she muttered, but she didn't pull away. I tightened my hold. Is that what you want? She whispered, her cheek pressed against my chest. For me to leave, I exhaled, the weight of her words settling between us. I'm not going anywhere, but we can't keep pretending this will disappear if we ignore it. A few more days, Bray, that's all we've got before we either find a way out or walk back in together with me as your witness. You can't. If it's the only choice left, I will. I stepped back just enough to meet her eyes, my hands firm on her arms. Promise me, I said, if nothing else works, you'll let me do this. Her gaze flickered away. What if I'm lying? The question hit like a punch. You're not. How do you know? Because I know you. She didn't argue. After a long pause, she gave the smallest nod. Good, I murmured, pulling her back into my arms. For a moment, neither of us spoke, just the quiet between heartbeats and the unspoken truth neither of us could outrun. I could tell she wasn't fully committed, even if she said yes. When the moment arrived, if it ever did, she might back out. Elias, she said, shifting gears, what's really happening with Caleb and Tate? What if this is it for us? Once Caleb's gone, Adam won't want us sticking around, and honestly, I wouldn't feel right staying either. I felt the same way but kept it to myself. I'll talk to Tate, I told her. See if he can buy us a couple more days, just enough time to figure things out. Bray wasn't buying it. You heard them earlier. Grace and Johanna were sent back for a reason. Yeah, I know, I admitted, because she wasn't wrong. The sky growled and a jagged streak of lightning split the darkness, illuminating the twisted silhouettes of trees against the storm clouds. The first raindrop hit my skin, then another. So much for a peaceful walk, Bray muttered. And then the heavens let loose. The rain came down in sheets, soaking us before we could even react. Bray yelped, flailing as if her arms could shield her, but it was useless. Within seconds, we were both drenched, laughing like idiots while the downpour hammered the baseball field like 1,000 tiny fists. We're gonna be stuck out here forever, I shouted over the roar, but Bray didn't care. She spun in wild circles, arms outstretched, face tilted up to the sky like she was welcoming the storm. Rain streamed down her cheeks, her laughter ringing out between thunderclaps. For a second, I saw the girl she used to be, carefree, fearless, sprinting through fields without a second thought. It hit me then, bittersweet, that those days were long gone. Dance with me, she yelled, grabbing my hand. What now? You don't hear the music? She gestured to the pounding rain, the thunder's rhythm. Before I could protest, she pulled me into her whirlwind. We spun like kids, hands locked, the world blurring around us. At first, I worried about who might be watching, Tate, Caleb, anyone. But then Bray's laughter drowned out everything else. The storm raged harder, lightning flashing like a warning, but she just grinned, her blue eyes bright against the gloom. And for a moment, it didn't matter what came next. The world around us faded into nothing as we became lost in each other again like carefree kids with no worries. Not even a storm could break this magic between us. It wouldn't stand a chance. I spun her once, then dipped her low, her laughter mixing with the downpour. Rain soaked through her thin shirt, clinging to her skin as I traced kisses from her collarbone to her jaw, finally capturing her lips. The taste of rain in her was intoxicating. Her eyes held mine, dark and wanting, and I knew I'd never get enough, not just of her mouth, but every inch of her. I pulled her up, my hands steady on her waist, and she grinned, that smile that always wrecked me. Raindrops clung to her lashes, her cheeks, her parted lips. In that moment, I'd have traded everything to freeze time, to keep the outside world from crashing in. Lifting her against me, I kissed her hard, our tongues tangling, breathless and desperate. Perfect. Mine. We barely made it inside, stumbling into the dim office where we'd crash for the night. Clothes peeled away, soaked fabric hitting the floor as I chased her mouth, impatient, hungry. Pushing her onto the makeshift bed, I hovered over her, my body pressed to hers, skin still humming from the storm. "Remember what you promised me," I murmured against her neck, nipping at her pulse. She arched into me, breath hitching. "What was that?" I rocked against her, relishing the way she shivered. "That I could have you any way I wanted." A shaky gasp escaped her as her fingers twisted in my hair. "Did you mean it?" "Every word." My lips found her collarbone, then lower. She tensed slightly, her voice a whisper. "Elias." "Yeah." I paused, meeting her gaze. She hesitated, her chest rising fast. "Just don't stop." Challenge accepted. I've never done this before," she admitted softly. It wouldn't have changed how I felt if she had. This moment was still ours, still meaningful, but knowing I'd be her first sent a thrill through me. "I'll take care of you," I murmured, my voice warm. "Promise." She gave a small nod, her voice barely above a whisper. "Okay." I shifted, lifting myself slightly to pull the damp pillow from beneath her cheek. Her hair had left it soaked from the rain outside. My gaze lingered on the curve of her hips, the smooth skin tempting me to touch, to tease, but I held back, focusing instead on easing her into it. I helped her adjust the pillow beneath her, taking my time, making sure she was ready. When I slipped a second finger inside, she tensed, a quiet whimper escaping her lips. I trailed kisses up her spine, stopping just below her ear. "Tell me if you want to stop," I whispered, grazing her earlobe with my teeth. "I don't want this to hurt." Her breath hitched, but she didn't say no. Slowly, I withdrew my fingers and guided myself to her entrance. She gasped, fingers twisting into the sheets as I pressed forward. Her body stiffened beneath me. "Ow, ow," she breathed, and I froze. Her legs trembled, her grip on the sheets tightening. Her cheek pressed into the mattress, lips parted, breaths uneven. "We can stop," I said softly, making sure she knew it was her choice. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. "Keep going." I hesitated, but then she arched slightly, taking me deeper. A moan slipped from her lips, her thighs tensing. When I saw her hand move between her legs, I caught her wrist. "Let me," I murmured, replacing her touch with my own, circling gently until I felt her relax, her body yielding. And when she didn't pull away, I pushed further, her tightness sending a shiver down my spine. My head fell back, a groan escaping me as pleasure surged. It didn't take long, I pulled out just in time, finishing across her lower back. Exhausted, she collapsed onto her stomach, and I stretched out beside her, pressing kisses along her spine, her shoulders, the curve of her neck. I brushed her damp hair aside, my lips lingering there before turning her gently onto her back. I kissed her collarbone, her throat, the swell of her breasts, until with a quiet laugh she turned her head and smiled at me. "What's going on?" I asked, trying to mask my frustration. That mysterious grin of hers was driving me crazy. She reached across and let her fingers dance lightly down my nose, then brushed her knuckles against my cheek. "Just feeling good," she murmured. "Whatever's happening outside, whatever comes next, none of it matters right now." I couldn't help but smile back, pressing her hand against my chest. "Still," she said, amusement in her voice, "this might take some adjustment." My stomach twisted. Had she been in pain just to please me? "Was it bad?" I asked. She shook her head. "A little, but I didn't mind." Relief washed over me, and I stared at the ceiling for a second. "Though," she added, her tone shifting, and I turned back to face her. "I don't think I could ever finish like that." A laugh escaped me, and I rolled toward her, pulling her close. My lips found her shoulder before I buried my face against her neck. "Enough talking," I murmured, my hand sliding lower. Morning light sliced through the gap in the blinds, and I bolted upright. Tate was supposed to be gone by now, but the clock read noon. I nudged Bray awake. "Come on, we overslept." The house was too quiet, no voices, just the hum of the TV. I threw on my clothes while Bray moved sluggishly behind me, still half asleep as she fumbled with her bra. "Please tell me he didn't leave without us," I muttered. We stepped into the den and froze. Tate, Jen, Caleb, and Adam were all there, eyes locked on the screen. Then I saw it, our faces plastered across the news. Bray's hand trembled in mine. Chapter 22. Elias: authorities located Elias Klein's abandoned vehicle near Luther Road last night. He and Braelle Bates are persons of interest in the Jana McIntyre homicide after her remains were discovered near the Occo River last month. Investigators suspect. The words blurred together. Every head in the room snapped toward us, shock written across their faces. Bray's grip tightened, nails biting into my skin, or maybe it was my own pulse hammering through her fingers. "It wasn't on purpose," Bray said quickly, her voice breaking. Jen spun around on the couch, gripping the cushions. "Wait, you're actually wanted by the police?" she asked, her expression caught between shock and morbid curiosity. "Just for questioning, not murder," Tate corrected. Caleb let out a low whistle, called it, well, sort of, mostly joking, but damn, a bet's a bet. He nudged Tate with his elbow. "You owe me." Tate didn't even glance at him. "Take it out of what you'll owe me after we hit Corpus Christi," he muttered, his gaze locked on me. "So what really went down?" "Like Bray said, it was an accident." Caleb crossed his arms. "If it was an accident, why bolt?" Bray buried her face in her hands, shoulders shaking. I pulled her close, her hair damp against my shirt. "Because who would have believed us?" I said, my voice steady despite the weight in my chest. She came at Bray. It was self-defense, but she lost her footing, stumbled too far back. Back where? Adam cut in, his fingers tapping nervously against his knee. His eyes were wide, darting between us like he was waiting for the worst. A ravine near the river. It wasn't supposed to happen. Tate stood, stepping toward me, Bray's sobs muffled against my shoulder. What's your move now? He asked, not with judgment but something closer to concern. Maybe he got it more than the others. Dealing with Caleb's messes had given him perspective. They'll find you, he added quietly, glancing at Bray before meeting my eyes again. There was something unspoken there, something I didn't want to decipher. Bray suddenly pushed away, fleeing to the office and slamming the door behind her. I hesitated, torn between following her and facing the room. Maybe cut him loose, Caleb suggested, leaning back. We've got our own problems. Tate shot him a look. Yeah, problems you dragged us into. Love you, man, but shut up. For the first time in days, I almost smiled. Jen bit her lip. So what now? Adam shifted uncomfortably. Look, no offense, but you can't stay. The sooner you go, the safer it is for everyone. I raised a hand before he could apologize further. You're right, no argument here. My eyes swept the room. Just believe us, that's all I'm asking. Never do something like that intentionally, not even in a moment of anger. Jen stood up from the couch and moved closer to Tate. You keep saying we, she pointed out. I hesitated before answering. Yeah, well, they were both there, Tate cut in. Caught the subtle warning in his eyes. He was covering for me, which caught me off guard. It was Bray's accident, but since Elias saw it happen, he's calling it their mess. I'd do the same. He shrugged, and I gave him a silent look of gratitude. You knew about this? Jen asked. Nope, Tate replied. Just a lucky guess. He turned to me. Right, I nodded. Listen, Tate continued, I'd help you out, but all my spare cash is going toward the Caleb Disaster Fund. I shook my head, cutting him off. No way, I wouldn't take your money. You've already done enough letting us crash here the past couple of weeks. I've got savings and I plan to pay you back every cent. I just haven't wanted to touch my account yet. I took a deep breath, staring at the floor. Bray and I were supposed to figure things out in the next 3 days. After that, whether we had a plan or not, we were heading back to Georgia. Jen crossed her arms. What else is there to do besides turning yourself in? Fair question. I don't know, I admitted. Maybe call my dad, see about getting a decent lawyer. Honestly, I've got nothing. And that was the most honest thing I'd said in days. Sure, I could go back and say I saw the accident, but any real solution felt impossible. Still, the part of me that refused to give up on Bray wouldn't let me accept that. So I clung to my 3-day deadline, hoping some miracle idea would drop into my lap. Unlikely, but not impossible. Tate reached into Jen's purse on the side table and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. He flicked one out and lit it in seconds. Seriously, Tate, Adam groaned from across the room. Not inside. Right, my bad, Tate muttered, heading toward the back door. He jerked his chin at me to follow, then called over his shoulder, Jen, get your things together, don't want to miss your flight. I trailed him outside. Where's Jen going? Bought her a ticket back to Miami, he said, exhaling smoke. He leaned against the porch railing. She starts a new job soon, didn't want to come to Texas with me anyway, and I wouldn't have let her. That explained why he hadn't left this morning like he'd planned. He was waiting until she was gone. Why don't you just have Caleb leave whatever he's carrying here so you two can fly to Texas? Corpus Christi is a hell of a drive. Tate tapped his cigarette, letting the ashes drift over the porch railing. He took his time answering, and that hesitation told me there was more to the story. Since you're not exactly in a position to cause trouble for Caleb anymore, considering you're in deeper than he is, I guess it's fine to tell you. He's still on parole, not supposed to step foot outside Florida. If they found out he was in Virginia, he'd be back in prison before he could blink. That's why we've been sticking to the road. I frowned. Seriously, what'd he do? Got 5 years for rape. Served 2, now he's on parole for 5 more. I stared at him. He raped someone. It didn't add up. Caleb was an asshole, sure, but not that kind of asshole. Tate shook his head hard. My brother didn't do it, and before you think I'm just defending him because we share blood, I know him. I know he wouldn't do that. The girl admitted she lied, confessed it to someone my sister Everline knows, said she made it up to get back at him. His jaw clenched, teeth grinding. Caleb told me everything. He was wrecked after his breakup with Sarah, his girlfriend at the time. Got wasted one night, hooked up with some girl at a party. Next morning, he regretted it. He still loved Sarah. So when he told the girl it was just a one-time thing, she lost it. Caleb was loyal to Sarah, believe it or not. He jabbed a finger at me. Yeah, hard to picture, but he was serious about her, planning to marry her. Then this girl got pissed he wouldn't call her his girlfriend, so she cried rape. Said she regretted it when she sobered up but was too scared to admit she lied because she could have been charged. Tate swung himself onto the railing, legs dangling. You report what you heard? Hell yes, Tate said, smoke curling from his nose. Right after I confronted her myself, only time I ever wanted to hit a woman. Told Caleb's lawyer the cops tried to get my sister's ex-friend to testify, but she backed out. He shook his head, a bitter smirk twisting his lips. Long story short, Caleb got locked up. His girl of 5 years left him, and just like that his life was over. Doesn't matter if you're innocent, once that label sticks, it's over. Prison changed him. When he got out he wasn't the same, still isn't. Staring into his eyes, I realized the brother I once knew was gone, maybe forever. My mind flashed to Bray and the nightmare of her possibly ending up behind bars. You think prison changed him? I asked. Tate shook his head, his expression tight. Nah, he wasn't locked up long enough for that. It was everything: losing Sierra, getting railroaded for something he didn't do, then coming home to people treating him like garbage. Folks acted like he deserved to be dragged through the streets. Lost his job, his friends, all because they bought the lie. That kind of thing, it breaks a person. I pressed my back against the cold concrete pillar, arms crossed, picturing Bray in that orange jumpsuit. Hearing Caleb's story only sharpened my resolve to keep her free, like a fire stoked higher when you thought it couldn't burn any hotter. Fear twisted in my gut. The system had chewed Caleb up and spat him out. Bray wasn't wrong to be terrified. Running was a mistake, but her fear, that part made too much damn sense. Tate nudged my boot with his. Ride with us to Texas, use the drive to figure things out. He jabbed a finger at me. But if you want my 2 cents, convince her to turn herself in. I frowned. After everything Caleb endured, how could he suggest that? She thinks it's past the point of no return, I said, and honestly, I get it. Maybe, Tate admitted, rubbing his jaw, but this isn't some parking ticket. You take a life even by accident and they will come for you. The longer you run, the worse it looks. Tell me something I haven't been obsessing over since Georgia, I muttered. The back door creaked open. Jen stood there, her blonde hair tangled from the wind, eyes wide. Elias, you need to get in there. Bray's locked in the bathroom and she's not answering. My blood went cold. I knew exactly what she might do. I shoved past Jen, sprinting inside. Chapter 23. I hammered on the bathroom door. Bray. Her sobs were muffled but unmistakable. No response. I jiggled the knob uselessly, my pulse roaring in my ears. Open the door, please. Jen hovered behind me, wringing her hands. I heard her crying, but when I knocked, she just went quiet. Something's wrong. Bray, I shouted again, shoulder braced against the door like I could will it open. Open this door right now. I slammed my fist against the wood until my knuckles ached. Adam's voice cut through the tension like a knife. Step aside, he said, cool as ice. I moved, watching as he slid a slim metal pick into the lock. With a sharp click, the door swung open. I didn't hesitate. I pushed past him and found Bray curled up on the bathroom floor, her back pressed to the wall, knees hugged tight to her chest. Her whole body shook, her arms locked in front of her like a shield. My stomach twisted as I scanned her for injuries. No blood, thank God. The relief hit me like a punch to the gut, followed by a sharp stab of guilt. I should have known better than to doubt her. The others lingered in the doorway until Tate spoke up. Give them some space, he said, grabbing the door handle. 15 minutes, then we gotta move. Jen's flight won't wait. He shut the door, leaving us alone. I dropped to the floor beside Bray, cupping her face in my hands. She resisted, but I tilted her chin up. Mascara streaked her cheeks, smudged from tears. When I tried to take her hands, she flinched away, tucking them tighter against her body. Why won't you let me see? Her voice was barely a whisper. Elias. That tone, like she was begging me to stop, sent a chill down my spine. I gritted my teeth, grabbed her wrist, and yanked it free. The rough hemp of her bracelet scraped my fingers. No blood, but her skin was raw, angry red lines trailing down her arms, scratch marks, deep ones. She jerked back, slamming her head against the wall, but I held firm. What the hell is this? She shook her head, tears dripping onto the tile. I tightened my grip. Answer me. I gripped her shoulders so tightly that her head snapped back against the wall. What the hell is this, Bray? I shouted, my voice raw. She winced but met my eyes. It's not what you think, she cried, her voice cracking. Pain twisted her expression, and I remembered the time her mother had found her scratching at her arms, sending her to therapy afterward. But that wasn't enough. I needed the truth now. She twisted violently, and I let go before I hurt her. Just leave, Elias. Please, she whispered, her voice hollow. She curled into herself, arms wrapped around her knees like a shield. I crouched in front of her, knuckles pressing into the cold tile. I'm not going anywhere until you talk to me. Her head jerked up. If I tell you, will you walk away? No, then forget it. Her voice was steel. I'm leaving, not with Tate, not with anyone, alone. My stomach dropped. The desperation in her words, the way she refused to look at me, it terrified me. She kept shaking her head as if trying to erase something only she could see. I wasn't trying to die, she finally said, so quiet I barely heard. I just do this sometimes. Do what? My voice was rough with confusion. Since I was a kid, it's nothing, just a way to feel something else. She lifted her gaze, and the exhaustion in her eyes hit me like a punch. She was done with pretending, with hiding. Scratching yourself bloody isn't nothing, Bray. To you, maybe. Voice was eerily detached, her tears already drying. What's that supposed to mean? She glanced away. You wouldn't get it. Try me. People always say that. I'm not people, I snapped. I'm the one who loves you. Don't lump me in with the rest. I won't ever leave you. Her throat tightened as she fought back another wave of emotion. After a long pause, she whispered, sometimes it feels like the darkness is just under the surface, waiting, and I hate that, hate how it mocks me, knowing I can't tear it out. I try, her voice cracked, her eyes burning with frustration. I scratch and dig, but it's never enough, because if I went far enough to reach it, I'd only hurt myself, but I still try every damn time. I knelt in front of her, gripping her arms gently, my thumbs pressing into the soft skin beneath. Tell me everything, I said, how it feels, what makes it fade, how often it comes back, I need to understand. She wiped her face with the back of her hand, forcing a bitter laugh. It's not as bad as it used to be, not like when I was younger. Crying helps eventually, but first I always try to claw it out, and I always fail. Her fingers twitched as if reliving the urge. It always comes back, and when it does, my hands go straight to my wrists. Her gaze locked onto mine. Elias, I wasn't trying to hurt myself, I just wanted it gone. I believed her. I couldn't fully grasp what she felt, but I could imagine the weight of it, the exhaustion of fighting something so relentless. The thought of living like that day after day made my skin crawl. She was stronger than I could ever be. Elias, she said, her voice steady but her eyes hollow, I need you to leave. I shook my head. You know I won't. This isn't some game, she snapped, dragging her fingers through her hair, pulling it back from her damp face. I'm not testing you, I mean it, go home. This isn't your fight, and I'm tired of dragging you into it. It is my fight, I said, I'm not going anywhere. Her hand slammed against the floor. Damn it, Elias, stop acting like this is your burden. You deserve better than me than this. I won't change. I can't just walk away while you still can. I don't care what you think I deserve, I said. I'm staying whether you like it or not. She sucked in a sharp breath, her jaw clenched. She wasn't playing. She truly wanted me gone. And that only made me dig in harder. 3 more days, I reminded her. You promised me that much. You better keep your word. Are you seriously planning to wander around aimlessly with me? Everyone here knows who we are now. It won't be long before someone calls the police and we end up behind bars. Her piercing stare cut straight through me as she spoke, her voice low and unyielding. And I refuse, absolutely refuse, to go to jail. Do you hear me? I won't let that happen. The conviction in her words, the unshakable determination in her eyes left me hollow. Bray had shown me the shadows inside her, the part of her that made reckless choices, the part that took over when she was at her lowest. It was the same darkness I feared would one day destroy her. The girl I knew, the one who laughed in the rain and faced the world without fear, was gone. Now the thing she fought so hard to suppress had taken control, fueled by the inevitability of what was coming. I won't go to jail. The words echoed in my head, a grim reminder that she'd rather die than surrender, and I knew she meant it. You promised me 3 days, I said, my voice barely steady. She met my gaze, her tears long dried. Fine, she said, nodding once. 3 days, that's all we have left, let's make them count. Her words stole my breath. My heart, already hers completely, sank into my stomach. 3 days, that was it. And when they were over, we'd either be torn apart or one of us would be gone. Neither outcome was something I could face. Chapter 24. Elias, Tate and Jen said their goodbyes at the airport. Jen's worry for Tate was written all over her face, and the glare she shot me and Bray was sharp enough to cut glass. She made Tate swear to call her every chance he got, just so she knew he was safe. But her fear wasn't just about us. She was terrified of what might happen to him once he reached Corpus Christi. In her eyes, Caleb was just as dangerous. Jen was a good person, and she and Tate were perfect together. Watching them only made the cracks in my relationship with Bray feel deeper. I wanted what they had, something simple, something free. If Bray had wanted to punch me, I would have taken it gladly. Anything would have been better than this slow unraveling. We hit the road just after 1 in the afternoon and made it to Baton Rouge by 7. The trip took a turn when one of Tate's tires blew out with a sound like a gunshot. As we pulled into a rundown motel, Tate tossed the keys to Caleb. You handle the tire, he said. I'm calling Rocky. Caleb frowned. Why him? We're definitely not making it there on time like I promised him, Elias muttered as Caleb moved to the back of the Jeep to grab the spare tire. Tate had already checked them into the roadside motel, tossing me a real metal key, none of those fancy keycards here, when he came back from the front office. Adding it to your tab, he said with a lazy grin. How deep is that tab anyway? I joked. At least $800 by now, easy. Better believe I'm charging interest, Tate shot back before ducking into his room 2 doors down. The whole place had that old-school vibe, every room opening straight to the parking lot instead of some maze of hallways. Our room was right next to theirs. Bray finally climbed out when Caleb nudged her aside to jack up the Jeep. I'm hitting the shower, I called to her. Coming. Her lips twitched, but she hugged herself like she was cold, even though the air was thick with humidity. I'll go after you, she said. I knew what she was doing, putting space between us like she was already pulling away. Maybe she thought it would make things easier. I didn't agree, but I didn't have the heart to call her out on it. So I just slipped inside, leaving her there with Caleb and the busted tire. Bray Elias still didn't know I'd overheard him and Tate talking back at Adam's place. The whole thing about Caleb's past, the prison sentence. Our room had been right by the porch, and I'd listened through the cracked window, heard Tate telling Elias to convince me to turn myself in. He wasn't wrong, I just didn't think there was any fixing what I'd done. The worst part, dragging Elias down with me. No matter how hard I pushed, he wouldn't walk away. I loved him for it, and hated him for it because every second he stayed just made the guilt heavier. I dropped onto one of those sun-bleached parking blocks next to the Jeep as Caleb worked the jack. "Can I ask you something?" He barely glanced up. "Would it stop you if I said no?" "Nope," I admitted. His eyes rolled, but I kept going. "What's jail actually like?" The jack handle paused mid-pump. "Jail or prison?" he asked, voice flat. "Jail's not great, but prison, whole different beast." His gaze flicked to me sharp. "Why, scared of what's waiting for you behind bars?" My pulse stuttered. He got a kick out of asking me that. I refused to let it rattle me. "Yeah," I admitted. Jail wasn't part of my future plans, but curiosity gnawed at me anyway. Caleb gave the jack handle one last pump and straightened up, swiping sweat from his brow with the back of his wrist. "Can't speak for women's prisons," he said, "but I doubt it's much worse. My stint wasn't like the movies, no shivs in the shower, no forced alliances. Still, if I'd flinched even once, things might be gone sideways." "Guess I owe Tate and Kyle for that." A dry chuckle escaped him. "Those two put me through hell as a kid, taught me how to take a hit. Yeah, I got into scraps inside, took a beating once, but I had people watching my back. Now I return the favor out here." My face must have shown my confusion, but he didn't explain further. Whatever favors he did for his friends definitely weren't legal. "Did you kill her?" His eyes locked onto mine. "Not intentionally," I said. He nodded, then grabbed the tire iron from the Jeep's trunk. Kneeling by the flat, he wedged it onto a lug nut. "Should have turned yourself in," he muttered, twisting the iron. "Running just dug the hole deeper." "I know," I exhaled, "but it's too late for regrets." The parking lot faded into dusk, washed in pale blue shadows. Streaks of pink and orange clung to the horizon as the sun dipped away. Caleb's bluntness lingered in my mind, sharp as the tire iron in his grease-streaked grip. "Did Sarah visit you inside?" He stiffened, knuckles whitening around the tool. I'd crossed a line, but I pushed anyway. "You still hung up on her," I said, watching his jaw tight. "And you're not some monster, just a stubborn, selfish jerk who got dealt a bad hand. So tell me, did she ever love you back?" Caleb's shoulders sagged. For a second he seemed to wrestle with answering at all. Then he dropped onto the wheel chalk beside me, the iron clinking against the pavement. His tattoo, a delicate Asian woman's face, stood out against his tanned arm as we stared at the dying light. "No," he finally said, "not a single visit." The words hung between us, heavier than the coming night he was convicted of sexual assault, and she took everyone else's word over his. I never held that against her, still don't. I studied his face, but he kept his eyes fixed on the tire he was working on. "I get it," I said. "Trusting someone accused of something like that isn't easy. But if she really loved you, she would have known the truth. Love has a way of seeing through lies." "Sarah did love me," he snapped, bitterness creeping into his tone. "You don't spend half a decade with someone waking up happy, smiling just hearing their voice unless it's real." I didn't argue, he had a point. Then he added, "Elias loves you, maybe a little too much, but it's love all the same." The raw honesty in his expression caught me off guard. He grabbed the tire iron and straightened up. "Yeah, I think Elias will show up when you're locked up," he said, and the weight of those words hit me like a punch to the gut. "That's what you're really asking, isn't it?" I stayed silent, but he already knew. He went back to loosening another lug nut. "And if he doesn't," he continued, "it doesn't mean he doesn't care, just like Sarah. Maybe he's just scared. People do stupid things when they're scared." Caleb was lying to himself, and we both knew it. His grip on the tire iron tightened, veins standing out on his arms as he worked. I could see the tension in his jaw, the way his temple pulsed. Deep down, he questioned whether Sarah's love was ever as real as he believed, but admitting it would break him. "Don't you have somewhere else to be?" he muttered, yanking the ruined tire free and tossing it aside. "Go take a shower with your man, watch some trash TV. Hell, I don't care, just stop hovering." He glanced up from his crouch, a smirk playing on his lips. "Unless you're volunteering to take Grace's place, I've got no problem bending you over this car and making you forget your own name before sunrise." My breath caught. Normally a comment like that would piss me off, but Caleb was all bark. Sex and shock value were just his way of dealing with the mess his life had become. Yeah, he'd probably try something even with Elias nearby, but he wasn't dangerous, just broken. I rolled my eyes and shook my head. He chuckled and jerked his chin toward the room. "Get lost." I left him to his work. Back inside, the shower was still running. Elias had left the door slightly open, small mercies. I sank onto the bed, eyeing the grimy motel phone on the nightstand. After a second, I grabbed it, dialed my parents' number, and waited. "Hello." "Hey, Mom. Brayel, where on earth are you?" Her voice was sharp, cutting through the phone. "I've been calling non-stop. Why aren't you answering?" "Police are searching everywhere for you. You need to come home right now. Just tell us where you are and we'll come get you." She barely paused for air. "It doesn't matter where I am." I heard her pull the phone away, muffled words exchanged with my dad before her voice returned louder. What do you mean it doesn't matter? What happened? Did you have anything to do with that girl's death? Tell me the truth. You killed her, didn't you? That's what everyone's saying. You fought with her that night. You pushed her because of Elias. Admit it. Her words were frantic, almost hysterical. You really think that, don't you? I kept my voice steady, but inside I was crumbling. My own mother, convinced I was a murderer. No trust, no hesitation, just accusation. Then my dad took the phone, her protests fading into the background. Braille, it's me. Just tell me where you are and I'll come get you. Why? Because you need to face what you've done. Face what I've done. I let out a bitter laugh. Of course. I should be known. You'd both jump to the worst conclusion. We're not jumping to anything, he said firmly. We just, really, because it sure sounds like it, I snapped. Neither of you even asked if I'm okay, not one question about whether it was an accident. If it was an accident, why run, he pressed. Because I panicked, because I was scared. Braille, innocent people don't run. That shattered whatever was left inside me. No tears came, just a hollow ache. I took a shaky breath, squared my shoulders and said, Dad, I need you to know something. I love you, and Mom and Ryan, tell her I love her too. I know I wasn't easy to raise. I caused so much trouble and I'm sorry, so sorry I couldn't be more like her. His voice softened, concern creeping in. Sweetheart, why are you saying this? Just tell them, okay? Braille, I ended the call before he could finish. Elias stepped out of the bathroom, towel slung over his shoulders. What's going on? Nothing, I said, setting the phone down. Who are you talking to? No one, just talking to myself, practicing, thought about calling my family, but I changed my mind. He nodded, adjusting the towel. The silence between us felt heavier than before. I caught every word of her phone call with her parents, though she clearly didn't want me to. So I played dumb, letting her keep the illusion of secrecy. But her words twisted inside me like a knife, too final, too much like a last conversation. I pictured our life together like some abstract painting, once full of bright splashes of color, now smeared into something so bleak even a nightmare artist wouldn't touch it. Then out of nowhere she dropped the bomb. Caleb said he'd have me on the hood of Tate's Jeep. Rage flared hot in my chest. Should I storm out there and break his face or just stand there, stunned by her sudden shift? The choice was easy. I pivoted toward the door in nothing but my boxers, but Bray moved faster, wrapping her arms around me from behind. Don't, she murmured against my ear, her fingers sliding down to grip me tight. You know how Caleb talks, it's just words. I didn't care. I yanked the door open anyway, but she shoved it closed with her free hand, spinning me around and pressing me against it. Her shirt hit the floor before her mouth crashed into mine, her hand still working me hard under the thin fabric. The damp towel around my neck fell away as I tangled my fingers in her hair, tilting her head back to taste her throat. Tell me what you want, she demanded, tightening her grip until I groaned. My teeth grazed her jaw before I claimed her mouth again. Same as you, I breathed, pulling her flush against me. Her nails raked down my back as she whispered, I want it all, and that was it. I turned her, stripped her bare, and pushed her onto the bed. Bray, knowing death's close does something to you. Turns you into the version of yourself you always wished you had the guts to be. Reckless, untouchable, completely unapologetic. You crave the rush of saying the unsayable, doing the unforgivable. You drink the bar dry, pick a fight with a stranger for breathing wrong, lose yourself in someone until nothing else exists. Elias didn't hesitate. He hauled me up, pressed me into the mattress, and pushed my legs apart, leaving me bare to the chill of the room. His fingers traced between my thighs, teasing and circling until my breath hitched with Ned. Just take me already, I pleaded, my voice trembling. Not yet, he murmured, his warm breath sending shivers through me before his mouth closed over me, his tongue working in slow, deliberate strokes. A sharp gasp escaped me as his teeth grazed my sensitive skin. I reached for him, desperate to feel the rhythm of his lips, but he caught my hand, sucking my fingers before pinning my wrists behind me. Stay still, he growled. His tongue plunged deeper and I arched against the sheets, my vision blurred as my cheek pressed into the mattress. All I could see was the curve of my body and Elias kneeling behind me, relentless. The pleasure built so fast it burned his mouth, his fingers, the way he held me in place. Don't stop, I begged, my voice breaking. Then he did. I nearly sobbed, every nerve raw with frustration. But before I could protest, he filled me completely, stealing my breath. The bed frame rattled as he drove into me, his grip tight on my hips. Tears spilled, not just from pleasure but from something deeper, something tangled in my chest. I wanted it gone, wanted him to erase it all. The second wave hit before I could warn him, and I bit my lip, terrified he'd pull away again. But this time he didn't stop. He must have sensed it, my stillness, the quiet tension in the air. Say it, he murmured, his rhythm unbroken. Say it, baby. I'm close, I breathed, my voice barely there. He drove deeper, pausing just long enough to make me gasp before pulling back and doing it again. My vision blurred, my fingers digging into the sheets. Elias, I swear to God, if you stop now. He didn't. Instead, he buried himself inside me, so deep it felt like he reached something beyond flesh. A shudder tore through me, my legs giving out as pleasure crashed over me in waves. I clenched around him, tears spilling as my body surrendered. He groaned, pulling free at the last second, his release hot against my skin. For a moment there was nothing but the sound of our ragged breaths. Then his weight settled over me, his damp skin pressed to mine. His lips traced my spine, slow and deliberate, before he moved lower, kissing the curve of my hip, the inside of my thigh. Every touch sent sparks skittering across my skin. When I turned onto my back, he followed, his mouth mapping my body, my stomach, the dip of my collarbone, each breast. I cradled his face, drawing him up until our lips met, his kiss so fierce it stole my breath. If this was how it ended, I'd take it. I'd let the world burn for one more second of this. But I knew better. 3 days, that was the promise, and I wouldn't break it, no matter how much I wanted to. Later, curled against him, his head resting on my chest, his voice was barely a whisper. "I love you, Bray." His fingers tangled in my hair, "more than you'll ever understand." I stroked his hair, my throat tight. "How much is that?" "Enough that I'd tear the world apart for you," he said, "and never ask you to do the same." My lips brushed his temple. "Then you don't know how much I love you." We drifted off like that, limbs entwined, his heartbeat steady beneath my fingertips. And then Caleb never saw the punch coming. The sharp crack of bone echoed in my ears as Caleb slammed into the side of the jeep, pain shooting through my knuckles. "Touch Bray again," I growled, jabbing a finger at him, "and I'll put you in the hospital." "Elias." Bray rushed out of the motel, her hair still damp from the shower. "Stop, he was just joking around." Her hands tugged at my arm, but I held my ground, staring Caleb down. He didn't fight back, just rubbed his jaw, his expression blank. Tate stepped out of his room, eyebrows raised. "Can't say I blame you," he said, glancing between us. "Little brother had it coming." Caleb smirked, his eyes glinting. "Yeah, guess I did." I clenched my fist, ready to swing again, but forced myself to step back, letting Bray think she was pulling me away. Tate gave me an approving nod. "All right, enough drama. Rocky's expecting us by 4. Let's move." He shot Caleb a sharp look. "Get your head straight." 2 hours later, the Texas border loomed ahead. Tate caught my eye in the rearview mirror. "When we get there, I'll drop you and Bray somewhere safe. You shouldn't be involved in this." His gaze flicked to Caleb. "Honestly, neither should you." "Like hell," Caleb shot back. "I'm not sitting this out." Tate sighed. "I walk in alone, hand over the cash, and walk out. Simple. You being there just complicates things." "I'm not letting you go in by yourself," Caleb snapped. "Funny," Tate muttered, "since you had no problem letting me empty my savings to bail you out." Caleb glared, but before he could argue, I cut in. "Tate's right. Whatever this is, you'll just make it worse." "Nobody asked you," Caleb snapped, twisting in his seat. "Worry about your own mess. Cops still looking for you, right? Maybe focus on that dead girl situation instead of sticking your nose where it doesn't belong." As much as I hated to admit it, he wasn't wrong. Last night, Bray and I had run through every possible escape plan, only to hit dead ends. We ended up lying there, holding each other, lost in memories of simpler times. Laughing about stupid childhood pranks, the way her mom's apple pie used to smell, the creek behind her house where we'd skip stones. But reality always crept back in. No solutions, just silence. Then exhaustion took over and we drifted off. But Bray, she wasn't giving up. Not like me. Ever since we caught that news report back in Panama City, Bray hadn't been the same. Finding her curled up on the bathroom floor only made it worse. The strangest part, she wasn't frantic anymore, just weirdly calm, like she'd already given up. That terrified me more than anything. We pulled into a gas station, and before I could even shut off the engine, Bray was already unbuckling. "Gotta go," she said, hopping out before the Jeep fully stopped. Tate tossed me a crumpled 20. "Grab me a water, a Reese's, and if they've got a hot dog, throw that in too." Inside, I pointed Bray toward the restroom while I grabbed Tate's snacks. The line was long, but she made it back before I reached the register. She lingered beside me, flipping through a newspaper from the rack. No headlines about us, small mercies. Back on the road, Tate and Caleb bickered about money, old debts, and family drama. Their voices faded into background noise as I pulled Bray closer, her head resting against my shoulder. "You called your parents, didn't you?" I murmured into her hair. She exhaled. "Figured you'd know. Maybe if you just talked to them, really talked, they'd listen." "They checked out years ago," she said, tilting her head back to meet my eyes. "After I turned 18, they didn't even pretend to care. I was just there like furniture." A bitter laugh escaped her. "You think I stuck around you just for fun?" I kissed her forehead and she settled back against me. The past flickered in my mind, Bray shoving a report card at me in the school hallway, grinning. 1C. She'd announced like it was a trophy. "Math's still a nightmare, but at least it's not a D. Told you I'd help," I'd said. She yanked the paper back, feigning offense. "I don't need your help," she teased, then kissed my cheek before disappearing into the crowd. "If my parents find out you helped me, they'll think I'm not capable on my own," she said, tugging at the hem of her neon yellow tee featuring some pink-haired anime girl. Her dark ponytail swayed as she shifted her weight in those tight jeans, black flip-flops slapping against the linoleum. "You're still coming tonight, right?" I spun the last digit of my locker combo, yanking it open to dump my textbooks inside. "Wouldn't miss it," I grinned, got the jumbo marshmallows ready to go. Bray nudged me with her hip, dropping her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "And the drinks." My head snapped up, scanning the hallway over her shoulder. "Keep it down," I hissed. "I told you I'd try grabbing a couple cans from my mom's stash. Aunt Janice left them last month, but if she notices they're gone." I grabbed my history book and slammed the locker shut. "2 cans," Bray bargained, eyes sparkling. "Let Mitchell and Lissa fend for themselves. Mitchell's dad's fridge is basically a liquor store." I groaned. My mom would murder me. She rested her head against my shoulder, smelling like strawberry gum. "No pressure. Worst case, we get sugar highs instead." Then her grin turned wicked. "Though if we play spin the bottle, you might need liquid courage before locking lips with Lissa." "God, that game's ancient," I muttered, but Bray just laughed. "Ancient and amazing." After the final bell, we took our usual route home, kicking up dust on the back road behind Parsons' farm. Bray practically bounced. Her report card was all As and BS this quarter, a far cry from last year's slump. "They'll freak out," she said as we reached her driveway, suddenly serious. Dad might actually smile for once. When she invited me inside, I hesitated. Her parents always watched me like I was a stray dog tracking mud on their carpet. "Come on," she insisted, dragging me toward the porch where moths circled the flickering bulb. The screen door creaked like a warning. The front porch had a weathered wooden swing swaying gently on rusty chains, while a pair of faded lawn chairs and a chipped side table sat tucked against the house. The faint scent of tobacco still hung in the air, as if someone had been out here smoking not long before. The screen door groaned when she yanked it open, her grin so wide it could have lit up the whole block. I knew she was dying for me to be there when she showed off her report card, and honestly, I wouldn't have missed it. The second we stepped inside, the rich aroma of slow-cooked pot roast, garlic, and buttery potatoes hit me like a wave, making my stomach growl. Bray's house always felt like a sauna. Whether it was her mom's non-stop cooking or their refusal to crank up the AC, I never knew. Every visit, the air was thick with the scent of something fresh from the oven. Bray tossed her backpack onto the floor, her excitement bubbling over as she darted behind the couch where her parents were glued to some reality show. I hovered near the doorway, suddenly wishing I'd stayed outside. "Mom, Dad, you're gonna freak out when you see this," Bray announced, unfolding her report card with a flourish. "Let me guess, you finally cleaned your room like I asked." Her mom shot back without even glancing away from the screen. Bray's smile flickered, but she shook it off, too amped up to let it derail her. "I swear I'll do it right after this, just look." She thrust the paper toward her dad first. Her dad barely glanced at it. "How about you clean it now, Bray-el?" His voice was ice. "It's always later with you. Later, later, later. Do what your mother said. Go now and Elias, head home. No marshmallow roasting tonight. You're grounded." I watched her face crumple for half a second before she pulled herself together. "Dad, please," she pressed, shoving the report card closer. "I only got 1C, the rest are BS, and I have an A in art." He snatched it from her, scanned it for 2 seconds, then tossed it onto the coffee table. "Better than last time," he muttered, sounding about as impressed as if she'd handed him a grocery receipt. "But good grades don't mean you get to slack on chores. Ryan keeps her room spotless, does her homework, and still manages to not be a disappointment. Why can't you?" Bray's mom sighed, guilt flickering in her voice. "Just go clean your room, sweetie." "But now," her dad slammed the remote down so hard it bounced off the floor. Bray flinched back, and for the first time, I wondered if maybe marshmallows weren't the only thing getting roasted in that house. Bray's parents weren't cruel, but the way they sometimes spoke to her cut just as deep. Her mother gave me a measured look before saying, "Elias, maybe you should go home now." Tears welled in Bray's stormy eyes as she snatched her report card from the table, shredding it violently between her trembling hands. He let out a strangled cry before hurling the torn fragments at her father, then bolted down the hallway. Her bedroom door crashed shut with such force that family photos trembled on their hooks. As I turned to leave, Ryan, Bray's older sister, stepped inside. "Hey, Elias," she greeted, but I brushed past her without responding. "Is Bray home?" she called after me. I paused at the threshold, gripping the doorknob. "Yeah," I shot back, my voice dripping with bitterness. "Real welcoming place you've got here." The door slammed behind me as I stormed down the gravel driveway, putting as much distance as possible between me and that suffocating house. Now sitting in the Jeep with Bray curled against me, I ran my fingers through her hair, pushing the memory away. She had been right all along. They never really tried to understand her. Later, Caleb straightened in his seat and gestured ahead. "Pull over there," he said. "Nature's calling." Tate turned into the cracked parking lot of a dingy corner liquor store, its windows plastered with peeling beer ads. A rusted ice cooler laned by the entrance, its polar bear logo barely visible. Only one beat-up sedan sat parked under the metal awning, likely belonging to the owner. "Make it quick," Tate yelled as Caleb disappeared inside. The faint jingle of the doorbell echoed before silence settled over us again. Bray had nearly dozed off against my shoulder. "You guys want anything?" Tate asked, twisting around in the driver's seat. Nah, we're good, I replied, glancing at Bray. Not hungry, she murmured. You sure? Tate pressed. They've got those spicy jerky sticks you like. He drummed his fingers on the wheel, cranking up the radio as Owl Nation's sail blared through the speakers. We all got into it, nodding along to the beat. After a minute, Tate unbuckled his seatbelt. Might as well go too, he said, reaching for the keys. Leave 'em, I cut in. Song's almost over. He shrugged, leaving the engine running as he jogged toward the store. I reached between the front seats and cranked up the volume, letting the music swallow us whole. Bray and I sank into the rhythm, my head resting against the seat as she curled up with her head in my lap. The melody pulsed through us like a heartbeat, washing away everything else just for those few stolen seconds. Then a sharp crack shattered the moment. Bray jerked upright. Was that gunshot? I finished, my stomach dropping. Outside, Caleb and Tate sprinted toward the Jeep, Caleb gripping a pistol. Oh hell no, I blurted. We locked eyes, paralyzed, before Tate wrenched the door open. Move your ass, he barked at Caleb. Tires screeched as we peeled away, dust clouds billowing behind us. Tate's grip turned the steering wheel bone white. You shot someone, he exploded. Caleb slammed his forehead against the dashboard. I didn't mean to, I panicked. Bray lunged forward. You robbed a store, her voice cracked. I yanked her back, pressing a hand over her mouth. Bray, breathe, I hissed. The Jeep swerved violently as Tate pounded the wheel, nearly sending us into a spin. The stench of burnt rubber filled the air. Caleb's hands trembled. What now? Tate jerked onto the shoulder and dialed 911. Yeah, there's been a shooting. He rattled off the address while Caleb staggered into the road. Tate followed, their shouts carrying back to us. I did it for Rocky, Caleb yelled. So you wouldn't blow your whole damn savings? Tate's punch sent Caleb reeling. You think this fixes anything? Caleb wiped his mouth, voice breaking. I aimed at the wall, man, I swear, I didn't mean to hit him. The words tumbled out before I could stop them. Bray's entire body shook as she turned to me. What do we do now, Elias? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Before I could answer, Tate and Caleb came barreling back into the Jeep. The engine roared to life, throwing us against the seats as we lurched forward. Stop the damn car, I shouted over the blaring radio and their screaming match, but Tate wasn't listening. His anger had taken over completely. You think I'm gonna keep doing this with you? Tate snarled at Caleb. We're done, you're my brother, but I swear to God I never want to see you again. His voice cracked with fury. I just pulled the same reckless crap they did for you, and for what? I'm not going down because of your stupid choices, not this time. The Jeep swerved past a dark red minivan, tires screeching. Slow down, I yelled from the backseat, gripping the door handle. You're gonna get us all killed. Minutes later, we skidded into a gas station parking lot. Bray and I bolted before the Jeep even stopped. I grabbed her hand, pulling her close as Tate and Caleb erupted into violence. This wasn't some sibling scuffle. Tate was out for blood, pounding Caleb's face with brutal, unrelenting force. I let go of Bray and sprinted to the passenger side, yanking the door open. Caleb half fell out and I dragged him the rest of the way. Tate was already on him, fists clenched, knuckles smeared with blood. His tattoos seemed to pulse with rage under his rolled-up sleeves. Back off, I shoved my hand between them. You're making everything worse. For a second, I thought he'd swing at me too. But then something shifted, his breath heaved, his fists unclenched. He staggered back, chest rising and falling like he'd just run a mile. Caleb staggered to his feet, blood dripping from his nose, one eye swelling shut. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, leaving a red smear. Then I saw Bray. She was sprinting toward the gas station. My stomach dropped. What was she doing? I chased after her, bursting into the women's restroom without hesitation. I didn't care who was inside. All I cared about was stopping her before she did something we'd all regret. The bathroom stall slammed shut with a deafening crash, followed by the unmistakable sound of Bray retching. Part of me wondered why she hadn't just stepped outside, but the thought vanished as quickly as it came. You okay in there? I called, my voice tight with concern. Yeah, just give me a second, she managed between heaves. I grabbed a handful of paper towels, dampened them under the faucet, and waited. When she finally emerged, her face was pale, her eyes red-rimmed. I wiped her mouth gently, but the moment my fingers brushed her skin, she crumpled against me, sobbing. What are we supposed to do now? I held her close, one hand cradling the back of her head. 3 days is too long, I murmured. We need to go home. She pulled back just enough to meet my gaze, her expression hollow. I'm not going back, Elias, I never was. My stomach twisted. What do you mean there's no other choice? Her voice was barely a whisper. I love you, but I won't let them lock me up. Before I could respond, screams erupted from the store, cutting through the tension like a knife. Then came the shout, Caleb's voice sharp and commanding. Everybody down now, and just like that we were trapped. Present day 2 hours in and the air reeks of sweat and fear. The clerk and a couple of customers huddle near the candy aisle, one woman trembling so badly she's wet herself. Bray and I haven't moved from our spot by the restrooms, backs pressed to the wall. My mind races, part of me wants to shut down, but the louder part screams to stay sharp. Caleb might not want to hurt us, but desperation makes people unpredictable. Tate never made it inside. Caleb shoved him back when the cops swarmed like he was doing him a favor. But that doesn't ease the dread pooling in my gut. Something worse is coming. Bray, I try again. She's a statue, eyes blank. So I shift focus. Caleb's the one who needs convincing. An hour ago, my attempt to reason with him went nowhere. Still, I push to my feet. The gun swings toward me instantly. I raise my hands. Just me, I say. We need to talk. He hesitates, then lowers the barrel slightly. 5 minutes, he growls. That's it. The officer's voice crackles through the loudspeaker again. We're bringing him back inside. He's talking about the plainclothes cop Caleb allowed in earlier, probably to negotiate and scope out the situation. Bray and I stayed hidden near the restrooms, out of sight. Talk about what? Caleb snaps. His eye is a mess of blue and purple, swollen so badly the skin bulges unnaturally. You keep saying you don't want to hurt anyone, I say, keeping my voice steady. Prove it, let them go. Keeping them here just makes this worse. Who cares? Caleb growls. The woman in the floral dress flinches but doesn't dare look at him. They'll slap me with hostage charges anyway, doesn't change a damn thing. Then let them walk, I press. You never planned for this, just let them leave. I'll stay, but Bray goes too. Not happening, Bray mutters from behind me. I turn to see her sitting on the floor, arms wrapped around her knees. I ease away from Caleb, careful not to make any sudden moves, then crouch beside her. You need to get out, I whisper. She shakes her head. If I walk out that door, I'm in cuffs before I hit the sidewalk. I told you I'm not going to jail, ever. My pulse hammers. Every second drags us closer to disaster, and all I can picture is Bray bleeding out on the floor. The possibilities play like a horror reel in my mind. Then the cop, still dressed like a civilian but radiating authority, steps back inside, hands raised. Caleb's gun never wavers. Where's my brother? He demands. Outside, the man replies, calm as ever. He's worried, Caleb. He just wants you safe. Caleb barks a laugh. Safe? You think I'm walking out of here? I'm not seeing daylight for years. Not today, the cop agrees, keeping his hands visible. But the longer you drag this out, the worse it gets. These people, he gestures to the clerk and the terrified women, they just want to go home. They didn't ask for this. I tense when he doesn't mention us until his gaze flicks our way. And what about Braille Bates and Elias Klein? My stomach drops. How the hell do they know our names? Then it hits me, our faces are probably all over the news by now. The realization hit me instantly, but hearing him say our names so casually still caught me off guard. Bray stiffens beside me, her eyes widening as she shoots me a quick glance before focusing on the man. They still have a way out, he continues, his gaze locked onto us, ensuring we grasp the message he was sent to deliver. Fear doesn't make them killers, innocent until proven guilty. That's the law. They deserve to go home to tell their version of what happened by the river, to reclaim their lives. His attention shifts to Caleb. But you have to release them first. Caleb scoffs. I'm not holding them hostage, and she doesn't want to leave. The man turns to Bray. Is that true? This isn't about me. Bray snaps. I'm nobody's priority here. Just drop it. Not an option, the man replies calmly. Bray's temper flares. He's the one with the damn gun. Genius. Back off. The man's focus lands on me next. What about you? Are you involved? Caleb explodes before I can answer. The hell kind of question is that? You seriously accusing them now? He jabs the gun toward the man. Screw the system. Innocent until proven guilty. What a joke. They've already decided we're guilty, even though I'm the one holding the weapon. That's how it works. Lock up the wrong people while real monsters walk free on some legal loophole. All things rigged. The man takes a cautious step back, hands lifting slightly higher. Even I tense, sensing Caleb's finger twitching near the trigger. I'm not accusing anyone, the man says carefully. But staying here when they could walk free, that makes them look worse, like they've got something to hide about Jonna McIntyre's death. He hesitates, then adds, and Caleb, I know about your case. I've seen men like you, innocent men, get railroaded. It happens. You're not the only one. His eyes flick to us. And scared people run. It's a mistake, but it happens. You're not alone in this. Caleb barks out a laugh. You expect me to buy that, or is this just another cop trick? He doesn't wait for an answer. Look at you, dressed like some jogger trying to blend in, but we all know what you are, another badge pretending to care. You expect us to buy into your lies. Caleb's voice is sharp, but the man doesn't flinch. Your brother's out there right now, the man says firmly. He's scared for you. Told me to tell you he'll be here every single day you're inside. Said he didn't mean what he said before, that he'd never walk away from you. No matter what, he's got your back because you're family, and that's all that matters to him. Bray's breath hitches beside me, her shoulders shaking. Caleb's face twists, his jaw clenching as tears spill over despite his effort to hold them back. His grip on the gun trembles. Is he in trouble? Caleb demands, voice cracking. They can't charge him. He wasn't even thinking when he ran. He just followed me. It wasn't his fault. Take a breath, the man says, stepping closer. Your brother's going to be okay. Yeah, he ran, but he called for help. The guy you shot, he's stable. It was just the shoulder. Caleb exhales hard, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. You swear he won't get locked up? I won't lie to you, the man says, holding his gaze. But I've seen cases like this. He did the right thing after. He's got a shot. And I'll fight for him. He glances at me, then back at Caleb. All three of you good people who messed up, that doesn't mean it's over. The woman in the floral dress starts crying, leaning into the clerk. Let them go, Caleb, the cop urges. Caleb nods, restless. I will, just get out, I'll send them after you. The man hesitates. And you? I need a minute, Caleb mutters, pacing near the coolers, avoiding the windows. Then he stops, gesturing at the hostages. Go. Get out of here, he says, waving his free hand toward the exit. I never meant for any of this to happen, I'm sorry. The woman in the floral dress locks eyes with him for just a second before sprinting out of the store, her sobs echoing behind her. Caleb turns to Bray, his voice thick with regret. I was a total jerk, I didn't mean any of it. His gaze shifts to me. I swear. I get it, I say. Bray stays silent, slumped against the wall, her face blank, like all the tears have been drained from her. Caleb moves to the door, cracking it open just enough to shout, I'm coming out, I'm giving myself up. Bray stands suddenly, startling me. She brushes past, heading toward the snack aisle. I trail behind, my pulse racing. Outside, a voice barks, drop the weapon and come out with your hands where we can see them. Caleb sets the gun down, lifts his hands, and pushes the door open with his back. The second it clicks shut, Bray whirls around, lunging for the weapon. My stomach drops as she snatches it up and presses herself against the bakery display. What are you doing? I edge closer, my heart slamming against my ribs. Bray, please, don't. She presses the barrel under her chin, her head tilting back against a bag of bread, finger hovering over the trigger. I collapse to my knees, my vision blurring with tears. God, Bray, if you do this, you'll take me with you. I love you more than anything. I always have. My voice cracks, my throat raw. Remember our promise, best friends forever, you remember that, right? I crawl closer, my hands trembling so hard I can barely hold myself up. Bray's expression is empty, but the longer I talk, the more I see a flicker, something familiar breaking through. The Bray I've known since we were kids, the one who's stronger than the shadows inside her. You're not just my best friend, you're my whole world. If you're gone, I'm gone too. Her grip wavers and my breath catches. That finger on the trigger, I need her to stay still. Damn it, Bray, I love you, don't do this to me. I can't be trapped, she shrieks. I can't lose you, you're all I've ever had. I'll be right there, I yell back, my voice raw. I won't leave you, not for a second, do you hear me? Never, I'll wait as long as it takes. And then it hits me, the weight of what's happening. I'd die for you, Bray, I'd die with you. Her lips tremble violently as she locks eyes with me, the intensity stretching between us like an unbreakable thread. The gun in her hand wavers slightly as she shakes her head, her denial silent but deafening. Stop saying that, she shouts, her voice raw with emotion. I mean it, I yell back, forcing myself to steady my breathing. I take a careful step forward. Braille, this right here, right now is the anything I promised you. You never asked me to show you, but I'm showing you anyway. Look at me, I urge, and her gaze snaps back to mine. Stay with me here. I tap my fingers against my temple. If this is really what you want, then I'm not letting you go alone. I can't imagine a world without you. We've always been a team. I'm not walking away now. If you think this is the only way out, then we go together. Her head shakes frantically, her words caught in her throat. I won't let you die because of me, she finally chokes out, her voice rough from tears. I want to live, Bray, I say, my voice cracking. I want a life with you, marrying you, growing old, building a family. I want to live, but if this is it, then I'm not leaving your side. Do you get that? Why are you doing this to me? Her face twists in agony, her whole body shaking. Because we're meant to be together, alive or dead, because without you I'm already gone. With a strangled cry, she slams her head back against the shelf behind her, the gun clattering to the floor. I lunge forward, pulling her into my arms so tightly I can barely breathe. We cling to each other, sobbing, her fists gripping my shirt, my hands pressing into her back. I love you so damn much, I whisper against her skin. I'm never letting go. The police storm in, their shouts distant, meaningless. They might as well be shadows, just like Bray had been to everyone else. All I see is her. All I hear is her screaming my name as they tear us apart. My chest shatters as she reaches for me, her fingers straining, and I can't do a thing. I won't leave you, I murmur, barely audible as they drag her away in cuffs. I won't leave you. And then she's gone, 1 year and 2 weeks later. I've written to her every single day. I've sat across from her in that cold visitation room every week. Every minute I'm awake, I'm proving to Bray that I meant what I said, that I'd never walk away. She got 3 years for involuntary manslaughter and fleeing the scene, but her lawyer thinks she'll serve less than half. No real record except a dumb teenage mistake, plus her willingness to take a polygraph, helped her case. Bray cleared the polygraph test, though it nearly got thrown out when Jonna McIntyre's family objected. Eventually, they backed down. Turns out Jonna's past was far from clean. Racked up a juvenile record packed with violent offenses, including a 3-month stint for nearly killing a girl in a school locker room brawl. That detail became crucial in court, supporting Bray's claim that she'd only shoved Jonna in self-defense during their confrontation on the ridge. Still, Bray's admission that anger played a role, not just fear, cost her a lighter sentence. Truth mattered, though. The judge saw the facts. Jana had enough alcohol in her system to knock out a horse plus a cocktail of drugs. No signs of pregnancy. Meanwhile, I walked away with probation, 2 years of checking in, no bars, but Bray, she got locked up and that wrecked me worse than any cell ever could. She made me promise not to lie for her, not to claim I'd witnessed anything. You weren't there, she'd said, voice steady. And if you say you were, I'll cut you off for good. So I stayed quiet, knowing any stunt I pulled would just dig her hole deeper. Visits are brutal. Every week, I watch her fade a little more, the spark in her eyes dimming behind that plastic table. Last time I grabbed her hands, forcing a grin. What's eating at you? She mirrored my smile, hollow, practiced. Just counting days, she muttered, the unspoken weight between us. The suicide watch, the bipolar diagnosis, the way South Carolina still haunts her file. My phone's always on now, braced for Ryan's worst call. Bray's tough, sure. But some nights I wonder if she's just biding time, waiting for a shot at the darkness she can't shake. Her eyes wandered for a moment before I spoke up. You got my note right. She gave a small nod, meeting my gaze again. This time the soft smile at the edges of her lips seemed genuine. Every day except Sunday, she said. I'd always wondered if those little messages were what kept her going. Calling them letters might be a stretch. Some were scribbled on whatever scrap I had nearby when a thought hit me. Like the back of a diner menu. Remember sophomore year when that storm knocked out the power? You and Lissa ducked into the bathroom to sneak a smoke. Your hair reeked for days. Honestly, did you even wash it? I missed that strawberry shampoo you used to drown yourself in. Yeah, I'd hover by your locker before lunch just to catch a whiff. Weird, absolutely, but that week threw me off, couldn't focus. Anyway, love you, miss you. Or a crumpled receipt from the grocery store, sitting at that endless red light by your parents' place. When you're back, I'm doing very illegal things to you, maybe right here. Then there was the napkin from Denny's. Bray got nailed for speeding today in a 35, late for the new gig. Yeah, roofing now, burns like hell in July, but the pay's decent. First check's buying you something stupid or paying off this ticket. Love you. And the torn page from a book in the dentist's waiting room. Root canal today. Remember 4th grade, I bawled like a baby over a simple checkup. Still owe you for not ratting me out to Mitchell. Speaking of, we're cool again. He's clean, says he's sorry, wants to see you. Don't worry, he's not crashing with me. Only one person gets that spot. Love you. Every scrap went into an envelope, stamped and sent the same day. I needed her to have something, anything, when the mail came. She writes back, but not as often. And when she does, it's hit or miss, sometimes flat, like she's just going through the motions. Other times, out of nowhere, I'll get a letter that's all her, sharp and shameless, and it's like nothing's changed. She writes about all the plans we'll make once she's free, the future we'll build together. Reading her words, I let myself believe she's turning a corner, that hope is finally taking root. But then, without fail, the darkness creeps back in before the letter ends. I keep hoping this time will be different, Elias. She won't slip back into despair. Yet every single one so far has followed the same pattern. She's getting treatment where she is, but that hasn't stopped me from hunting down the perfect therapist for when she's released. I've spent nights scrolling through online reviews and flipping through directories, determined to find someone who can really help. Bray deserves nothing less. 379 days, that's how long she's been locked away. 2 weeks from now she walks out. Today's visit should feel like a milestone, but my stomach twists with unease. The last letter she sent just 5 days ago wasn't alarming in what it said, but in what it didn't. Dear Elias, I know you never miss a visit, but don't skip the next one. It's important. Love, Bray. The prison looms ahead as I step out of my car. Inside, I hand over my phone and keys at the front desk, same as always. For some reason, I count the lockers in the holding room, 12 today, same as last week. Maybe it's just nerves. Beyond the security door, the signs on the walls scream warnings about contraband and visitation rules. My eyes catch on the word prisoners and it hits me like a punch to the ribs. The hallway stretches endlessly, white walls and white floors bleeding together under harsh fluorescent lights. My shoes squeak against the tile as I pass doors leading to who knows where. A woman hurries by with 2 kids clinging to her, their faces tight with exhaustion. I wonder if they're here to see someone they love, someone who shouldn't be here either. Bray doesn't belong in this place. She didn't hurt anyone, didn't steal, didn't lose herself to addiction. The system doesn't care about the difference, though. It swallows people whole. A guard gestures me toward a table. I sit. The clock on the wall ticks too loud, its plain face mocking the weight of every second. The room is lined with circular white plastic tables, each one occupied by families waiting anxiously. As I scan the space, it hits me I'm the only person sitting alone. My fingers absently follow a thin scratch on the table's surface, probably left by a key or some sharp object. The sharp scent of disinfectant hangs in the air, making my nose tingle. I take a slow breath, fighting the urge to sneeze. My eyes dart to the clock any second now. My pulse races under my palm, and I can't shake the unease gnawing at me. Why did this meeting feel so urgent? What could she possibly need to say in person? Then, like a burst of color against the sterile walls, Bray appears in her orange jumpsuit, her plastic sandals squeaking with each step. I rise to meet her, forcing a smile. Hers mirrors mine, but neither reaches our eyes. "Hey, sweetheart," I murmur, pulling her into a careful embrace. The rules here are strict, but she clings to me like she's drowning, her grip contradicting the hollow grin she wore a second ago. Her hair is pulled back tightly, her face bare and worn, yet she's still breathtaking. We sit and I try to sound hopeful. 2 weeks, I say, maybe too cheerfully. You'll be home before you know it. Elias, her voice cracks and my stomach drops. Something's off. What is it? I press. He drags in a shaky breath, swiping at her eye before flashing another smile, this one softer, almost amused. My brows knit together. Seriously, what's going on? I laugh, but it's nervous. She shakes her head, lacing her icy fingers through mine. Nothing, she lies, pressing her lips to my knuckles. The guard nearby shifts but doesn't intervene. Then why the cryptic letter? I ask. She pulls back. I missed you, she says lightly. You knew I'd visit, I counter, but you made it sound like an emergency. A beat passes. Okay, fine, she admits. They pushed my release date to the 9th. 4 extra days, why? Paperwork nonsense, she shrugs. I exhale, masking my frustration. Just a hiccup, I say, squeezing her hand. We've waited this long, right? But the way she won't meet my gaze tells me there's more, something she's still holding back. I force a smile back onto my face. 4 days isn't the end of the world, you'll get through this, right? She gives a quick nod. Yeah, something's off. The way she answers feels rehearsed, like she's hiding something. But why? Maybe I'm reading too much into it. I'm not about to call her out, not when she needs support, not here. Good, I say, reaching for her hands the way she held mine earlier. So what's the deal with Mitchell? Bray asks, shifting the subject. I exhale. He's clean now, works at that auto shop near our old high school. Honestly, he's wrecked with guilt over everything, what he did to you, to me, all of it. Bray's expression softens. Tell him it's okay, I don't blame him, he wasn't in control. She pauses. How about your parents? Mom's engaged to James, wedding's in March. Dad, same as ever, works too much, keeps to himself. He wants us to visit him in Savannah when you're out, always liked you. For a second her smile brightens, but then her gaze drops to the table. My stomach knots. I don't want to ask, but I have to. Are your parents, or Ryan, still reaching out? She shakes her head. Mom comes by sometimes. Guilt, probably. Dad, he shows up, but it's like he's checking a box. But I'm done being angry, I just want to feel light, unstuck. She tilts her head, thoughtful. There's more to it, I can tell. Something in her tone sets me on edge, but I can't pin it down. Yeah, I say, nodding. I get that. Then carefully, and Ryan, a flicker of warmth returns to her face. She visits in the mornings, writes me letters. How do you feel about that? Bray shrugs. I don't know, it's nice she's trying, but I don't trust it. I get it. She's guarded, walls up like always. The distance between us, just this stupid table, feels unbearable. I want to pull her close, make her laugh, remind her who she is outside of this place. But I can't, and the helplessness is crushing. Bray's eyes drift away again, like she's already somewhere else. My gaze drifts around the room, past the blank wall behind me, toward the heavy metal door she disappeared through moments ago. Then to the board guard flipping through a newspaper at the cheap particle board table. Everything feels distant except this moment between us. I shift my chair closer until the legs scrape against the linoleum, and finally Bray meets my eyes again. The grin I give her is all teeth, probably ridiculous, judging by the way her eyebrows lift in amused surprise. But when I flash her a more devilish smile, her cheeks flush exactly how I hoped. I cover her left hand with both of mine, leaning in. Once you're out, I murmur, low enough that only she can hear, we're making up for every single day apart. Her lashes dip, but not before I catch the way her breath hitches. Tracing slow circles on her palm with my pinky, I hold her gaze, letting the silence stretch. A whole week, I add, voice dropping lower, just us, no interruptions, no limits. My tongue darts out to wet my lips, deliberate, watching her pulse jump at her throat. The air between us crackles, and suddenly this little game of mine isn't just for her. My own body reacts fiercely, heat coiling tight. Bray exhales shakily, her blush softening into something tender. God, I've missed you, she whispers. I press my lips to her knuckles, lingering. Not half as much as I've missed you, but soon you'll be home where you belong. It's gonna feel like starting over, like we get to rewrite everything. Her smile blooms then, warm and achingly familiar, but there's a shadow in it I can't name. The half-hour vanishes too fast, and when she stands to leave, my chest clenches. Bray, I call after her, voice rough. Love you more than anything. She turns at the threshold, the last in a line of orange jumpsuits, and for a heartbeat her expression is pure devotion. Love you too, Elias, she says, but the words land hollow like an echo. The door clangs shut behind her, and the silence it leaves feels like an ending. Ryan's call came an hour ago, something important, she'd said. My stomach dropped before I even asked the question, burning my tongue, is Bray okay? Because every time her sister calls, my mind goes straight to the worst. Since we're not legally married, if anything happened to Bray while she was locked up, The authorities would probably contact her family before reaching out to me, even though I'm listed as her primary emergency contact. Ryan assured me this wasn't about legalities, which came as a relief. When Bray gets out, I want her to come stay with me, Ryan said, sitting across from me at the kitchen island. Her dark hair fell over her shoulders just like Bray's, but her sharp green eyes, nothing like her sister's, studied me with unsettling focus. Though their features were similar, Ryan had always carried herself with a rigid intensity that reminded me too much of their father. Maybe that's why I'd never warmed up to her. Steam curled from the coffee mug she held with perfectly polished fingers before she set it down with a deliberate click. Why would she stay here? I countered. She belongs with me. Ryan didn't blink. She will be, but after everything she's been through with you. My palm hit the table hard enough to make the mugs rattle. Exactly why she needs to come home. You're missing the point, Elias. She tilted her head, strands of hair falling into her eyes. I want my sister to realize she has more than just you in her corner. A bitter laugh escaped me. Let me guess, you and your parents suddenly care now. Her gaze didn't waver. I know you think I never tried, but I did. Every time I reached out, she shut me down. I didn't get why she kept self-destructing, so I backed off. That doesn't mean I stopped loving her. I leaned back in my chair, arms crossed. Unbelievable. You took the easy way out, Ryan. Instead of fighting for her, you walked away, and your parents don't even pretend they gave a damn. For the first time, something flickered in her expression. Our parents failed her, but I was barely older than Bray. I didn't know how to fix what they broke. You act like I had all the answers back then. I turned away, not because she was wrong, but because I wanted her to be. Blaming her was easier than admitting the real people at fault weren't here to face it. What's your endgame? I asked coldly. She needs stability, not some guilt-driven reunion. Ryan's fingers tightened around her mug. I just want a chance to show her she's not alone. Silence stretched between us, heavy with everything left unsaid. I need to make things right with her and show her that besides you, she's got me too. I won't push her away again. Did you even ask Bray if that's what she wants? I bite back the urge to roll my eyes because I already know the answer. There's no way she wouldn't choose to come straight to me the second she's free. But I keep my cool, waiting for Ryan's response instead of gloating like some petty teenager. Yes, Ryan says, her voice steady. I talked to Braille during my last visit. She told me she'd be coming home with me. My stomach drops. What? If she smirks at me right now, I swear I'll lose it. Deep down, I expected something like this, some selfish move proving she's just like her father, never really caring about Bray's well-being. Every time Ryan has stepped into Bray's life, she's only made things worse. But instead of looking smug, she just watches me with this quiet sympathy, and suddenly I feel like the jerk here. She actually said that. Why? Chest tightens, the words scraping my throat. Ryan slides her coffee mug aside, folding her hands, rings glinting under the diner's fluorescent lights on the table. Elias, she says softly, my sister loves you, maybe too much. Too much. I stiffen, my chair screeching as I stand. What the hell does that mean? I've never been this confrontational, this raw. But the idea that Bray would agree to this without telling me that she'd choose Ryan, who was never there when it mattered, over coming home to me first. It doesn't add up. My mind races back to her last letter, our last visit, the way she hesitated before saying goodbye. Ryan doesn't flinch. It's too much when someone's entire world is another person. Braille thinks she's nothing without you, that she can't survive without you. That's not love, Elias, that's dependency. You don't know a damn thing about us, I snap. She told me herself. A bitter laugh escapes me as I brace my hands on the table, leaning in. You really don't get your sister at all, do you? The words come out sharper than I mean them to, but the disbelief is too thick to swallow. I can't wrap my head around how, after everything Bray's endured, the suicide attempt back in Charleston, the way your family treated her, your dad pushing her aside while your mom pretended not to notice, you still don't get it. My jaw tightens as I stare down at Ryan, whose expression stays frustratingly blank. I was the only one who truly cared about her. Or she'd say she can't live without me. Hell, she might even believe it sometimes. But here's the reality check, Ryan. I push back from the table, my palms leaving sweaty prints on the wood. You're missing the point entirely. You hear what your sister says, but you don't listen. Instead of digging deeper to understand her, you point fingers at me while ignoring your family's role in all this. I swipe a hand through the air like I'm cutting through smoke. Bray isn't just struggling, she's in real trouble, Ryan. And none of us are blameless here. Not me, not you, not your parents. Our only real failure was not getting her help sooner. Yeah, I screwed up too. I never should have taken off with her after that night. Running away just made things worse. I plant one hand on the table and jab a finger toward her. But here's the difference. I didn't know. I had no clue she'd been in therapy as a kid, no idea about the suicide attempt, no warning signs about how bad it really was. And you want the reason why? The table rattles under my slap. Ryan flinches, her chair creaking as she leans away. Because I loved her exactly as she was. I didn't treat her like some problem to be fixed. To me, she wasn't broken, she was just Bray. Meanwhile, your family and her so-called friends treated her like some inconvenient puzzle piece that wouldn't fit. My voice drops raw now. She didn't spiral around me because I was enough until I wasn't, and yeah, that kills me. I drag in a breath, forcing myself to steady. Now, I just want her to get real help. If that's the last thing I ever do for her, so be it, but she trusts me, that still means something. Ryan's gaze finally drops, her throat working. For the first time, I let myself hope maybe, just maybe, she's starting to see how wrong she's been. Every word I spoke to Bray in that convenience store was true. Kneeling before her as she pressed the gun beneath her chin, I meant it all. I'd die for her or beside her, whether it was that day, the next, or years later. That kind of love doesn't fade, not even in the face of death. But here's the thing, no one can love someone too much. Bray might believe she can't survive without me, and I've felt the same, but suicide, it's never just about losing one person. There's always more beneath the surface: pain, illness, battles no one else sees, and no single person carries that blame. It kills me that I'm the only one in Bray's life who gets that. Yeah, I'd still lay down my life for her even now, but there's a world of difference between sacrifice and despair. Ryan's voice cuts in and I tense, arms crossed, refusing to face her. She promised she'd come home with me, she says, like that settles it. My jaw clenches. Right now I can't stand her stubbornness, her refusal to listen. All she cares about is her own idea of what's right, bulldozing over everything else. If Braille says no, I'll take her myself, I snap. Just back off, this isn't about you. The clink of her coffee mug on the table is the last straw. I spin around, but the words choke me. Instead, I shove past her, the screen door slamming behind me as I storm down the steps. Days later, Mitchell leans forward on his couch, shaking his head. That's messed up, dude. I'd stopped by after work, skimming the surface of what happened. He exhales, running a hand through his hair. Remember in 8th grade. Ryan picked Bray up from school once, screaming at her to just get it over with, like end herself. My stomach twists. He shrugs. Siblings say crap like that, right? I nod, but bile rises in my throat. Even if Ryan didn't realize the weight of those words, they left a mark. So what's your move? Mitchell asks. I tilt my head back, staring at the ceiling fan's lazy spin, the pull chain tapping against the light. I'm giving Bray what she needs, I say quietly, no more fighting. Just her choice. I really don't want to get in the way of Bray and her sister, even if Ryan's attempt to be there for her is long overdue. Still, better late than never, right? And honestly, Ryan couldn't stop Bray from seeing me if she wanted to. Bray could take Ryan in a fight any day, so it's not like she's trapped there. Mitchell chuckles. Gotta admit, Bray's always had a mean streak. I smile, remembering. Yeah, she really did. You want my take on this? Mitchell asks. I'm not exactly eager for advice from a recovering addict with a shady past, but he's trying, so I humor him. Tell her messed up sister to take a hike and bring Bray home with you. That's what I'd do. He nods firmly and takes a swig of his soda. Thanks, Mitch, but I think I'll handle this like a grown-up. I keep that thought to myself. So when's she getting out again? He asks. 2 more days, I say. They moved it back. Mitchell frowns. That's weird. Why would they do that? Not really, I reply, though I don't have a solid reason. Usually if they extend someone's time, it's for more than just a few days, he points out. Something doesn't add up. I see his point, but I've learned not to take Mitchell's theories too seriously. I leave his place as the sun starts to dip, Bray on my mind the whole drive home. Parking in front of my apartment, I kill the engine and roll the windows down, letting the thick July air roll in. The dashboard lights fade as I toss the keys onto my lap. Leaning back, I close my eyes, the hum of crickets and frogs filling the night. There's something about a southern summer, the sticky heat, the way the world comes alive after dark. Bray and I grew up in this, chasing fireflies, wading through creeks, laughing under the stars. 2 more days, then she's free to rebuild, to find the happiness she's fought for. I can almost see her smile, the one that lit up every good memory. Sitting there, sweat trickling down my back, I lose myself in the thought of her. That grin that always pulled me in the wind, always played with her hair, brushing it against the smooth curve of her cheeks, making her blue eyes shimmer with that quiet, untouched wonder. Memories of us flicker through my mind like an old movie reel, grainy, imperfect, but still alive. The projector hums, but the sound is hollow, just the mechanical whirring of time passing. Ahead of me, Bray sprints through the open field, her dark hair streaming behind her like a banner. She glances back, grinning, her laughter ringing out as I chase her. When I finally catch her, my arms wrap around her waist and we tumble into the dry, golden grass. I hover above her, lost in those endless blue eyes, watching her chest rise and fall beneath me. The air between us is thick with everything left unsaid. I should have kissed her then at 15 when the world felt simple and my heart was certain. But we were tangled up with other people and I let the moment slip away. This time I don't hesitate. I shut out the rustling leaves, the distant chorus of crickets, the way the breeze nips at my skin. None of it matters, only her. What's that look for? Bray asks, her hair fanned out beneath her like spilled ink. My gaze drops to her lips, soft and parted, and I remember the first time we kissed, clumsy and sweet. Her fingers twist into my shirt, pulling me closer. Because I love you, I say, and her cheeks flush. You mean that? I nod, tracing the curve of her jaw with my thumb. I mean it, I want you, forever. Her touch drifts up my face, tracing my cheekbone, my brow, the bridge of my nose. I love you too, Elias, she murmurs, her thumb brushing my lower lip. Always. Then I kiss her deep and sure, our hearts hammering in sync until the dream shatters. I blink, jolted back to reality, the steering wheel cold under my grip. Outside the car, Ryan stands on the sidewalk, her face streaked with tears, a crumpled paper clutched in her hand. My stomach plummets. I wrench the door open. What happened? My voice cracks. She swipes at her nose, her breath hitching. The paper trembles in her grip, and I already know, whatever's written there will wreck me. The tremor in Ryan's voice sends a chill down my spine. Brayel's been home since Tuesday, she admits, her fingers tightening around the crumpled note in her grip. My stomach drops. I must have misheard her. I shake my head as if that could erase her words and reset this moment. Wait, say that again, I demand, my hand lifting between us like a shield. Ryan hesitates, her knuckles whitening around the paper. The silence stretches until I'm tempted to grab her shoulders and shake the truth loose. She didn't want you to know, she finally confesses, voice cracking. She got released on time and came straight home with me. A surge of frustration burns through me. Ryan, just spit it out. I snap, stepping closer even though every instinct screams to walk away. I can't stand looking at her, but she's the only one who has the answers I need. I don't know where she is, Ryan sobs, tears streaking her face. She's been different since she got back, looking at me like she'd already forgiven me for everything. No anger, no grudges, she didn't even bring up the past. Her breath hitches. She hugged me, she hasn't done that since we were kids. My pulse hammers in my fingertips, my skull throbbing with a mix of rage and dread. Bray's been home for 2 days, she hid it from me. No, this can't be happening, she planned this. She lied about her release date so I wouldn't see it coming. My hands clamp around Ryan's arms, shaking her. Where is she? I don't know, Ryan cries, wrenching free. She was gone when I got back, all she left was this. She presses the folded paper into my palm. The moment it touches my skin, dread coils in my chest. I don't want to read it, some part of me knows it'll wreck me. The paper feels like it's searing through my flesh down to the bone. With trembling hands, I unfold it and scan Bray's messy scrawl. I miss Georgia nights, the sticky heat, the way fireflies flickered like tiny lanterns. I miss running barefoot through the grass, laughing under a sky full of stars. I miss when the world was just you and me in that jar, glowing bright enough to forget everything outside it. Nothing could touch us then. Innocence was the only thing that mattered, and I want it back. I just want it back. Ryan's tear-streaked face blurs in my vision as the note slips from my fingers. Then I'm sprinting past the houses, the church, the rusted factory at the edge of town. I vault the fence behind the Sanders place, my feet pounding the earth like I can outrun the truth. But I already know where I'm headed, Parsons Land. Where it all began, my legs carry me faster than I ever thought possible. Cutting through the woods shaves precious minutes off the trip compared to taking the road. My lungs burn, my chest heaving as I push beyond my limits. Each heartbeat hammers against my ribs like a drum, threatening to crack them. My muscles are taut, my sneakers pounding the earth so fiercely I feel the impact shoot through my toes and up my legs. I don't slow down. I vault over a weathered fence, sprint past a rusted barn and plunge into the thick shadows of the trees. The familiar trail flashes beneath me, same rocks, same routes I've dodged since childhood. Branches whip my face, but I don't flinch. The night hums louder, crickets and frogs chanting in my ears like some twisted cheerleading squad egging me on. Tears sting, but I bite them back, gulping air through gritted teeth. Crying won't help, it'll just wreck me. My foot catches on a fallen branch, sending me sprawling. Pain flares in my ankle, but I scramble up, ignoring it. The pasture is close now. The damp, muddy scent of the pond hits me before I see it, almost there. I swerve off the path, crashing through the underbrush until moonlight floods the clearing. The water glows ahead and my heart feels like it's being ripped apart with every step. Then I freeze, my body locks up, but my feet shuffle in a dazed circle. The stars blur above me, my pulse flatlines, my brain screams, but my limbs won't obey. No, I whisper, though I don't remember speaking. My eyes drop to the ground, then snap back up there on the water. A scream tears from my throat, raw and wordless. Suddenly, I'm moving again, lunging forward. The pond swallows my shoes, dragging me down. My whole body shakes violently, tears streaming as I fight to reach who is floating there. My gut twists like I've swallowed acid, my pulse nowhere to be found. Every stroke through the water feels like fighting against invisible claws dragging me deeper. Brayel, my voice cracks, raw with terror. Pain sears through me, worse than anything I've ever known. This must be what dying feels like. When I reach her, her body is weightless in my arms, her skin ghostly pale. Open your eyes, damn it. I press my lips to hers, forcing air into her lungs, but my hands shake. I don't know what I'm doing. Her hair fans out in the water like spilled ink, her limbs drifting lifelessly. I scream her name until my throat burns, clutching her so tight my arms ache. Somewhere beyond the ringing in my ears, voices shout, but they're muffled, distant, then a flicker of hope. She's got a pulse. The words cut through the chaos. I collapse onto the muddy bank, gasping, the night sky spinning above me. For a second, I swear Bray's still here, her head resting against my chest as we watch the stars. But when I blink, I'm alone, my cheek pressed to the damp grass. Fireflies blink in the distance, one drifting close before vanishing. Time doesn't exist anymore, just the dark, the cold, and the hollow space where she should be. The light flickers, here then gone, somewhere else now. Elias. A deep voice cuts through the haze, rough around the edges with a southern drawl. That you, Elias Klein? The firefly drifts off into the night. Rolling onto my back, I see Mr. Parson crouched beside me, his worn Levi's tucked into scuffed brown boots, a faded plaid shirt clinging to his frame. "We gotta move, son," he says, steady but firm. The sharp scent of Old Spice lingers in the air. "Hospital-'s where we're headed." I'm stuck, numb. His words reach me, but my body won't obey. "All I want is to stay right here, let the ground swallow me whole." "Come on now," he mutters, sliding his arms under mine. I don't fight it. There's nothing left in me to resist. Before I know it, I'm slumped in the passenger seat of his rusted Chevy, my forehead pressed to the cool window. The cab smells like decades of oil, cracked leather, and something metallic. "You know," he starts, though I can't lift my head to look at him, "I always knew you and Braille were sneaking into my pond back in the day. Never bothered me much, except when I had to pick up your soda cans." The road shifts beneath us, dirt to gravel, then smooth blacktop. All I see is Bray, her face lifeless, water beading on her skin. I force myself to remember, punishing myself for every second I wasn't there. "One time," he continues, chuckling, "I caught y'all asleep in the pasture. Looked like a couple of stray pups curled up. My wife, she was convinced y'all were up to more than swimming, wanted to tattle. I told her if she didn't hush, she'd be the one riding the bush hog." His laugh fades as my thoughts spiral back to Bray, every laugh, every secret, every stolen moment. By the time the truck stops at the I'm lost in the fog of it all. The doors slide open, harsh fluorescent light spilling out. Ryan steps through, my mother clinging to her arm. "Oh, Elias," Mum sobs, pulling me into a shaky embrace. I don't remember moving, don't remember the door opening. Her words tremble. "I'm so sorry, baby, this is just awful." Ryan's face is streaked with tears, a crumpled tissue in her fist. I don't ask why they're sorry. Some things you just don't want to know. She moves to embrace me, and even though I want nothing more than for her, my mom, and everyone else to just back off, I can't muster the energy to push them away. I'm slumped in a plastic chair in the emergency room, unsure how I even ended up here. My gaze stays locked on the scuffed linoleum floor, streaked with muddy tracks from my soaked sneakers. My elbows dig into my thighs, fingers laced together between my knees. Ryan and Mom flank me, but I don't bother turning to see who's where. The whole place reeks of antiseptic and plastic, sharp, suffocating. Every beep from the machines in the nearby triage area grates on my nerves, each squeak of rubber soles on tile, every crackle of the overhead intercom making my skin crawl. Red lights flash against the glass doors as another ambulance screeches to a halt outside. Then Mom's hand lands on my knee, her voice soft but breaking. "You did everything you could, sweetheart." The ache in her words cuts deep. Is she bracing me for the worst or just trying to keep me from unraveling? I don't look up. Minutes blur together until a nurse steps in, calling Ryan's name. My stomach twists. This is it, the second that'll either shatter me or stitch me back together. "Are you Miss Bates's sister?" the nurse asks. My fingers claw at my scalp like they could burrow straight through bone. My leg won't stop jittering, heel drumming against the floor. Mom's palm presses between my shoulder blades. "Yeah," Ryan answers, rising beside me. The room tilts. I'm holding my breath without realizing it. "She's stable. You can see her now." The air rushes out of me like I've been punched. I collapse to my knees, choking on sobs so violent I nearly gag. "She's alive," I gasp, the words raw. "She's alive." Tears scorch my face. When I finally lift my head, Mom and Ryan hover over me, their expressions unreadable. Ryan hesitates, then turns to the nurse. "Actually, let Elias go first." The room is blinding, white walls, white floors, white lights buzzing overhead. The nurse yanks the curtain shut behind me, sealing us in. The sharp tang of disinfectant burns my nose, and there on the raised bed, swallowed by stiff hospital sheets, lies Bray, still. Too still. Her damp hair clings to the pillow, strands spread out like dark ribbons. The hospital bracelets on her wrist stand out starkly against her pale skin, the Roman IV line taped securely to the back of her hand. I study her face, so still, so untroubled, as if the storm that just passed through her never happened. The nurse scribbles notes on her clipboard, then glances at me. "She'll recover," she says, her voice steady. "But you should talk to her family about next steps." This isn't her first time in this situation. The rest of her words blur, something about pills, the lake, how close it was. If someone hadn't spotted her in time. Once the nurse leaves, I flick off the harsh overhead light and drag a chair closer. Taking Bray's hand in mine, I press my lips to her fingers, my tears warm against her cold skin. The room is silent except for the distant hum of the hospital, muffled voices, the squeak of shoes on linoleum. Bray doesn't move, doesn't even twitch. Just breathes, slow and steady. I wonder if she's dreaming or if her mind is as still as her body. Eventually, exhaustion pulls me under and I doze in the chair until they transfer her to a proper room. Ryan and my mom arrive, settling into the stiff chairs beside me. We don't speak much, just exchange tired glances whenever a nurse comes in to check vitals. Mom leaves when Bray's parents finally appear, squeezing my hands before she goes. Call me, she insists, and come stay with me for a while. I nod, knowing I won't, but now isn't the time to say it. Mrs. Bates rushes to Bray's side, sinking into the chair I'd just vacated. She clutches Bray's hand, pressing kisses to her fingers the same way I had. I should have been there, she whispers, voice breaking. Mr. Bates, though his glare is ice. You can leave now, he says, crisp and final. Every muscle in my body locks. My jaw clenches so hard it aches. It takes everything not to shove him against the wall. I'm not going anywhere, I snap under my breath. Mrs. Bates cries quietly while Ryan watches, tense and silent. Mr. Bates's nostrils flare, his jaw working like he's chewing on his own anger. The room feels smaller suddenly, the air thick with everything left unsaid. His fingers tighten together in front of him, knuckles white. We're her family, he mutters, jaw clenched. No, I interrupt before he can finish, my voice sharp as glass. I'm her family, and I'm not going anywhere. Ryan steps forward, placing herself between us. Dad, just stop, she pleads. You know Elias should be here, you know it. Robert, Mrs. Bates snaps, her voice cutting through the tension. She lowers her tone but keeps her finger pointed at him. Enough, Elias saved her more than once, back off. Mr. Bates glares between us but finally relents, not out of agreement, just to avoid a scene. They linger for almost an hour while Bray sleeps, her breathing steady but unnaturally deep. Is it the drugs, the exhaustion, the fear that she might not wake up coils in my chest? Eventually they leave after a hushed conversation with a nurse in the hallway. Mrs. Bates returns alone, pressing a quick kiss to Bray's forehead before turning to me. Thank you, she whispers, her lips trembling, for always being there. I wouldn't be anywhere else, I say, my voice rough. She offers a thin smile, her fingers barely grazing my shoulder as she walks past. The fact that they're leaving before Bray even opens her eyes makes my hands curl into fists. I want to chase them down, scream at them for every time they failed her. But then Ryan reappears, her expression softer than I've ever seen it. I convinced them to let you stay, she says. I push up from the chair, studying her, the messy bun, the paint-splattered gym shorts, the exhaustion in her eyes. Why, she exhales, gaze dropping for a second. Because you were right about everything. And you belong here more than any of us. A tear slips free and she swipes it away. Thank you for being there when she had no one else. As she turns to leave, I call after her. Ryan, she pauses, wiping her cheeks. Bray forgives you, you know that, right? A fragile smile flickers across her face. I hope so, she says before disappearing into the fluorescent glow of the hallway. I still need to show her how much I love her, I whisper, but she's already gone, the heavy wooden door clicking shut behind her. The room dims as the hallway light vanishes. I sink back onto the couch beside Bray, gently combing my fingers through her messy hair, tucking those stubborn bangs behind her ear. My lips brush hers lightly as I watch her breathe, steady and calm, until exhaustion pulls me under again. Dawn creeps in, thin golden streaks slicing through the gap in the curtains, swirling with motes of dust. When sleep finally takes me, it's with the unshakable certainty that Bray, my heart, my future, will be all right. She'll heal, she'll thrive, because I won't let anything stand in her way. 3 months later, Bray, they're here. I call from the living room of our little rental just outside Savannah, letting the curtain drop. Rushes in, dressed in that fitted caramel sweater dress and knee-high boots, her hair half up with loose waves framing her face. I can't resist, my hands find her waist, pulling her close. She smells like coconut shampoo and that vanilla lotion she loves. If we had 5 minutes, I murmur against her mouth, grinning as she swats my chest. Later, she scolds, but her cheeks flush pink. The doorbell rings and she bites her lip. Why am I so jittery? Relax, I laugh, threading my fingers through hers. It's just Tate and Jen, not some stuffy in-laws. The door swings open and Tate claps me on the shoulder, looking sharper than I've ever seen him, clean-shaven, hair-styled, wearing a black Henley and boots. Damn man, you look like a civilian now, I tease. Behind him, Jen squeals, grabbing Bray's hands. You're glowing, she gushes, flipping her own blonde waves over one shoulder. Bray tugs at a loose curl near her ear, laughing. Says the girl with mermaid hair. Tate elbows me. Place looks good. You two settling in okay? I glance at Bray, her smile wide enough to light up the room. Better than okay. Jen reaches out, fingers brushing through Bray's hair. I'd kill for this chocolate silk, she says with a grin. Trade you for it. I tune out as their conversation drifts into territory I'd rather avoid. Instead, I turn to Tate, who's holding a six-pack of Coronas. He offers it to me. Got a fridge? He asks. Nah, just an old igloo cooler on the porch, I say, taking the beers from him. He follows me into the kitchen, and soon we're all settled in the living room, catching up. Tate leans back on the couch next to Jen. Caleb's doing time again, he says, voice tight. Got 18 years, but we're hoping for parole way sooner. Damn, that's rough, I say, squeezing Bray's knee beside me. I glance at her, checking if the topic's too much, but she's steady. She's been thriving since her darkest days, and the soft warmth in her blue eyes tells me she's okay. I only did a year, she says quietly. Can't imagine facing 18. Tate shakes his head, still weighed down by his brother's situation. He's handling it better this time, he admits, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Why's that, I ask. 3 months in, his ex Sarah showed up for a visit, Tate says, grin widening. Bray's eyebrows shoot up. Seriously, every week, Tate confirms. They're back together, Bray asks, her face lighting up. I remember how torn up she'd been after talking to Caleb outside that motel, how much it hurt her that Sarah had doubted him after years together. Jen laughs, twirling a strand of Tate's hair around her finger. Oh, they're definitely back. She wouldn't shut up about him, she says, rolling her eyes playfully. I stayed out of it, but I'm glad she finally came around. A little late, but better than never. That's amazing, Bray says, beaming. Yeah, Tate agrees, though his voice carries a hint of caution. We'll see how long it lasts with him locked up. Don't think like that, Bray chides. Stay hopeful. Tate nods, exhaling. Fair enough. I lean forward, changing the subject. So what's new with you two? Any wedding bells or tiny humans in the future? Jen scrunches her nose. Hard pass, she says, pointing at Tate. And double hard pass, she adds, gesturing to the space between them. Tate chuckles, sitting up straighter. Marriage not happening. Tate had already made his stance clear. But babies. He flashed a grin while Jen rolled her eyes. Yeah, I could see myself having one someday. Not with me you won't, Jen shot back. This body is a baby-free zone, permanently. Tate smirked, chewing his lip like he always did when he was being deliberately obnoxious. Fine by me just means I'll have to find someone else to help me out with that little project. Jen gritted her teeth and swatted his arm. Bray and I stifled laughs. Some things never changed. Tate chuckled, leaning toward me like he wasn't even trying to hide his words from Jen. She'll come around eventually. Jen just shook her head, amused despite herself. What about you two? Tate asked, his gaze flicking to our ringless fingers. Someday, Bray answered. We almost planned it for this year, but we're holding off at least another couple of years. Better invite me when it happens, Tate said. I grinned. Didn't peg you as the wedding type. Jen patted his leg. Oh, he'll show up to anyone's wedding, just not his own. Another knock at the door sent me to answer it. Elias, Grace beamed, arms wide. I hugged her as the others crowded behind us. Grace, I've missed you so much. Bray squeezed her tight, clearly past the point of worrying about wrinkled clothes. Same here. Grace stepped back, gripping Bray's hands, her eyes swept over Bray's outfit. Damn, you look amazing. While they gushed, I turned to the guy behind Grace, taller than me, dark-haired, sleeves of tattoos peeking from under his shirt. He had that effortlessly cool look like he'd just stepped out of a magazine in his fitted jeans and grey button-down. Come on in, I said, stepping aside. Grace looped her arm through his. This is Knox, my boyfriend. She gestured around the room. Elias, Bray, Tate, and Jen. Knox gave a quiet nod, hands slipping into his pockets. The next half hour was filled with easy conversation, though Caleb's name barely came up, probably because of Knox's presence. Then Bray's sister arrived alone, dressed in a sleek knit dress and boots, looking a little uneasy. Come meet everyone, Bray said, linking arms with Ryan before introducing her around. Nice to finally meet you all, Ryan said. Bray's told me so much. Bray and I exchanged a glance. These weren't just casual friends, they were the people we'd survived hell with. And Ryan knew it. Ryan keeps her promise to always support Bray, treating everyone with kindness and even having a good time herself. Around 9, we leave for an autumn-themed party at a downtown nightclub. With Halloween approaching, the whole city is buzzing, storefronts draped in fake cobwebs, pumpkins on every porch, and even the street lamps wrapped in orange and purple lights. Things couldn't be better, and each day just adds to it. Tate and Jen returned to Miami after their visit, but we've stayed close, planning a Florida trip next summer to see them. Grace and Bray, they're inseparable, calling, texting, emailing constantly. By spring, they'd already made 3 trips between Norfolk and Savannah to see each other. Rumor has it Grace and Knox might even relocate to Savannah, which would be perfect. Grace gets Bray in a way few do, and though I was uneasy at first about how quickly Bray confided in her, I soon realized how much she needed a friend like that. Life's falling into place. Bray's got me Grace, even Mitchell back in the picture. And Ryan, she's grown on me. Sure, she plays the overbearing big sister sometimes, ruffling Bray's feathers, but it's all harmless sibling banter. Even Bray's relationship with her mom has improved, and her dad, still gruff but maybe thawing a little. The real change, though, is Bray herself. After that day in July pulling her from the pond, the hospital, I swore I'd do whatever it took to help her heal. I found her a great psychiatrist, someone she actually likes, and covered her insurance through my roofing gig. She fought me on it, but I held firm. Dr. Ashley helped Bray find meds that balance her bipolar disorder without numbing her or worse. The difference is night and day. She's lighter, happier. Then there's the gut punch truth. Back in Baton Rouge, before we left that gas station, Bray had already decided she'd end her life. For weeks after the hospital, I blamed whatever meds they'd given her for the attempt. But when she finally told me the only reason she didn't pull the trigger was because I was there, that wrecked me. South Carolina all over again. Yet here we are alive, fighting, and somehow winning. She couldn't bear the thought of leaving me behind with that kind of pain. During her darkest moments, locked away, she had considered ending it all. The lack of options made it harder, though she swore she could have found a way if she really wanted to. But that small barrier kept her going just long enough to hold out for the place that had always been her sanctuary, Mr. Parsons' land, where we first crossed paths, where we grew up. Now, with therapy, medication, and the steady love of her sister and me, Bray isn't the same person she used to be. I see the difference in her every single day, the way she laughs, the lightness in her eyes. The shadow inside her hasn't vanished, it never will, but it's so faint now, so powerless that it can't drag her under anymore. For a while, I wondered if her happiness depended entirely on me. The idea terrified me. What if we ever split up? I didn't want to be the only thing keeping her afloat, but over time I realized I wasn't. Sure, we still argue sometimes, but we always find our way back. She hasn't slipped into that abyss again, not completely. There are still rough days, but she clings to life now, embraces it in ways I never thought possible. And yeah, life is good, it keeps getting better. The road hasn't been easy for Bray, but I'm here for every step. She still struggles with feeling unworthy of love, but she's learning slowly that she deserves it as much as anyone else. 3 years later, Bray is almost unrecognizable from the person she once was. Looking back, it's surreal to think she survived everything, not just once but multiple times. Luck, fate, she doesn't know why she made it when so many others didn't get the same chance, but she's grateful. Without Elias, she wouldn't have made it. He was her anchor, her family, her reason to keep going. Even now, with her sister back in her life and her father finally stepping up, Elias remains her constant. She has Grace, her best friend, just a short drive away. Her mother calls regularly and they've rebuilt something real. Life isn't perfect, but it's full. And for the first time, Bray believes she belongs in it. For years, I thought Elias was the only family I'd ever have, but now that my world has expanded, I've never felt more complete. Funny how life works. The person I used to be, with all her cracks and bruises, somehow wasn't broken enough to push him away. These days, when I catch my reflection in the bathroom mirror each morning, I don't just recognize the woman staring back, I actually like her. No more cringing, no more shame, just a quiet smile as I reach for my toothbrush, ready to face whatever the day brings. Elias has been circling dates on our calendar for weeks, tight-lipped about whatever surprise he's planning. Today I twirl into our cramped kitchen, the straps of my white sundress slipping slightly off my tan shoulders. Too much. I tease, batting my eyelashes at him over my orange juice. He doesn't bite, just shakes his head with a smirk. Nice try, you'll find out when we get there. I groan, nudging the fridge shut with my hip. Spoil sport. Talk to your dad yet? I ask, changing tactics. Elias scrubs his plate under the faucet. Yeah, he called while you were singing off-key in the shower. Your mom's flight lands an hour after we arrive. Not thrilled about leaving him alone that long. I snort. He's a grown man, Elias. Pretty sure he can survive an hour without supervision. Aha, he mutters, drying his hands, right up until we come home to find him duct-taped to a chair by his own anxiety. Laughing, I swat his arm, but he pulls me close, fingers brushing the hem of my dress. For the record, he murmurs, you look perfect. 2 hours later, we're weaving through Athens traffic, my sister at the wheel, until the familiar outline of my parents' house comes into view. Dad's planted in his usual spot, pretending to watch Cheers like he hasn't been counting the minutes. The second we step inside, he's up, arms wide. I melt into the hug, his stubble scratching my temple. Missed you, kid, he rumbles. It's still strange, this easy affection, like learning a dance I never got the steps to before. Behind us, Ryan breezes past, already raiding the pantry. Some things at least never change the whole car ride over. She couldn't stop talking about the homemade cheesecake Mom swore she'd saved for her, half convinced Dad might polished it off before she got there. Good to see you, Elias, Dad says with an easy nod, and I can't help but grin. It's a far cry from those early visits when every conversation felt like navigating a minefield. But over time, they'd found common ground. After a quick exchange, Dad steps closer, arms outstretched. And how's my favorite grandson? He booms, grinning down at Elijah, who's nestled in Elias' arms. Dad's never been great with kids. Our little boy, just shy of his first birthday, with the same dark curls and bright blue eyes as both of us, shrinks back, pressing into Elias' shoulder. Dad's arms drop, and he makes this hilariously wounded face, like Elijah just rejected him from the family tree. Kid hates me, he mutters, fiddling with his chunky silver watch. Maybe wait till your mom's home before you leave for Savannah. I scoop Elijah up, and he clings to me like a koala. Relax, Dad, he barely knows you, sees you once a month. I plop Elijah into Dad's stiff arms, and he holds him like he's handling a priceless artifact, supporting his tiny denim-clad bottom with exaggerated care. Elias catches my eye, biting back a laugh. Just as Dad starts to relax, Elijah wails, arms flailing toward me. Dad practically tosses him back like a hot potato. Ryan strolls in then, balancing a plate of cheesecake. He's walking now, she says, taking a smug bite. Think you can keep up? Her eyes dart between me and Elias, barely containing a giggle. I hand Elijah to Elias and dig through the diaper bag, rattling off instructions for Dad. He'll be fine. Mom swears he's actually great with Elijah when no one's watching. Elias and I don't stay long. Ryan drives us to the airport for our flight back to Savannah, and my stomach flutters. Whatever surprise Elias has planned, it's big. He's been practically floating for weeks. He's the one who called my parents, arranged everything. We never leave Elijah overnight, not even with family, but some moments demand it. Miss him already, Elias murmurs on the plane, and I study his profile, wondering what he's got up his sleeve. Are you actually worried? Elias chuckles, shaking his head. Maybe just about your dad. I laugh too, and for a moment we sit in comfortable silence, both staring ahead. Elias, I ask softly, turning toward him again. He tilts his head back against the seat, giving me a gentle smile. Yeah, do you remember that night at Jen's place when we talked about whether we'd ever go back in time if we could? His fingers weave through mine, warm and familiar. Yeah, I remember. Well, you were right, I admit. About what? He lifts his head, curious. I squeeze his hand. You said once we were free to live our lives, I wouldn't want to go back, that I'd be happy where we are now, and you were right. His blue eyes light up. Glad to hear it, he murmurs before pressing a kiss to my knuckles. We land in Savannah just as the sun begins to dip below the horizon, the sky painted in streaks of orange and pink. The drive from the airport is quiet, anticipation humming between us. I've been planning this for weeks, something big, something that could either make her day or bring back things she'd rather forget. But I have to trust my gut. Ready? I ask, helping Bray out of the car, her hand gripping mine as she adjusts the blindfold. Not even a little peek, she tears, laughing as she stumbles slightly in her heels. Should have warned you about the terrain, I say, steadying her with a hand on her elbow. She clings to me, her smile widening. You're lucky I trust you. The air is thick with summer heat, fireflies flickering around us like tiny stars. I guide her forward, her excitement radiating through every step. When we finally stop, I carefully untie the blindfold, my fingers brushing against her hair. I'll watch it. Sorry, I mutter, loosening the knot until the fabric falls away. Her breath catches as she takes in the sight, the old oak tree where we carved our initials years ago, now strung with fairy lights, the picnic blanket spread beneath it. You remembered, she whispers. Every detail, I say, pulling her close. Her breath catches as she takes in the sprawling landscape, her wide eyes scanning the endless field framed by towering trees. A shimmering pond with a weathered dock stretches to the east, bordered by a thicket of oaks. She presses her fingers to her parted lips. How? She turns to me, voice barely above a whisper. How did you do this? I can't help but grin. It's ours. Every penny I earned roofing for the past 3 years went into this. The bank covered the rest. I sweep my arm toward the distant tree line. 32 acres, and if you listen close, you can hear the creek just beyond those maples. Her hands shake against her mouth as I step behind her, pulling her close. I'm going to build our home right here, I murmur into her hair. A choked laugh escapes her as tears spill over, and when I spin her around to hug her properly, she buries her face in my shoulder. Fresh start like we promised, I remind her, rubbing her arms to ward off the evening chill. She swipes at her cheeks, smudging mascara, and lets out a watery sigh. I can't believe you kept this a secret. For a split second, I panic. You're not mad, are you? She jerks back, eyes glistening, and shakes her head so hard a few loose curls stick to her damp face. Are you kidding? It's perfect. Then she's leaping into my arms, legs locking around my waist, planting kisses everywhere from my forehead to the dip above my lip. When she finally slides down, she kicks off her sandals with a mischievous smirk. Told you I wouldn't need these, she says, and before I can react, she shoves me backward. I hit the grass with an oof, and she's already sprinting away, barefoot and breathless, her sundress fluttering like a flag in the wind. I stay sprawled on the ground for a heartbeat, memorizing the way the fireflies flicker around her like fallen stars, how her laughter tangles with the rustling leaves. She glances over her shoulder, backlit by the sinking sun, and in that instant I'm up and chasing her, the world narrowing to the sound of her joy and the promise of everything ahead. Natalie's been twisting the same curl around her finger for what feels like an eternity, and I'm this close to snatching the damn thing myself. I drag my iced coffee closer, sucking down a long sip just to keep from commenting. Across the cafe table, she's propped on her elbows, chin cupped in her palm like she's posing for a moody album cover. Natalie's eyes lock onto the guy who just stepped into line, her voice dropping to a whisper. Oh my God, Cam, look at him, he's unreal. I sigh, setting my drink down. You do realize you're dating Damon, right? Or did you forget again? She grins, nudging me with her elbow. Relax, it's just window shopping. Damon knows I'm all his, he just likes knowing other guys look too. I nearly choke on my soda. Wow, that's graphic. Got you to laugh though, she crows, digging through her tiny purple bag. Hold on, I need to document this. She pulls out her phone, tapping furiously. June 15th, 1:54 p.m. Cameron Bennett actually laughed at something inappropriate. Miracles do happen. I roll my eyes as she tucks her phone away, but she's already shifting into serious mode. Just look at him, one glance for me. Reluctantly, I turn my head just enough to catch a glimpse. The guy's tall with sharp cheekbones and striking green eyes, his dark hair styled in effortless spikes. Okay, fine, I admit. He's attractive, happy. Natalie doesn't answer. She's too busy watching him walk out the door, her mouth slightly open. You're hopeless, I mutter, taking another sip. At this point, you might as well start carrying a poster that says I'm obsessed. She whips back around, eyes wide. Are you blind? That guy was basically sculpted by the gods, and you're over here acting like it's nothing. I shrug. He's just a person, Nat. She leans in, lowering her voice. Cam, I'm serious. You need to talk to your doctor. You're way too numb about everything. I stopped taking the meds, I say flatly. What? Why? Because I don't need them. I'm not some ticking time bomb. She scoffs, crossing her arms. You think those pills are just for people about to jump off a bridge? News flash, it's not that simple. I raise an eyebrow. Since when are you an expert on psychiatric meds? She glares, but there's no real heat behind it. Since I actually pay attention when my therapist talks. She scrunches her nose at me instead of responding, so I snap. I'll heal when I'm ready. I don't need some magic pill to do it for me. The words start calm but twist sharp by the end. Happens more than I'd like. Natalie exhales, her smile vanishing. Sorry, I mutter, guilt pinching my chest. Fine, you're right, I've got baggage, and yeah, I can be a real nightmare. A nightmare, she cuts in under her breath, but the smirk's already back. Classic Natalie. I give her a tired half smile. I just need to figure things out my way, okay? Figure what out? She rolls her eyes. Cam, she says, tilting her head like she's about to drop some wisdom. Life sucks sometimes. You punch back by doing stuff that doesn't suck, that's the whole game. Maybe she's not terrible at this advice thing. I know, but what? She leans in. Spit it out already. I stare at the chipped paint on the cafe wall. Lately my brain's a broken record. Why do I drag myself out of bed at 7:03 every morning? Why does my coffee have to be black with exactly 2 sugars? What if I just didn't? My eyes flick back to Natalie, who's stirring her latte like it holds the secrets of the universe. Ever thought about ditching everything and just going? Her spoon clinks against the mug. Going where? Like a Target run? No, like gone, one backpack, no plan. The words tumble out faster now. No rent, no alarm clocks, just waking up somewhere new every day. Maybe you hitch a ride with strangers who teach you to make paella in Spain. Maybe you sleep under the stars in Utah and meet a guy who claims he's a retired spy. Natalie blinks. Or maybe you get dysentery in Peru and die in a hostel bathroom. She shudders. Also blisters, so many blisters. I groan. You're missing the point. You're missing the part where serial killers exist. She fires back, dunking her cookie for emphasis. Seriously, what's with the sudden wanderlust? Did you watch Into the Wild again? You're barely out of your teens. What kind of midlife crisis is this? She jabs a finger in my direction for emphasis. And let's be real, you've never even paid a utility bill. She takes another loud sip, the sound grating against my ears. Maybe not, I admit, staring into my coffee, but that changes the second I move in with you. Damn right, she says, drumming her fingers on her cup. 50-50 on everything. Wait, you're not chickening out, are you? Her expression hardens, eyes narrowing. No, I'm in. Next week I'm trading my mom's couch for your questionable life choices. You're such a brat, she cackles. I give her a half-hearted smirk before sinking back into my thoughts, the ones she clearly doesn't get, but I never expected her to. Even before Ian passed, I was always the one with my head in the clouds. While Natalie spends her time fantasizing about her boyfriend of 5 years, Damon, I'm stuck wondering about the weight of foreign air on my skin, the salt sting of ocean waves, the way rain sounds like a whispered secret. You're intense, you know that? Damon's told me that more than once. Natalie rolls her eyes. Seriously, you're a total buzzkill, she mutters around her straw. Then abruptly she slams her cup down. Enough, this artsy cafe vibe is making you worse. We're hitting the underground tonight. Absolutely not. Oh, you're going, she says, yanking me up by the wrist. Best friend duties include suffering through my terrible ideas, no more excuses. Her grin is all teeth, the kind that means resistance is futile. Fine, one night of bad decisions and she'll drop it. I grab my bag, checking the time. It's barely afternoon. Perfect, she says, dragging me outside. Plenty of time to fix your tragic wardrobe first. Hard pass. She loops her arm through mine as we pass a row of parking meters. Fine, then you're borrowing something from me. What's wrong with my clothes? She gives me a look like I've just asked why the sky is blue. It's the underground, she says, like it's the most obvious answer in the world. And honestly, she's not wrong. Natalie and I might be best friends, but we're total opposites. She's the kind of girl who blasts rock music and still swoons over Jared Leto from his Fight Club days. Me. I'm more the type to lounge around in comfy clothes, avoiding anything darker than pastel unless it's a funeral. Not that Natalie's some goth stereotype. She doesn't dye her hair black or anything, but she'd rather walk barefoot on hot pavement than be seen in my wardrobe. She calls it boring, I call it classic. And let's just say back when I cared, guys never had an issue with my style. But the underground, that place was built for Nat's crowd, not mine. So tonight I'll play dress up and pretend. I'm not usually one to follow the crowd, but blending in beats sticking out like a sore thumb. We roll up to the underground just as the streetlights flicker on, but not before Damon makes a few mysterious stops along the way. He pulls into driveways, disappears for a few minutes, then comes back without a word. I've known him almost as long as Natalie, but I'll never get used to his side hustle. The guy grows enough weed in his basement to supply a small town, but he doesn't even smoke it. No, Damon's got the kind of looks that belong on a billboard. Think Alex Pettyfer's doppelganger, not some sketchy basement operation. But appearances are deceiving. He sells weed to fund his real habit, cocaine. Natalie acts like it's no big deal, like he's just helping people unwind. She's in denial about how much of that white powder has gone up his nose compared to, well, any other activity. All right, promise me you'll actually try to have fun. Natalie shuts the truck door with her hip and gives me a look like I'm a lost cause. I sigh. Nat, I'm not trying to hate it, I want to enjoy myself. Damon slinks over, draping an arm around each of us. Lucky me, walking in with 2 bombshells. Natalie fake glowers and jabs him with her elbow. Keep it up, and I'll start thinking you've got a thing for her. But she's already grinning, and Damon, ever the charmer, lets his hand slide down to give her backside a playful squeeze. She lets out this gross, exaggerated moan and stretches up to plant one on him. I'm tempted to tell them to take it somewhere private, but what's the point? The underground is the hottest hidden gem just outside downtown Charlotte, though you won't find it on any map. Only the right crowd knows it's there. Some guy named Rob, loaded thanks to his dad, took over an old warehouse a couple years back and dumped a fortune into turning it into an exclusive rock club. 2 years later, it's still packed every weekend, a haven for local rock stars and their adoring fans. But don't get the wrong idea, it's not some dive. From the outside, it's just another crumbling building in a half-dead part of town, but inside. Think high-end rock venue. Pulsing strobe lights, cocktail servers in tight black dresses, and a stage big enough for a full-on battle of the bands. To keep it under the radar, everyone parks elsewhere. No sense tipping off the cops with a line of cars outside an abandoned building. We leave the car behind a McDonald's and make the 10-minute walk through the eerie empty streets. Natalie slides between Damon and me, but only because she loves messing with me before we even get inside. Listen up, she says like she's about to drop some life-changing rules. If anyone asks, you're single, got it? She flaps a hand at me. None of that Office Depot nonsense again. Damon snorts. Wait, why was she at Office Depot? Natalie barrels on like I'm not even there. Damon, this guy was obsessed with her. One bat of her eyelashes and he would have handed over his entire paycheck. You know what she told him? I yank my arm free. Nat, you're ridiculous. It wasn't even close to that. Damon grins. Babe, if the dude worked at Office Depot, he wasn't buying anyone a car. Natalie swats him. I never said he worked there. Anyway, he looked like Adam Levine and Jensen Ackles had a baby, and Miss Prude over here told him she was gay when he asked for her number. Oh my God, shut up, I snap. He was just some normal guy, not a celebrity lookalike. She waves me off and keeps going. Whatever, the point is she'll say anything to scare guys off. Next time she'll probably claim she's got some incurable rash. Damon cracks up. I stop dead on the sidewalk, arms crossed, chewing my lip in frustration. Natalie finally notices I'm not following and doubles back. Okay, listen, I just don't want you to sabotage yourself, okay? All I'm saying is if a decent guy, not some creep, shows interest, don't shut him down right away. There's nothing wrong with a little conversation. I'm not telling you to run off with him. I can feel my irritation rising. She promised she wouldn't do this. Damon steps up behind her, sliding his arms around her waist and pressing his lips to her neck as she squirms. Maybe ease up, babe, he murmurs. Let her do her thing. Thanks, Damon, I say, nodding. He flashes me a quick grin. Natalie exhales sharply, pressing her lips together before throwing her hands up. Fine, you're right, I'll drop it, promise. Yeah, like I haven't heard that before. Good, I mutter, and we keep walking. These boots are already murder on my feet. At the warehouse entrance, a massive bouncer stands with his arms crossed, blocking the way. He holds out a meaty hand. Natalie's face twists in outrage. Seriously, Rob's charging now? Damon fishes out his wallet, thumbing through the bills. $20 each, the guy grunts. 20, you've got to be joking. Natalie snaps. Damon nudges her aside and slaps 3 20s into the bouncer's palm. The guy pockets the cash and steps aside. I go first and Damon guides Natalie forward with a hand on her back. She glares at the bouncer as she passes. Bet he's pocketing half of it, she mutters. I'm bringing this up with Rob. Let's just go, Damon says, and we slip inside. The hallway stretches ahead, dim and depressing, lit by a single flickering fluorescent bulb. At the end, an old industrial elevator groans as we step inside. The metal cage clangs shut and the whole thing shudders violently as it descends, one floor down, but it feels like we're plummeting into the abyss. The bass from the music below rattles the walls, mixing with the shouts of drunk students and probably a few people who never left college behind. The elevator jerks to a stop and another bouncer yanks open the door. Natalie bumps into me from behind. "Move it," she laughs, shoving me playfully. "I think 4 collision is on." Her voice cuts through the noise as we push into the main room. She grabs Damon's hand, then reaches for mine, but I know exactly what she's planning, dragging me into that sweaty, bouncing crowd in these ridiculous boots. "Oh, come on," she whines, practically pleading. Then her expression hardens and she yanks my hand into hers, pulling me close. "Stop being such a wimp. If anyone knocks you over, I'll take them out myself, got it?" Damon just smirks at me from the sidelines. "All right, fine." I mutter, letting Natalie drag me onto the dance floor, her grip tight enough to dislocate my fingers. She throws herself into the music, bumping against me like the over-enthusiastic best friend she is, until Damon catches her eye and suddenly I might as well be invisible. The way they move together, you'd think they were putting on a private show, but the crowd's too absorbed in their own drama to notice. Meanwhile, I'm the lone girl without a partner, so I seize the chance to escape, slipping toward the bar. The bartender, tall, blonde, and annoyingly cheerful, raises an eyebrow as I climb onto a stool. "What'll it be?" he asks. "Rum and coke," I say, watching him scoop ice into the glass. "Bold choice," he teases. "Gonna flash me that id?" I roll my eyes. "Sure, right after you show me your liquor license." He chuckles, sliding the drink my way. I take a cautious sip. Not much of a drinker, I admit. But tonight's an exception. He wipes the counter, smirking. "What's the occasion?" I twirl the lime wedge on the rim. "Don't get excited, I'm not here for some deep heart-to-heart. My best friend's already my unofficial therapist." He shrugs. "Good, I'm terrible at advice anyway." I lean forward, my hair spilling over my face before I tuck it behind my ear, another reminder of why I usually keep it up. "Let's just say my best friend has a talent for emotional blackmail," I explain. "If I hadn't come, she'd probably sneak into my room and take incriminating photos while I slept." "Ah, the guilt trip type," he muses, resting his arms on the bar. "Had a buddy like that. After my fiancé bailaid, he forced me to some dive bar near Baltimore. Turned out wallowing alone wasn't the answer." "Oh, fantastic. Now he thinks he's cracked my tragic backstory. But he has no clue, not about my parents' messy split, my brother Cole's prison stint, or the gaping hole left by the one person who actually mattered. Everyone's got pain, mine's just background noise in the grand scheme." "Thought you weren't the advice type," I say, forcing a smile. He pushes back from the bar with a shrug. "Maybe I'm not, but if my story's doing something for you, count yourself lucky." I fake another sip of my drink. No way am I risking a buzz tonight, not when I'll probably be the designated driver again. Shifting the focus, I lean my elbow on the counter and rest my chin on my fist. "So what went down that night?" His grin spreads slow and easy as he shakes his head, blonde hair catching the dim light. "Let's just say I remembered what freedom felt like. First time in months I didn't feel tied to someone else's ghost. That catches me off guard. Most guys would spin some half-truth about commitment issues, especially if they were angling for something. But this one, straightforward, refreshing, honestly. Can't argue with honesty," I say, biting back a real smile. "Only way to play it," he says, reaching for a glass to mix himself a drink. "Turns out plenty of people are just as scared of strings as I am. Lay it out early and nobody walks away pissed." I swirl my straw absently, not admitting how much I agree. The idea of no strings. Yeah, it's tempting, in theory, but the reality, my stomach knots just thinking about it. 2 guys, that's my entire history. First love gone too soon, then the rebound who couldn't keep it in his pants. Neither exactly left me eager to dive back in. The bartender's still watching me, patient, cute, sure, sun-kissed skin, arms that fill out his shirt like he works dockside shifts between pouring drinks, but that's as far as it goes. Some fantasies are better left untouched. My gaze drifts away when I catch myself distracted, picturing how he looks in just swim trunks. "I'm Blake," he says, flashing an easy grin. "Rob's brother." "Right, Rob owns the underground." I shake his hand, noticing how warm his grip is. "Cameron," Natalie's voice cuts through the music before I even spot her. She weaves through the crowd near the dance floor, dragging Damon behind her by the hand. The second she sees Blake, her eyes spark with excitement, her smile stretching wide. Damon, though, his expression stays blank as he meets my eyes, sending an odd chill down my spine. I ignore it as Natalie bumps her shoulder into mine. "What's going on over here?" she asks, her tone teasing but pointed. She keeps flicking glances between Blake and me before settling on me with a smirk. "Just having a drink," I say. "You here to join or just spy on me?" "Both." She drops Damon's hand and taps the bar, grinning at Blake. "Vodka anything?" Blake nods, then glances at Damon. "Rum and coke," Damon mutters. Natalie leans in, her lips brushing my ear as she whispers, "Oh my God, Cam, do you have any idea who that is?" Blake's mouth quirks slightly. He definitely heard. My face burns. Yeah, his name's Blake, I mutter back. That's Rob's brother, she hisses, staring at him like he's a celebrity. I shoot Damon a look, hoping he'll step in, but he just sips his drink, pretending not to notice. Where's the Damon who used to bail me out when Natalie got like this? Then it hits me he's mad at her. Again, and knowing Natalie, she probably has no clue why. She could start a fight in an empty room. I slide off the stool and grab her arm, steering her away. Damon stays behind, probably relieved for the break. The band kicks into a louder song, the bass thumping under my ribs. What did you do? I spin her to face me. She blinks, still swaying slightly to the music. What are you talking about? Nat, focus, you pissed Damon off. How? Her brows pinch as she glances back at him, then at me. He was fine when we got here. The confusion in her voice is almost convincing, almost. I didn't do anything, at least I don't think so. She tilts her head, searching her memory for any possible misstep. Her hands find their way to her hips as she asks, why do you think he's mad? I shoot a quick glance over my shoulder at him and Blake before answering. He's got that look, and honestly I can't stand it when you two argue. Especially when I'm stuck with you all night listening to you rehash some petty drama from forever ago. Natalie's confusion melts into a sly grin. You're just paranoid, she says, her tone teasing. Or maybe you're trying to keep me from bringing up whatever's going on between you and Blake. My eyes roll automatically. I know that mischievous glint too well. There is nothing going on, I insist. We're literally just talking. Oh, talking is totally the first step, she counters, her grin widening. And smiling at him, which I definitely caught you doing, is step two. She crosses her arms and shifts her weight, looking far too pleased with herself. Bet you've even had a full conversation without him having to drag every word out of you. Hell, you probably already know his middle name. I exhale sharply. For someone who claims to want me to have fun and meet someone, you sure don't know when to quit when things are already going your way. Natalie lets the music take over again, swaying with her hands lifted slightly, hips moving in a way that makes me want to disappear. I stay rooted in place. Nothing's happening, I say firmly. You got what you wanted, I'm talking to someone. And no, I'm not about to drop the chlamydia bomb on him, so can we not make this a thing? She finally relents with an exaggerated sigh, pausing mid-dance to say, fine, you win, I'll back off, but if he takes you up to Rob's floor, I want every detail. She jabs a finger at me, one eyebrow arched, lips pursed in warning. Yeah, sure, I mutter, just to end this, but don't hold your breath because it's not happening. Cameron Bennett and Andrew Parrish never wanted an ordinary life, and together, against all odds, they were building something extraordinary. But just when everything seemed perfect, tragedy struck without warning. A few months ago, lying in that hospital bed, I never imagined I'd still be here, much less expecting a baby and engaged to a woman who curses like a sailor but loves like an angel. Yet here we are, Cameron and me, facing the world in ways we never planned. Life doesn't always go the way you expect, but neither of us would change how things turned out. I love this old chair. It was my dad's favorite, the one thing of his I really wanted. Sure, there was the hefty inheritance and the Chevelle, but this beat-up recliner meant just as much. Cameron hates it, the musty smell, the cigarette burn in the cushion, but she'd never say it out loud because it was his. And that's enough for her to let me keep it. I told her I'd hire someone to clean the place eventually, and I meant it. Once she decides if we're staying in Galveston or moving to North Carolina, I'll make it happen. Honestly, I don't care either way, but I get the feeling she's holding back her real preference because of me. The shower cuts off, and a second later a loud thud rattles the wall. I bolt up, the remote clattering to the floor as I sprint toward the bathroom, only to slam my shin into the coffee table on the way. Swinging the door open, I demand, "You okay?" Cameron just smirks, bending to grab the hair dryer she dropped near the toilet. My shoulders relax. "You're worse than me," she teases, eyeing me, rubbing my leg. After setting the dryer down, she steps close, pressing a kiss to the corner of my mouth. "Guess I'm not the clumsy one here." Her grin widens as my hands slide over her shoulders, one drifting down to rest on the slight curve of her stomach. At 4 months, I expected more of a bump, something obvious, but what do I know? Maybe, I mutter, fighting the heat creeping up my neck. Or maybe you dropped that thing on purpose to test my reaction time. She kisses the other side of my mouth, then goes all in, her damp skin pressed against me, her lips insistent. I groan, pulling her tighter, but force myself to break away before I lose all self-control. "Seriously, you've got to quit that." "You really want me to quit?" she asks, that devilish glint in her eye. That look always spells trouble. Last time she gave me that smile, I got the cold shoulder for 3 straight days, absolute torture. "No," I admit, nerves creeping into my voice. "Just not right now, we've got 30 minutes till your appointment." God, I hope this lasts the whole pregnancy. I've heard the horror stories, women who love it until they hit a certain point, then turn into dragons if you so much as glance at them. 30 minutes. I could make it quick. Cameron snatches the towel off the rod, drying off with a smirk. 10 minutes, she says, shooing me out. "And water the fern. Oh, and did you find your phone?" "Still looking," I say, lingering with a suggestive raise of my brows. "Unless you wanna," the door slams in my face. Laughing, I tear through the apartment, digging under couch cushions and finally spotting my keys buried under a pile of bills on the counter. I pause, holding a single envelope between my fingers. Cameron refuses to let me toss it. She insists this scrap of paper saved my life when she used it to give the 911 operator our address the morning I seized in front of her. Truth is, it didn't save me. My seizures are harmless, just inconvenient. But that moment made her understand me better. I've had episodes before, even one in that cheap New Orleans motel before we moved in together. When I finally confessed that detail, let's just say she wasn't thrilled. She obsesses over my tumor returning more than I do. If it happens, we'll face it like we face everything. Ready, babe, I call from the couch. She emerges in skin-tight jeans, a fitted tee, and seriously, heels. You're gonna squish the baby's head in those, I tease. She snatches her purse off the couch. Not happening, she fires back, slinging it over her shoulder. But keep talking, we'll see who's right. Her hand slips into mine as I deadbolt the door behind us. I'm telling you it's a girl, I say, grinning. A bet. The crisp November air greets us as I pop open the car door with a flourish. What's the stake? I ask, sliding into the driver's seat. Cameron chews her lips, sunlight catching her blonde hair. You're the confident one, she muses. Name your terms but keep it PG. She wags a finger. Think bold, think sentimental. I drum my fingers on the wheel. If I'm right, I pick the name. Her nose scrunches. That's a two-person job, don't you think? Don't you trust me? She hesitates. Not with naming rights. The engine roars as I smirk. What if I already have one in mind? Her eyes narrow. Try me. She tilts her head with a knowing look. Come on, you've totally decided already. Otherwise you wouldn't be betting me it's a girl when we're literally about to find out at the ultrasound. I glance away, fighting a smile as I shift the car into reverse. Lily, I say, catching Cameron's gaze as we back out. Lily Meribeth Parish. A slow smile spreads across her face. Okay, I actually love that, she admits, her grin widening. But seriously, why Lily? Just because, I shrug, it suits her. She gives me that skeptical squint, the one that always makes me laugh. I'm being honest, I insist. I've been running through names since the day you told me. Cameron's expression softens, and if I wasn't trying so hard to play it cool, I'd probably turn red right then. You've been thinking about names this whole time, she asks, sounding genuinely touched. So much for playing it cool, my face betrays me anyway. Yeah, I admit, still working on a boy's name, but we've got time. She just keeps staring at me, glowing. I don't know what's going through her mind, but the longer she looks at me like that, the more I feel my ears burning. What? I laugh nervously. Instead of answering, she leans across the console, cups my face, and kisses me. I love you so much, she murmurs. It takes me a second to realize I'm grinning like an idiot. Love you too, I say, nodding toward her seatbelt. Now buckle up. She settles back into her seat with a click, and we both keep stealing glances at the dashboard clock as we drive. 8 minutes, 5:03. The reality hits us both hard when we pull into the clinic parking lot. Any minute now we might see our baby for the first time. A few months ago, I never thought I'd live to see this day. The suspense is torture, Cameron whispers as we sit in the waiting room surrounded by other expectant parents. I try not to make eye contact. Some of the women look like they're about to snap. The only magazines for guys feature fishermen holding their catches by the mouth like some weird trophy. I flip through one absently. It's been 10 minutes, I whisper back, resting a hand on her knee. I know, but I'm freaking out, she admits. Just then, a nurse in pink scrubs calls Cameron's name. We follow her back, and I lean against the wall while Cameron changes into the paper-thin gown. I crack a joke about the back being wide open, and she swats at me, but the pink in her cheeks gives her away. Then we wait, and wait, until finally another nurse walks in, washing her hands at the sink, and suddenly nothing else in the world matters. The nurse greeted us warmly before getting down to business. Did you hydrate properly before coming in today? She asked, adjusting the ultrasound machine. Cameron nodded, but I could see the tension in her grip on the armrest. No matter how many times I reassured her, that nervous flutter never quite left her eyes. When she glanced my way, I crossed the room without thinking, settling beside her as the nurse prepped the equipment. Cameron barely spoke as the nurse ran through the checklist, so I filled in where I could, giving her hand a reassuring squeeze. The cold gel made Cameron inhale sharply, but the nurse distracted her with a grin. Now that's a serious piece of ink, she said, eyeing Cameron's side. Rib tattoos aren't for the faint of heart. Cameron's smile softened as she looked at me. Orpheus, she explained. Andrew has Eurydice, it's kind of our thing. I tugged up my shirt to reveal the matching design and the nurse whistled. Now that's commitment, you don't see that every day. As the nurse moved the wand, pointing out tiny fingers and a steady heartbeat, Cameron's grip on me loosened. The nurse's cheerful commentary, perfect size, strong movement, absolutely textbook, slowly melted the worry from Cameron's face. Still, she hesitated. You're sure everything's okay? The nurse nodded firmly. No red flags, baby's right on track. Then came the question we'd been waiting for. So, any interest in finding out the gender today? Cameron's eyes locked onto mine, and for a second the room felt electric. She smirked, actually smirked, before squeezing my hand. "You're on," she said, and I nearly laughed at her sudden boldness. The nurse took her time studying the screen before finally shrugging. "Early yet, but if I had to guess, I'd say pink is in your future." Andrew's grin was something I'd only seen once before back in New Orleans when I first sang with him. But this was pure, unfiltered joy. My own heart raced, not just at the news, but at the way he looked at me like I'd hung the moon. I can see how badly Andrew wanted a daughter. His jaw tightens as he fights back emotion, not wanting to break down in front of the nurse or me. Honestly, the baby's gender never mattered to me. Like most expectant mothers, I just prayed for a healthy child. Not that Andrew doesn't feel the same, of course. I know him better than that. He leans in, brushing his lips against mine, his green eyes sparkling with joy. "Lily it is," I agree, kissing him again before he pulls back, my fingers tangling in his short brown hair. "Beautiful name," the nurse says with a smile, "but maybe have a backup boy's name ready just in case." She removes the ultrasound probe, giving us a moment. Andrew suddenly grins at her. "If you didn't spot a little extra equipment down there, then yeah, it's definitely a girl." I snort, shaking my head as I glance at the nurse. The best part, he wasn't even joking. He tilts his head, confused by my amusement. Later, we hit the stores, unable to resist. We'd browsed baby sections before but never bought much, not wanting a nursery drowning in yellow just because we didn't know pink or blue yet. Even though there's still a small chance it's a boy, Andrew's confidence rubs off on me, and I let myself dream of tiny dresses and bows. But he still won't let me go overboard. "Hold on," he says, catching my wrist as I reach for another frilly onesie. "You do remember my mom's throwing a shower, right?" "Yeah, but a couple more things won't hurt," I say, tossing it into the cart anyway. Andrew peers into the basket, then raises an eyebrow. "Babe, I think we've moved way past a couple." He's not wrong. I've already piled in nearly $100 worth of tiny outfits. Oh well, if it turns out to be a boy, returns exist for a reason. We end the day at his mom's place to share the news. "Oh, how perfect," Marna exclaims, pulling me into a tight hug. "I totally thought it'd be a boy." I sink into a chair at the kitchen table while Marna bustles to the fridge, pulling out sweet tea. "Showers set for February," she announces, pouring us glasses. "All planned, just show up." She winks at me before putting the pitcher away. "Thanks," I murmur, wrapping my hands around the cool glass. For a second, homesickness hits me hard. I love it here, and Marna's been like a second mother, but I miss my own mom, my sister Natalie, just having someone who's always been there. I haven't found the right moment to tell Andrew yet. Maybe soon, being head over heels for the most amazing guy, which I totally am, doesn't magically fix the loneliness of not having other friends around. There's Alana, a girl my age who lives upstairs with her husband, but we just don't vibe. If I'm already inventing excuses to skip hanging out, that's probably a sign we'll never click. Honestly, I think this weird sadness and homesickness is just pregnancy hormones messing with me. Everything feels heavier now, like my brain's stuck on a loop of worst-case scenarios. Will the baby be okay? Can I even handle being a mom? Did we jump into this too fast? There it is again. That guilt creeps in every time I let myself doubt, even though I love our baby and wouldn't undo a thing. "Cameron," Andrew's voice pulls me back. "You okay?" I paste on a smile. "Yeah, just zoning out, thinking about nursery colors, purple not pink." "Hey, I named her," he says, squeezing my hand under his. "You get full decorating rights." That little gesture, him caring about something so small, makes my chest warm. Marna sets her glass down, eyebrows lifting. "Oh. You've settled on a name already?" Andrew grins. "Lily Meribeth, after Cameron's middle name." My heart practically liquefies. How did I get this lucky? Marna's face lights up, pure joy radiating from her. Between Andrew's recovery and now a granddaughter, she's practically glowing. "It's perfect," she says, "though I figured Aiden and Michelle would have beaten you to it. Life's funny that way." Andrew catches the edge in her tone. "Trouble in paradise," Marna shrugs. "Every marriage hits bumps. They've been together 9 years, 5 married, it's bound to happen." "Probably Aiden's fault," Andrew jokes. "I'd divorce him too." I fake a shudder. "Yeah, no offense, but marrying your brother would be weird," Marna sighs. "Well, Michelle won't make the baby shower." The way she says it makes me wonder if there's more to the story, but then again, family drama always is. December is packed with conferences for her, and with the distance, it just won't work out. Still, she'll probably outdo everyone with her gifts. Marna flashes me a warm smile, and I nod, taking another sip of my drink. But my thoughts drift back to what she mentioned earlier, how every marriage has its rough patches. The idea lingers, pulling me into that familiar spiral of worry. "Your birthday's December 8th, isn't it, Cameron?" I snap back to reality. "Yeah, the big 21. Guess that means I've got a party to throw," she declares. "You really don't have to," I protest, but she dismisses it like it's the silliest thing she's ever heard. Andrew just leans back, grinning like an idiot. I give up. Arguing with Marna is pointless. By the time we leave, the streetlights are already glowing. Exhaustion hits me hard after the whirlwind day and the rush of Lily news. "Lily, I'm going to be a mom." The thought sends a quiet thrill through me as I walk into the living room, tossing my purse onto the coffee table before collapsing onto the couch. I kick off my shoes and sink into the cushions, but Andrew's right there beside me seconds later, his expression knowing. I might have fooled Marna, but I should have known better than to think I could slip anything past him.